All right, man. You guys ready for for a mooning from the looks of it? Yeah, Moon Shroud Requiem. I guess we're gonna get mooned, but it's gonna be shrouded, huh? I think we can. I think we can live with that. Ah, what is that? Yeah, she got in bed. Damn, Sixon, how you so good at this? So you realize Six learned my name, right? Yep. We're gonna find out just how good she really is. Yeah, but first. Yeah, let's see if we can trigger a dance there. Perfect. All right, we gotta get this started right. There we go. Whew, good thing I didn't have the mods on this time. That could have been bad, huh? Yeah, that could have been exceptionally horrible, but it wasn't. All right, man. Let's see. We got the story to get through. Oh man, this one's like what, another 5 hours? Man, we're gonna be here for a while, huh? All right. Let's see. Later, how was the dog? Did you mow the oranges? Yes, I did. Oh yeah, I forgot that. How was you guys' weekend? Yeah, how was your weekend, guys? Were you able to mow your dogs? Did you let your RC track get overgrown? That sure be inconvenient, huh? Oh man, damn Ponzu got in the way. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wish games would do what anime does, and they just get around Ponzu shots by just having all the characters go no pon. That'd be so much better. But all right, let's see. Oh man, it's gonna be a fight right off the bat, huh? Unknown secret hides in this ruined body. She was born amidst the chaos. We'll see. Yeah, the Tyrant High List tries to be anti-Voimast. Now, what, you mean with the fucking damage reflection? Yeah, I know. Anti-fire and anti-corrosion as well. Oh, and anti-lightning as well as it's anti-everything. Ah, man, yes, I got work on Saturday and more money for Hogan's. That's always good. And yes, we will be letting loose the tomatoes of war. So yeah, this is the Sexton's correction arc. Let's get this started. Now, who's calling me? Me? You're Helena? No, you're not 043. Who are you? Ah, so there's one who hears my voice still. No, I exist no more. So why? What do you mean? Ah, have your eyes been? Have your eyes have beheld through them? I have seen. So that is how it has come to be. Yes, the one who pulls the thread of fate stands by your side. Is it mailing? Oh fuck! Yeah, yeah. Of course, I'm ready to start up the scan program at any time. Great. All right then. Sextons, please follow Ming's instructions as they coon. Yeah, the side section has been staring at my form in silence, unmoving as a statue. Upon hearing my instructions, he heeds with a nod, putting what I nearly thought to be rigid stone into motion. In she goes to the repair pod that mailing designated. Her legs doing regular data backup and around routine maintenance will be done before you know it. When carefully strap sections to the table. Yeah, it's just a checkup. We just need to make sure you're thoroughly secured. Yeah, don't want you thrashing about. As you can understand securing locks, she closes the repair pod door and engages in the biometric lock. With all that done, she gives me a thumbs up. Sextons has been pretty stable ever since Deer reinitialized NeuroCloud and fixed her frame. However, when I don't give her any commands to follow, she simply stays silent, watching the almost dolls and humans go about their daily lives. Makes her seem a lot more harmless, but also portrays lack of desire to blend in with the crew. Maybe she's like this as a result of losing most of her NeuroCloud data. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, it'll lobotomize someone and see how they are. Yeah, it should not be a surprise. Dang, Orbital Rock is on a 15 stream streak. Holy shit. Even able to make the Saturday and Thursday ones, huh? When I reflect better to describe the situation, Sexton is more akin to an ordinary instance of artificial intelligence compared to other dolls, unchanging and limited in features, only carrying out inputted commands ad infinitum and without the means to communicate its own will. There is a silver lining, however. Sexton is far more stable in both body and mind than when compared to Blue Sphere, whom we had run into in some trouble with just a few days ago. We acquired some rather unexpected piece of information last time Groza hacked into Sexton's base layer. Back then, I hadn't realized just how important it was, but the explosion in Lviv happened not long after where happened not long after. Oh, okay. Oh, the explosion. Okay, by the front of my mind, that makes sense. Providing the details that helped me make some predictions regarding Paradise's new research directions was the nature behind third-gen dolls. Right now, I lack the means to gather useful information. Hopefully, I'll be able to get a decent amount of intel through Sextons. Third-gen dolls, Boojums, the secret behind Helena, the experiments, the conspiracies involving the relics. If we succeed, we have to uncover what we need. So that means we're not going to succeed because the story is not close to being over yet. That's right. In the desert wilderness of this yellow zone, hundreds of kilometers away from any and all help, where so much has been said and done, I can finally start making a move. Mailing, prepare, Uranus. As I make preparation to begin, I spot a tiny figure in the corner of my eye hiding behind a machine. The figure scurries back, seeing it hides out from my gaze, though it fails so completely, leaving a small strip of fabric peeking around the corner. Is that Melanie? Oh shit. It's Helena number 2. Now I'll go over and yank Melanie from the back of the machine. Melanie, what are you doing here? I was just looking for something I dropped. Yeah, sure. You dropped something here? What is it? It was, he stutters, starting and stopping. I can't muster the words she wants to say. Gaze streets on side to side, most uncharacteristic manner. Something's wrong. Keeping this in mind, I squat down and pat her head. What's wrong? Did you notice something strange? Nothing. Not even a whisper leaves her lips, and in the face of my question. All right, man, you'll have to leave the maintenance room if you're unwilling to tell us. We're going to start a neural cloud scan program soon. Unaccounted heat source to disrupt the scan data if it remains in the room. Hold on! I have to stay! Why? There's my communicator to my ear. Come to the maintenance room to take Melanie away. Commander, wait! I just want to stay and confirm something about Miss Sextons. About her? Yeah. There are a few things I want to confirm. Gotta stay and observe the scan results with you guys. I'll tell you everything once I confirm what I need to. He seems highly interested in Sextons, sneaking in glance at their pteropod even as she talks to me. If he ever had this moment, reminds me of something. Right, well, you mentioned that when we got to Sextons back then. I knew it. Knew what? You seen her before? Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of that fusion. Signs of fusion art. Oh, Boojum extracts. So signs like this after fusion. Uh-oh. So extract of Boojum, is that the new cosmetic line that we're going to be launching? Is that something you'd really want? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Sexton starts surfing at the end of that conversation, and it seems Melanie and Helena's proximity to the blue sphere allowed her to break free last time. He surely does know something critical. Look at Sexton's now sleeping in the pod, and then back at Melanie. Alright, you can stay. May and give her a knowing glance, but as a reminder, the main room is Maying's territory, so everyone including me must follow her instructions if we're here. You must follow every command to the letter if you wish to stay here. Understood? Here. Be a good girl if you want to stay here, little Melanie. I'll be a good girl. Great. Then let us begin. And this is where the plot of the game and the Dojin diverge, by the way. No, it says Sexton's a meta that requires any dupes. I'm not sure, actually. I mean, she's actually pretty damn strong, even without any dupes. Mine is only V0 right now, so we'll see. And it's a sure to serve a piece of equipment hum to life in unison, filling the maintenance room with their overlapping droning. The dolls still scattered across the maintenance room moments ago immediately gathered, taking up tight formations to guard this prominently displayed repair pod. Helm, please contact the Elmo Cloud and monitor the data stream coming out of Sexton's NeuroCloud in real time. Understood. Kluka, please lead 404 in shielding any potential interference signals in the area to ensure the integrity of the data source. Got it. 404, come with me. Monitoring and defenses are all arranged and accounted for. All that's left is Dandelion! Oh my, why'd you suddenly yell when it was my turn to be addressed? Got to figure yawns herself into existence, accompanied by a lazy complaint. You know, Commander, it wouldn't kill you to use words like please or kind of trouble you with something when talking to me once in a while. Go on, do it. No. For some reason I can't get the words out of my mouth. Commander? I'll do it next time for sure. Meeting already started up the NeuroCloud data monitoring equipment. We're in a hurry, so just start excavating past data. Oh dearie, the one time I want to be spoiled by you, I get so coldly ignored. And despite half-serious, half-joking complaints, the data stream on display shows Dandelion's already broken through the firewall within Sexton's NeuroCloud data. Right now, she's using a stable data module within level 2 as her anchor, as she descends. Soon as her voice comes through my earpiece. 6-pair 3rd-gen doll's frame looks pretty sturdy. That's right, man. She took quite a beating last night, if you know what I mean. Wouldn't you agree, Melanie? Yeah, any further brows, she shows no objection. Because we won't have to worry about any blue tier issues happening. Indeed, although I have to say, whoever designed this NeuroCloud structures of 3rd-gen dolls is quite the malicious genius. You can tell just from residual data? Of course I can. I just finished a full scan of renewal space and tidied up your data structure a little. Based on the arrangement of data, you can clearly see that the design gave these 3rd-gen dolls plenty of room to grow without restraint. They even have no forced base layer personality settings. The kicker is they have some kind of rule embedded into them that even I am scarcely equipped to fully decode. Well, I can conclude that the stronger 3rd-gen doll's NeuroCloud grows, the more she becomes bound by what that rule, yet she herself won't realize its influence or interference. The analogy I shall pose is a human forced to wear an invisible silhouette. They feel the pain, but they cannot determine what exactly is tearing, digging at their flesh as they persist. All they can do is live on, coexisting with the pain. Originally thought this implementation was intended to limit their dangerous capabilities or restrict the targets of their hostility. For example, prevent them from attacking the conglomerate. But the currently existing 3rd-gen dolls all exhibit very different personalities, so I can say that while this rule actually does without asking the developer themselves. Well, hopefully we can find them. Driven by this elaborate, intensive NeuroCloud design that doesn't actually improve performance in any meaningful way, the developer of 3rd-gen dolls wanted to create wasn't some novelty. They designed neither a tool nor a super weapon. We surmise that they are unlike Perska, who holds idealized vision for the future of dolls. The developer of 3rd-gen boss, could it be teacher? Oh, it's wrong, man. Have you met someone like that before? I plead the 5th. When he rubs her hands nervously, seemingly hesitant about something. Just heard a little bit of conversation, and one of those 3rd-gen dolls was brought to the lab. Teacher once said that I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying, but that 3rd-gen doll called her mother. Oh, man. We just had that in the previous event, huh? Yeah, father and mother again, those proudest creatures love playing house, don't they? Which probably might carry a lot of weight to humans, but dolls have no such concept by default unless it gets added to their base layer. And most of them have a special level of respect for their creator, like the AR team. And you think these dolls were designed to be your children? You said there's no base personality settings, you know, whatever the case, it's likely that the doll herself feels as though she needs a mother. I mean, Helen's here. We should be able to manage that. Yeah, after Dandelion finished that sentence in a thoughtful tone, she continues to dive further in order to break through the level 3 base layer restrictions. Maybe we can go to level 7. Yeah, let's go all the way. Suddenly against the control panel, I find myself dwelling on her words. A chaotic mother, huh? Vision that dolls were designed to fulfill was to assist humans in their work, and expectation was thereby set upon their creation, namely that they were to make things more efficient. Thus, their emotions, feel, pain, instinctual fears, and so on were deemed irrelevant by Zavarudo. With legendary doll designs via Era Persica, for example, built upon that foundation, sculpting their own ideals on how dolls would be, gradually became regarded by humans as equals, or at least something resembling them. I once assumed that the designer of third-gen dolls, like her predecessor, simply wanted to create better, finer, stronger dolls. If not, then why would she... Hey, yo, all base restrictions have been removed. Commander, you ready to receive this torrent of data? My gaze towards them. They already connected their data cable to the Elmo cloud with a faint blue flickers of light dancing across their visual modules. Let us proceed. Something in the main room sharpens to an ear-piercing pitch. Even though Sexton's Norcross is completely wiped and zero amount of residual data remains, its main works busy at her interface. My eyes follow hers and fixed to the data log or update log that scrolls in front of our faces. So a string of words flash on the screen, the blazing red catching my attention. Daniel's voice soon follows this sudden entry. Heyo, Commander, come across some pretty interesting, something pretty interesting over here, Z's. Oh, okay, is that how she's talking now? You want to check a look? What'd you find? A strange protocol on the base of Sexton's neurocloud data. Protocol? Don't all dolls have those? Let's see, a Xena protocol used by Griffin or the Ogas protocol used by Sanguis Fairy. She does have a basic Xena protocol, but the protocol I'm talking about isn't quite the same. How's it different? Don't be around the bush and leave me hanging at a time like this. Now, don't be so impatient. It's not if I get into something I can't quite figure out. I'm getting excited myself. Yeah, I guess good expression on her face, and immediately drops her playful demeanor. Alright, let me come with a fitting analogy. If we were to say the dolls assigned using Hume's theory are kind of a new life form, for example, imagine Hume's dolls and Persica's second-gen dolls are like animals and plants among eukaryotes, and while Sanguis Fairy dolls of Lyco's design are akin to prokaryotes. No matter how different they may seem, all possible variations can be classified in the same category, cellular life forms. But third-gen dolls, like a remotely controlled swarm of nanobots, as they congregate crown to a singular being, they can form a replica of said cellular life. But a replica remains a replica, no matter how real it seems. But what if they want to become real? What if you make Pinocchio that way? That could get inconvenient. Oh man. Are you saying that third-gen dolls aren't simply an upgraded second-gen dolls, or something else entirely? Now, when Deer disassembled Sexton and Blue Sphere's frames, he didn't seem to find that much of a difference. He's mostly correct on the frames. About 90% of the parts are commercially available. Some modules are higher end and not publicly sold. Or at most, you wouldn't be able to afford them in the past, and oh dear, I guess you can't afford them now either. Hey! Still a little bit sore about that. Then cut from Mokash to the doll called Thea. Visually, she looks considerably more low spec than Sexton's and the others. Just seems like a regular elite doll. It appears that the kilometer is being quite frugal with those who couldn't make the cut for third-gen status. So when can we get playable Thea? That's what we need. Including those two dolls from Mokash, the defining feature of the third-gen dolls is that protocol. Hey there, you're underestimating us. Our income has gone up quite a bit as of late. Those tomatoes, man. Don't underestimate the tomatoes. Okay, yeah, my sense of being ethical, even my family wife who's evil but hot. I don't think Sexton's was ever actually evil. She was just a robot following orders. Now we get to set her free. Now, what's so special about this protocol? I don't know, let's find out. Yeah, fear the tomatoes of war. That's right. Yeah, the Xena card connects to these complex, high-performance, high-density-backed modules through the Xena protocol. That much is obvious. But that other protocol and the constraints of the rule I mentioned earlier translates the neurocloud signals into nerve impulses. Said impulses communicate with an in-frame hub that controls Boojum cells, thus forming a neural network that's even more efficient than the human body. The strange power and properties of third-gen dolls come from this protocol which controls the frame's Boojum cells via the central hub. That much is certain at the very least. That kind of power sure bears belief. Aside from that, unlike the neural cloud, that hub provides something more like, how should I put this, instinct or reflex. The hub determines the doll's actions, and its priority is nearly on par with, even exceeds that of the neural cloud. On the flip side, it has no capability for reasoning, can only handle basic actions, so it can't replace the neural cloud. However, the information a third-gen doll gains as she grows, along with her internalized thinking, all of it feeds back into that hub through this protocol. So the hub itself will grow alongside the development of the neural cloud, and what it eventually becomes, it's hard to say at this point. I think it's going to depend on who's in control, huh? So that's how it is. Did you remember something? He thinks so. Ultimately shakes her head. Haven't managed to recall everything yet, but I think the standline is right. Alright, hit down to it. That's right. What do you think, Commandy Poo? And wanting to decrypt this protocol and see what's inside? Might just find what you're looking for in there. Your face down is obviously insightful. Tim, you don't think for a moment there's no way things can be that simple. So what are the risks of decrypting this? That I don't know either. After all, it's the first time I ever had a chance to get this close to a third-gen doll. But you've always had one for luck, Commander. I'm sure things will work out in the end, even if you do run into trouble. This trouble foreshadowing isn't going to be something you bring our way, right? Why would I do that? Haven't I been assisting you so diligently ever since I joined you? How could I possibly have any ill intent? Yeah, how could I? Yeah, I stare blankly at Danlin's eyes. There, I see round pupils, perfectly of perfect clarity and childlike innocence. If I were pissed as a pissed as a fart, okay. So no childlike innocence there. I immediately sent out a message to the Elmo's voice communications. Crew got prepared to set up electromagnetic signal shielding to conceal Elmo's equipment signals. Rosa, please lead Team Gozer in setting up the defense perimeter around the Elmo. Don't let any suspicious heat sources slip past. Understood. But what counts as suspicious? Now, after that, I assigned Monsoon squads, a Care squad, and several other squads to deploy at our weak points. Danlin watched me with a mildly offended expression throughout the deployment process. I'm like, Commander, do you really not trust me? Why would you think that? I trust you very much, of course. Springfield, please bring the others still in the crew deck over to help Helen. Right? And Mailing, while you're at, activate the Elmo Cloud's protective barrier as well. Alright, you may proceed. Yes, sir. I raise the eyebrow and vanish before vanishing again in a huff. The lights on the equipment flicker. My gaze is fixed on something beyond all those lights. Look at Sexton inside the repair pod, whose eyes are shut as though in a deep slumber. Back in the lift, I personally witnessed another third-gen doll, Eaglet, transform into something resembling a Boojum. Does that mean Sexton has the potential to become a Boojum as well? Now that we've coomed this far, the question must be answered no matter what. Oh shit, no matter the cost, huh? I hope you're ready to pay that price. As seconds and minutes pass without word from Danline, it appears even the likes of Danline won't have an easy time decrypting a third-gen doll's neurocloud data. I can do is wait patiently as the clock ticks by. Melanie's eyes remain fixed on Sexton's immobile frame inside the repair pod, is making sure she was truly hibernating. Man, you got something on your mind? Does that have anything to do with what Danline said earlier? It does. Earlier, Danline mentioned a Boojum hub of third-gen dolls. Not sure if I'm right about this, but recently, ever since you guys came back, I've been sensing some kind of intermittent pulse, and those pulses feel like what I sensed. Melanie shrinks and shudders, seemingly recalling her past experiences. When I was in that laboratory, I felt quite similar. Back then, teacher was mentioned that this method is a must for cultivating the Grail. Heard that term before. And Girl's order report regarding Sextons was mentioned that third-gen doll researchers once test Sextons as the Grail. But there wasn't enough evidence to determine whether the codename was specific to her or all third-gen dolls. I return to my earlier line of thinking. At first, I thought that third-gen dolls were created because either Paradies needed special combinations powerful enough to replace the Nitos, or because a conglomerate wanted to produce a valuable commodity. But it is different to mass-produce the kind of Boojum technology used in third-gen dolls. Although they may be an elite in many senses of the word, they cannot become weapons unless or used to turn the tide of war. Combined with the dandelion mentioned regarding neuroclouds, I have a new hypothesis that third-gen dolls are made to bring Paradius one step closer to the relics. I mean, that's actually a pretty good guess. So I can capture Cocoon and the others when we beat them? I hope so, because I'd want them both. Inside of supports this, Paradius still hungers for the power of the relics hold. None of the others were created for that very purpose. But why are they using dolls for it? Why have them under the command of the conglomerate? They risk getting killed or captured. What reasons could they have for making all these moves? Well, maybe they just have to gain XP and level up. Commander, this is bad. Mesa Grandma Siva tried to piece the clues together. Look at me with a panicked expression. What's wrong? Neurocloud scan, when you stop it now? I just thought of a possibility. And if we keep going, we might be discovered. Discovered by whom? Could it be the ones who created you? From making us go as anxious voice comes through my earpiece. Commander Forfa just picked up an abnormal signal. The instruments indicate the source is in Prague. Prague? The red zone. Yeah, though the display log simply still shows description. Decryption is proceeding as per normal. Melanie's warning and Kuka support filming with a strange sense of unease. Dandelion, can you stop for a moment? It appears something's happening. Dandelion? No response. Helen? Oh, no response either. Melanie, check what the fuck they're doing. I'm checking. These hands fly across the controls that limits of human speech finally gives me a response after a minute. Commander, remote controls aren't responding. I'm going to force a cut Midsound's connection to the cloud now. Main pulls down the lever. Helm's connection to the cloud gets severed with a sharp psst. Now Cookie rush for it and catch her before she can fall to the ground. Held snug in my arms, Helen slowly opens her eyes. Isn't it convenient that this is like the one time they could do a forced disconnect without causing any damage? Every other time, it's always too risky. Commander? Are you alright? What the hell happened in there? The decryption of abnormal neurocloud data Dandelion mentioned suddenly began to multiply chaotically. It's multiplying like a virus right now. If you don't stop it quickly, all the data on the Elmo and even everyone else's neurocloud backups will be... Then it's going to take me to count minutes, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out for long. We need to get in and help her. Alright, let's get to work. Springfield, sorry, please get Secure Squad Musun Squad to connect to the cloud and assist Dandelion. Understood. Commander, I can still help, but if no day is buried in a well-hidden place inside Sexton Space Layer without me leading the way, getting there could take a very long time. I'm worried it might take too long. Urgency and Helen's eyes are unmistakable. All I could do then was nod in response. Alright, fine. Don't push yourself. Anyway, Commander, I'll bring everyone back safely. Now, Spicy gives my hand a firm squeeze and turns and reconnects the transmission cable to a port on her frame. Once my students Akira finish their pre-connection preparations, mainly lights up the display panel before opening the connection interface. Alright, let's do it. So while we wait for the fight, so Father Jack, appreciate that 5 sex 10 tip. So I love working Thursdays. It means that when an event goes live, I clock in to start my shift, so I have to wait to get home to finally try and get some sex done. And I start with getting the CBT treatment again. After my first pull fucks me with Mozunaga, and I roll about 130 to finally get Sextant. I like her in the fact that you can heal up your team by having them as collateral in her first 2 attacks. Yeah, I mean, so she's like literally the opposite of friendly fire. Anyone caught in her attacks gets healed. It's pretty cool. Man, that would encourage people to use AoEs more. And around time, so the book. How was my weekend? Where I never regretted wailing that I almost quit until floor 25. I paid with 30% of my monthly expenses just to have Raji claims an I win button converted into an I lose button. Well, yep, you got to manage her carefully when you got the damage reflection enemies. Thankfully, they only show up like every 5 floors or so. I got traumatized. I skipped the Tower minigame for 2 days. Kind of filled that up with Wedding Witch, Nunho's creator, that I replay abnormally a number of times. I even still refresh it to keep replaying. It's always the location of the hidden supply. I actually already looked that up ahead of time this time, but much appreciated regardless. And Skyship, thanks. Another book. Black dude attacking white women's in is that North Carolina. Black people do all the marketing for the Aryan Brother. Don't even need to put out flyers anymore. Hey, white women are the ones that invited this, to be perfectly fair. So I don't know how much I really care. Okay, okay, that might be good.
Hi.
Wait a minute. No, we gotta use the doll of the hour here. Yeah, you know, I should, yeah, some Sextons on Sextons violence up in here. Let's go. Man, I am not used to this much damage being done. I've been playing that tower for too fucking long. But yeah, her moves are pretty nice. Wait, let's slow it down so you guys could get a good look at least once. Alright, and then just launch the next one back down. Yeah, these guys look like they're in a pretty rough spot, huh? Alright, now if I could just get up here. That's gonna have to be good enough. Yep, so there's only that one other, no, two other enemies, huh? Can I take this? Okay, okay, wait, let's do this here. Oh, there we go, perfect. Nice and easy. Let's see if she could finish this. Yep. She looks almost like 2B from that angle. That's nice. There's some sex on sex fun. The best fucking kind. So then, you know, came in and went, yeah, and Minecraft earned the cuteness by giving them a heart attack. That would be the best ultimate. I do gotta say. Alright, so now they're doing the coughing. I was the first to open her eyes after a long wait that had me on the edge of my seat. One by one, the other two dolls that are connected to assist gradually wake up as well. In any case, thank you everyone. That's been quite the struggle. Thank goodness everyone's alright. We also managed to save the data. Maybe someone's back into your chair and exhales along and thoroughly in relief. Looks like the issue has been successfully dealt with for now. Everything okay? Musings, I thought I was a goner that time. Third generators are really something, huh? I haven't had this many surprises sprung onto me in so long. Yeah, Dan, I just recovered from disastrous failure. I suddenly find it hard to yell at her the way I did earlier. Yeah, not this time. Then I remember something she said before the decryption work began. That's wonderful luck. Things will surely work out in the end, even if we do run into some trouble. Yeah. Oh, Dandelion. That accident just now, you saw it coming, didn't you? Commander, aren't you giving me a bit too much credit? The Boojum hub found deep in her base layer, sudden EMP. Those are all things that just that happen after, you know. And don't you forget, this is my first time working on a 3rd gen doll. I still have no intention of taking Dandelion's words at face value, but now isn't the time to dwell on it. That in mind, just look over at Melanie, who's now neatly folded herself into a corner. When you mentioned that someone might discover us just now. Who? Mother. As a moment ago, I felt something kind of out of the ordinary. In exactly the same way as Helena, I think it was a kind of pulse. If I were able to sense Helena, then the others are companions, and the teacher too. She'd definitely be able to sense what just happened. So you're saying that if you're able to receive a pulse from the live incident, you might also be able to use that kind of pulse to capture our location? Yup. Sorry, Commander, should have thought about this sooner. Honestly, I've been occasionally feeling similar pulses for the past few days. Feel like someone's trying to use these pulses to sweep my mind. But that must have that must have been someone trying to search for her presence. If only I could have stopped it just now. But Sexton's already sent out her own pulse, and if it really is Teacher behind all this, she'll definitely find a way to get her. This is happening because I'm too stupid. I mean, he's blaming himself for not warning me in time, though I know the Gravitas situation does warrant such a full-on response. She's in no way at fault for failing to realize this as a possibility. It's okay, ultimately we just discovered, or ultimately we just discussed is mere speculation. And just move before anyone gets here, right? But you've done well enough, man. You don't need to blame yourself for something out of your control. Just tell me everything you can think of, any predictions you have. I'll handle the rest, okay? Oh shit, they're already banging. Uh-oh, there's banging going on for sure. Sexton's is ready to go. Just when he was about to speak, I hear a series of tremendously loud collisions behind me. Sexton's woke up in the pod at some point and is trying to break free from the restraints. Manning locked down the pod door. On it. Dandelion checking on Sexton's neural cloud. Oh, gee willikers, things aren't looking good at all. The neural cloud data is already in disarray, but now it's a complete mess. I can't extract anything useful from it at all. Then hurry up and figure something out. Oh man, I could sympathize with Dandelion there. Being told by people who have no idea what they're talking about, just fix it. This should be easy. Dandelion tries to restore Sexton's neurocloud to normal while the latter hammers at the pod door with her fists, having broken out of her restraints. The whole maintenance room is shaken by violent tremors. A visible crack appears in the pod's double-layered reinforced fiberglass windows. And the crack comes released. Sexton's muffled voice comes through the comms. Go? What? Must go. Turn up the volume of my earpiece, doing her best to make out what she's saying. Bzzzt. Must go back to where Mother is. No, we're gonna have to free you from that. And then something snapped. Flash electric blue light strikes Sexton's in the pod. She collapses limply in an instant. Phew, finally got that taken care of. Did pretty well, didn't I, Commander? You were fast this time, I'll give you that. But if you were 2 seconds slower, Sexton's would have said what she wanted to say. Ah, thank you for the praise. Is she involved in this somehow? That gives me exaggerated about. I wonder if this wham is holding a grudge over how I refused to speak politely to her earlier. Noticing the awkward look on my face, Anna's grinning holographic projection drifts a little closer. Alright, Commander. What I did just now is limited to shocking her unconscious. Okay. Check a look at this. Alright, a log entry appears in the pod's in-chamber screen. It looks like an ordinary arrangement of characters. Something suddenly clicks in my mind. These are coordinates? That's right, it hasn't been fully decoded yet. Using this kind of encryption can only be coordinates. You mean you intercepted those coordinates from Sexton's chaotic neurocloud data stream just now? Though the string of data only appeared for a single instant in time, well, from my point of view, it appeared as much it appeared in such a conspicuous manner that I couldn't ignore it. What do you even mean? It's nothing, we'll find out. Anyway, now have a joyful time decrypting Miss Grumpy Pants' parting message. That's okay, man. We'll fix her by the time the night's out. Alright, good. Check them damage stats. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Now that's Papa Boner. Show the block. Good, crazy, huge price jump. External SSD produced 2 years ago. First image of Best Buy 2 years ago. Second image of the exact same cost on Best Buy now. Yeah, that's quite the price hike. Yep, almost triple the price. Yeah, I can believe that. I'm glad I bought like a 16 terabyte one before things really got out of control. That's probably going to last me like a month. Okay, so that's one down. Ah, okay, so the first story is right after this one. I think there's 5 story segments. Yeah. What's that? Oh, there's Vargers. Yeah, one can encounter enemies anytime on the way ahead. Best make thorough preparations. Okay. So we gotta prepare our anuses. 2 hours later. Phew, what a tedious and essay convoluted encryption method. If every cipher in the world were this devoid of aesthetics, I think technology would really be doomed. So what are the results? I then impose the map data on the cloud without a word, focusing on a single steadily flashing red dot. That's right, it was there. The signal of the abnormal pulse we picked up earlier came from the very same direction. Yeah, the coordinates are 404 detected, signal separate from sections neurocloud and the pulse Melanie sensed. Everything seems to point to a single location. Could it be that teacher Melanie spoke of and the mother sections mentioned are also there? At least one of their bases is. The emergence of this led me to the emergence of this led to me what is wait. The emergence of this led to me is what a faint. Okay. Distant glimmers to a lost traveling ship. That actually makes a lot more sense now. Luring me towards a certain direction at the most perfect time. So it's a trap. Should many of my superstitions prove true, then our adversaries have likely pinpointed Elmo's location by now. On the other hand, we've sifted through and obtained a number of clues about them. The timing is too convenient, far too convenient to be coincidence, but kind of trap doesn't seem quite right. Shall we take the initiative? Commander, what do you tend to do next? Let me think for a moment. Sit down slowly, trying to organize my thoughts. Yeah, all your thoughts are running around the repair room. You need to organize them. Whether or not this information you obtained is reliable matters not. It's our only way forward. Thus, the only question remains, does the Elmo's current condition and combat strength allow me to launch an immediate investigation? Besides that, before I could do anything, I need to ask whether Melanie can recall anything else relevant. Well, it looks like you don't have a choice, huh? Alarm signs blare throughout the Elmo. Groza's voice comes in through the comms right after. Commander! A fully equipped, well-armed mercenary force is heading our way. The target appears to be the Elmo. Recon shows roughly 4 to 6 standard squads approaching by light assault vehicles. Additional standard equipment also carrying anti-tank missiles and machine guns. Commander, please issue the orders. Groza sounds anxious. Look at the radar. A large cluster of red heat signatures is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. What? Even if our position really did get compromised, they're getting here way too fast. Groza, can you confirm the enemy's identity? And it don't look much different than the units we crossed paths with before, most likely a group of bounty hunters. Bounty hunters out here in a place like this? There's nothing but tomatoes here. What the hell? Why'd they do that? Since when did these guys start getting their info so quick? Your old intel channels were far faster than theirs, Commander. Well, we have to add more rounds of patrol recon and to the airborne beacon after this. Goes the other closest. Take a team to intercept the first wave. Monsoons and Kiro squads will move to back you up immediately. Will do. 404, work on quoting Elmo's radar signature. I'm guessing they only have a rough idea of our location. Haven't pinpointed the exact coordinates yet. Understood. Well, you can always just move too. Domain, start the Elmo's engines. We have to get ready to move. Good. Got it. So we're gonna fight our way out of them. These guys look like they may want to get their asses beat. Yeah, let's mix things up a little bit too. You know what? Why not? That should be fun. Who else do we bring in here? Perry doesn't get enough of a workout. She's actually been great in the tower because of her shield. When everything one-shots you, she can actually take multiple hits. Although Lorelei especially has been useful with her fucking invincibility. Ooh, can I? Shit, if only I could have... Actually, wait, I could go here. Oh, nice. Okay, I can hit them all. Now let's see. Oh, actually, I don't even need to hit the higher. Okay, so it doesn't hit the higher elevation anyway. All right, and her range is the whole map, although she does need line of sight, apparently. Yeah, I know the key. This key isn't meta, but it's so fucking useful for just regular missions. I could have high ground anywhere I want. I mean, these guys are gonna die anyway. Oh, she can reach. Yeah, that shield is so fucking OP. Well, I guess that's all. Her next 2 turns are just not gonna happen, huh? Yeah, these guys are gonna die next turn. No, actually, if I get a crit, they'll die now. Alright, Commander, do you copy? And I copy, go ahead. We've defeated the first wave of enemies. The forces that remain are currently retreating. However, their retreat seems to be a planned, orderly and pursuers think there might be reinforcements waiting to join up with them a short distance away. I see. Now, use the coordinates of the firefight as a radius to try to intercept the enemy's comm signals, find out what they're up to. Adversaries this well equipped wouldn't cut any corners with regards to cybersecurity. They'll be communicating on encrypted frequencies. I detect a military relay beacon in their possession. They're made for encrypted communication, but I can still try to monitor the amount of information sent through them. The reinforcements do exist. Those squads must be connected to the command unit's base station, one after another right now. Please do so. I must be actually immediately upon receiving my approval. Our monitoring soon produces results. As expected, all the comms frequencies being used in this area have at least 2 layers of encryption. It'll take some time to decrypt them. That aside, the relay beacon I detected just now is carrying several times more traffic than it was during the prior battle. It's also over 20 new network nodes added. Preliminary estimate puts our opponent's reinforcements at around 10 units. That's a lot of folks. Well, we could take them. That's just what we call a target-rich environment. That's all. Did they up my bounty or something? Maybe. We have a science watch over the air. The dolls around me turn to stare at me. Just joking. Yeah, it goes. The enemy's reinforcements are 2 men. You pull back right now. Let Monsoon Zakero assist you in that. Don't get drawn into prolonged fights, no matter what. Understood. Springfield, Zowie. Commander, we won't make it in time. The enemy has already regrouped into a new formation. They're quickly closing in on Team Groza. We had eyes on it as well. Please give us your orders, Commander. We could hold them off for a while. There's enough time for the Elmo to retreat to a safe distance from here. I won't allow it. If you do so, you'll be cut off from supplies and any reinforcements. These enemies don't look easy to deal with and need more comprehensive plan. But if you don't relocate now, you and everyone else on the Elmo will be at risk of attack. The Elmo's combat echelons have grown to be reliable enough. That's right, man. We got a fucking army right here now. Carefully weigh the situation Groza has reported. Leaving them behind is by no means something I can accept. So then I decide let's partake in a rudimentary demonstration of firepower. Understand the situation better now. I'll update our tactical plan. Monsoon Squad approach Team Groza for a head-on from the northwest, executing a feint to draw the enemy's attention. Monsoon Squad acknowledges. The Akira Squad approach the enemy's flank from the southwest, identify the weak points formed when the 2 enemy groups converge. Strike those points with maximum firepower. Helen will assist you in rapid location targeting. Alright, we copy. As for them, we'll stay in the outer rim of the battlefield now and observe. You won't engage in combat unless it's necessary. We don't have much time left to react. Let's begin. Alright, 3 squads outside respond to the enemy's offensive at top speed. Reports come in over the comms one after another. Although the enemy's firepower is immense, the dolls respond to it under my command, quickly pulling away from their pursuers. Command strike worked on our end. There's some minor disorder among the enemy's rear support. Now is the perfect moment to retreat. Monsoon Squad, what's your status? Groza has essentially broken free and is preparing to retreat. However, to avoid exposing the Elmo's position, we'll be retreating via a roundabout route. It'll take longer than predicted, but at least Elmo's safety will be assured. Excellent. Good work, Evan. I'll dispatch teams to meet you all immediately. Granted, the doll standing aboard the Elmo. Chayan, now you get to be useful. I'm here, Commander. I'm hereby appointing you as temporary captain of the Elmo Rapid Response Squad. Me? That's right. Going to consolidate the remaining combat strength on the Elmo into a tactical extraction team. The job would be to escort Groza, Monsoon's Akira squads back to the Elmo safely. I'd like you to lead and command them for the time being. But I only just joined the Elmo. I'm not real. Yeah, I humbly disagree. From what I've observed you recently, you have plenty of combat experience and solid team coordination. It places you as the most fitting choice for commanding a temporary task force such as this. Avoid direct conflict. Your top priority is everyone's safety. I understand. Thank you for trusting me, Commander. Focusing on controlling the Elmo, so for now, I'm placing you as second in command of this whole operation. Should something unforeseen happen during the return trip, you may command the others at your discretion. In short, I'll leave the on-ground situation judgments up to you. Hey, man, hopefully that's not going to be a mistake. Yeah, if gun, why girl shaped? Because that makes it better. It absolutely will live up to your trust. I attack Sarah Chan departs with Basti, Kiwa, Sabrina, and Lewis. After that, Mei Ling keeps the Elmo at a safe distance from the combat area, just out of range of the enemy's radar. Meaning once you see everyone break free from the enemy, you can move the Elmo in a little closer. If you do that, we'll expose the Elmo's position. It's fine. But we're not far from the red zone. Once you picked up Gozi and those, we can just move the Elmo near the red zone and lie low for a while. People chasing us are truly bounty hunters. The bounty they'd earned from my head wouldn't be enough to split amongst them, considering the sheer size of their all-human force. If they fall us into the red zone, what they'd get individually wouldn't be able to cover the cost of treating radiation sickness. It's a risk-reward, frankly speaking, wouldn't be worth it for them. Well, what if their employer just pays more? Then again, if they aren't simply bounty hunters, that's another situation entirely. Inside the sounds of combat screech ever louder and louder. I'm under the sash of every doll, nerves taut, ready to react the moment we run into any sudden situation. Commander, you have a bit of a situation here. Oh, you shouldn't have thought about that. Yeah, something's not right with Nemesis. We're working with the other 3 members of Team Groza to bring her back. What? Nemesis? Did she get hurt? No. Team Groza was just about to plot a combat. Nemesis' frame started going out of control. She can't take part in combat at all. Oh, so we're preparing for Nemesis to get her upgraded form just like Groza, huh? I see. I'm taking over duties now to provide covering fire for Team Groza. Command may not be able to have very long, but I'll do everything I can to complete the task you've given me. You've done well. Chan, I'm leaving command of the front line to you for now. I'm giving Chan her instructions. I turn to Mei Ling. Mei Ling, how far are we from Team Groza? Station radar shows that we're about 500 meters away. That's almost like right next to him. We're close enough. We're close enough. If we drop our cloak from this distance, the enemy should spot us in no time. Wait, do you mean? My China has already finished constructing the landing zone, securing the doll's retreat route. Now I need to do is divert the enemy's attention and give them a chance to break away. I'm planning to have the Elmo take on that role. That puts them at risk of being attacked again if all the trouble we went to. Rest assured, all repairs be funded and approved, no holds barred. If you say so. If you're willing to suck dick for money, I mean, yeah. Many taps close 3 times the Elmo's electronic radar camouflage. The instant the Elmo drops its cloak, the heavy weapons the enemy have been holding back on waste no time joining the party. The enemy's firepower is way stronger than I imagined. Commander, can the Elmo really hold out? Whatever the case, start acting in the force field and defense systems. Okay, now there's more banging. Alright, shells explode one after another around the Elmo. Thanks to the recently installed anti-air defense system, the Elmo only suffers shrapnel grazes amid the bombardment. Even so, I can't be sure if we'll be able to drive the Elmo into the red zone smoothly after picking up the squads inside. Whatever happens, getting the dolls I send out back to the Elmo is my top priority at this moment. Commander, grab the handrail. sound of incoming shell draws goes. A vine shut as shell tears a wound through the Elmo's force field. Follows yet another round of ear-shattering screeches, identifying steel steel cutting through the air. Wow, the Elmo's appearance is way too effective. Now we should have a chance to retreat. To confirm what we've been saying, the Elmo's comms light up one after another with replies from the squads. Command them was drawn away nearly all the enemy's reinforcements. We managed to cut their engagement with Team Rosa. Still, are you able to hold out over there? Well, if not, this is going to be a really quick event, isn't it? So let's fucking hope so. Don't worry, they can't do much to the damage to the Elmo right now. The Monsoon squads adjust their attacks. They can't have pinpoint strikes against the enemy's harassment units. Let's harass the harassers. Alright, you're all doing great. Shannon, what's your status? Any chance to pull back? Just as we linked up with the Team Groza, right now we're moving towards the landing zone at top speed. DTA 5 minutes to boarding. Commander, thank you. This glad you're coming back safe. Zara Springfield Monsoon Squad and Zakiro Squad, prepare to retreat. Yeah, some material. See all 4 squads on the radar, so that's to be board the drones approaching the Elmo's position from the air. When you look at the closest red zone coordinates, we have to retreat as well. Great, I've shared coordinates to your terminals. Once the coordinates pop up, the system automatically calculate the optimal pickup and retreat route. Closest red zone is roughly 50 kilometers away. At the Elmo's speed and mind, you're able to shake our pursuers within an hour if things go smoothly. Yeah, Commander inside has managed to disengage. Well done, mate. And mainly begin the retreat along the routes I just laid out. God, everyone stay sharp. I'm turning off the Elmo's defense mode. Before the has been brought on board, main drops the force field and the vector engine restrictions. Elmo begins running at full speed. While there's still banging going on. Yeah, without the protection of defense mode, the attacks on the Elmo take a turn for the worse. Treading the waist at full speed, the Elmo weaves through the shells like falling like rain. Yeah, so something that big can just like weave through artillery shells. That's pretty funny, actually. Man, it probably predicts their trajectory when they're much higher in the air, but if they just had those some of those shells that are capable of changing their direction, that would be brutal right there. This would have already been over. That would have been the end of this. Alright, what's that? Thanks to May's exceptional driving, we managed to avoid being overwhelmed by the barrage, but the Elmo can't return fire while moving at full speed. I quickly feel the enemy's attacks becoming more intense. Man, the enemy's weapons seem much more powerful than what we faced before. We can't dodge them all. Brace for impact. Alright, that was heavy enough to trigger an alarm. I mean, very managed to swerve away from one shell, but another slammed straight into the side armor, making our thrown sideways by the shot. What fierce firepower! Amazing! I'm okay if this keeps up, our escape route will be cut off. For main statement, I hear several more shells streak past the Elmo's roof. Eh? Was it a dud? The expected shutter never comes. You need to check if we got hit or it should have been hit. So I worry about them. You might be using something worse than Renee's shells. Familiar, reassuring voice cooms through the earpiece. Did we make it in time, Commander? Oh, nice. You ever hear the sound of the rotors over the comms and notice what appears to be a small figure on a circling helicopter waving in the Elmo's direction? Alpha and Voimosna have been away from the Elmo for long stretches since the Viv incident. They do it to honor the agreement with StateSec operating across the URNC to carry out various missions. Well, now that Voimosna is here, she can I win button the whole enemy force, and that's going to be the end of it. To be honest, I wasn't expecting them to be back this soon. Judging by the timing, they might have been handling the mission, a mission nearby. Came at just the right moment. Glad to hear it. When Command from Austin is on the ground laying down fire on the enemy, once they've been pushed back, we'll help everyone retreat to the Elmo. Sending ground view coordinates to the Elmo's receiver now. We've already scouted the area in advance. It's the safest place in the vicinity. Scouted? Hard to explain over comms. Let's talk in detail when we meet. No, we also brought a StateSec specialist with us this time. Should help us get the Elmo out of danger. Understood. Thanks for the assist. Main, once we pull out of the engagement zone, deploy the helipads off and the others can land. Got it. Is there going to be enough room inside the Elmo, though? Because we got our own helicopter still. Alright, that was good. Win within 5 turns. I think I managed to do that, just barely. And here we go. Now we got the story segment. Joining of a reliable friend puts everyone at ease. Okay. So that means everything's gonna go fine now, right? Commander, long time no see. Defy has returned. We must start killing 70 those bounty hunters on the perimeter. Once that's wrapped up, she'll be back with the others. Wait, just her alone? Even with the almost support, a single doll? She's just keeping them at bay. Sinbreaker should be able to handle most situations encountered. While we're back at StateSec, we requested the use of some special automated equipment which can help make for our shortage of personnel. Yeah, it's true. Trying our strength with M200 and the others. Oh, right, Ashikara Chaya now. Her squad is also helping Voimastana, so it's only a matter of time before we shake off those bounty hunters. By shaking them off the mortal coil, probably, huh? Fix that damn problem. Yeah, I mean, dude, Sextons does have some good outfit parts this time around. Yeah, it's a workable combat plan. Thanks for the help. Oh, and this is Alva steps to the side, revealing an unfamiliar doll behind her. An unfamiliar doll that we've had since the game launched. Yeah, this must be the StateSec specialist he mentioned earlier who'll be working with us. So this is the commander, huh? Nice to meet you. If Midnight gives me a mysterious wink, for some reason I feel as though I've seen her before somewhere. Do you know me from somewhere? Well, sort of. Alvin and must have shown me your file, if that counts as knowing you. Since I'm the one who knows the commander's name, seems a little unfair, doesn't it? Might be a little better if I introduce myself, perhaps. The unfamiliar doll extends a hand toward me, then an indecipherable smile on her face. I'm a doll from the Special Operations Task Force under StateSec in the Neo-Soviet Union District, Peritia. StateSec Peritia? Wait, isn't that name? I realize Peritia might be a StateSec doll with some connection to Groza, but now isn't the time for that topic. Besides, still to know her exact identity, let's hear what Alva and the others have to say first. Well, I mean, she's been with us since the game came out. I think she's probably safe. Yeah, she's one of us. Don't need to worry about that. Now, my mission this time, let's see, is to temporarily serve as Alvin Vermasno's partner, I think. That's right, Peritia has served StateSec for a long time, having participated in numerous extreme risk COVID operations. She's proven to be experienced and highly reliable companion. As I study Peritia carefully, if she's a StateSec dog carries out covert missions, it should be, or I should be sure I've never seen her before. So where's the sense of familiarity come from? Oh, except the Emma has gained yet another reliable companion. Yeah, Peritia's gaze shifts to the Hugaf projection behind me. Dandelion sizes Peritia up, her expression carrying a meaningful undertone. It's truly an honor to meet you at such a critical moment. This must be Miss Dandelion. I hit the mark, right? You even heard of my name? StateSec dolls really are remarkably resourceful. We had to gather Anto as a necessary skill for a StateSec doll, after all. You're a senior consultant hired by the UNC government and the creator of UNC System Super AI's Heli and Iffy. Surely you must be aware of this, right? So even my information can be found through StateSec's Intel network, huh? Looks like I really need to mind my words in the future. Actually, information about you has not been disseminated in mass. Just happened to obtain some accounts of your exploits through certain special channels of information. That's surprising, but it's how it is. Special channels, huh? Now I'm really curious. How is that? Now, just how special are these channels? They're short bus special. It does not get more special than that. Oh, is that not looking forward to jury duty next week? Well, if you're lucky, you're not actually going to be selected. You're just going to sit there for a few hours and get to go home. Now, are you engaging in humor with me? So I'm not very good at that sort of thing, but since you are who you are, you must have foreseen long ago that we would meet here, right? I did smell a familiar presence drawing near, just didn't expect that we would meet in this manner. Merely fragments alone, and yet they exude such a powerful pull. So this is how fate gets woven together? I'm completely lost in the breed to deadline go back and forth. They're both trolling the commander together. What sort of cryptic camaraderie are you two partaking in? I expect the two of them turned to look at me simultaneously as if on cue. Nothing. Well then, Ava did Stasek assign you a new mission? Correct. I haven't had the chance to disclose our objective to you yet. It's okay if you can't tell me. I trust you. Trust you're already an inseparable part of the team commander. Of course, you should know. We've been searching for clues related to the Viv incident based on follow-up observations. Although Gerard and Chuvig's plan to activate the relics was stopped, our logistics personnel detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse during the incident, indicating something really did happen. Well, that's gonna get fun, especially since we just had another couple of them. Viv remains different from everyone else's. Ava doesn't notice my silence. She continues. Yeah, no one else remembers Orphaluna anymore. Ah, well. Yes, over the past few months away from the Alamo, we've been searching the Yellow Zone based on those data signatures. Got similar signals several times, using them to locate Paradius bases. Are Paradius bases continuously emitting signal pulses resembling relic activation experiments? They are! We destroyed several small Paradius bases deep in the Yellow Zone based on these clues. Every last one of them was conducting a Boojum production without exception. Combine that with the records left by our fallen Statesec comrades, and we can confirm that Paradius is mass-producing Boojums in a deliberate manner, and they're gathering them to achieve some specific purpose. Uh-oh. So they aren't making Boojums just to expand their forces? Well, that's a side effect of what they're doing. Have you found anything else? Alright, I didn't skip anything. I had to make sure. Fortunately, all we have is some recorded footage. None of the investigators survived. These incidents have caused quite a stir within the URNC. Large-scale operations may begin soon. Miss Nell and Mr. Kevin are encouraged us to pursue our investigation through other channels for now. So that's why they're with the commander. I remember now you mentioned earlier that they helped retrofit Vermastina's armor. I found myself caught in a brief moment of nostalgia upon hearing the names of those two individuals. It's been 10 years. I wonder how they look now. Maybe exactly the same. Who knows? Indeed, we began to contact them more frequently after the Viv incident. They both believe that these fluctuations are an unusual prelude to something, but as the UNC stands now, these matters cannot be made public under the name Paradius' crimes, nor can an investigation be opened on those grounds. So you gotta keep it secret. So you guys trace those clues all the way here? Every single one of them. I know it was you in the kitchen with the wrench that did it. Yeah, I was going to take an abnormal electromagnetic pulse from nearby the red zone. After analysis, we found that shared similar signature of the previous pulses. That pulse is the strongest that's been received or recorded since the Viv incident. Well, I'm sure it's fine. It's nothing to worry about. Because of that, we applied to Statesec for Emergency Response Authority since this mission required entering the red zone and demanding careful action. The higher-ups dispatched Pretia to assist us in hopes that we could investigate the source of the pulse ASAP. Well, and how we happen to be going to the red zone too. How convenient. Now we're on our way to the source and we spotted the battle you guys were engaged in. Now you mentioned we did just detect something similar. You picked up on it too? If I have a brief account of what happened earlier. Abnormal coordinates retrieved from a third-gen doll's neural cloud. So, Commander, you're investigating third-gen dolls, the third-gen doll you have on your vehicle? I just wanted to find leads on Paradius. Two of you experienced the incident out with me. You understand the connection between third-gen dolls and Paradius? I do, but... I pause to think for a moment. She speaks again. There's hesitation in her voice. Commander, you should know that over Mustard and I've left Statesec. We still collaborate with them due to a great number of unfulfilled contractual terms, so we have access to certain pieces of internal information. Though its incompleteness might trouble you, I still feel that I should disclose some intel to you. Opinions on you are not unanimous within Statesec. Is that so? Well, what are they saying about me behind my back? Yeah, only in turbulent times do men like him be deemed a hero. In times of peace, such men be placed under a category of destabilizing factors. Yeah, the government is scared, man. That's how that gentleman answered me when I asked. Even though Vermaster, Lorelei, and I have all successfully provided proof of your innocence, there remains a fact that your influence on Zavarudo is growing. In a short span of time since the Viv incident, not only did you help overthrow Sect Fobin's factories in the Yell Zone, you also signed a collaboration with the up-and-coming Connection Corporation. These developments cannot be concealed, and more people will turn their attention to you inevitably. Hey, that was worth it. And Lydia needed a break. With just that, Statesec would be glad to see your influence in the Yell Zone grow stronger, but when your influence becomes entangled with matters concerning the relics, then dissenting voices grow louder. Other than Helena, the fact that there's a third gen doll in the Elnamo makes it difficult for you and your supporters to keep proving that you're innocent. Statesec may turn a blind eye to certain things internally, but if this particular issue is a rather critical one, perhaps Ares find a need, they could use this as a pretext to apply far greater pressure. You're suggesting I let the conglomerates take them back, allowing them to keep helping Paradius? Commander, you should know that we would never suggest such. Defy Cleaner in the form of Gryffindors who fought alongside you. There's a no-brainer that we trust you. Everyone within the UNC, such individuals are lacking in number. Well, let's just leave them then and make our own with blackjack and hookers. This is why that gentleman wishes to better understand your current intentions. As a fugitive wandered by the UNC, I assume my intentions are no longer mattered. No, they do matter, not just to that gentleman, it matters to me and to Defy as well. Commander, Angie left us. It was not because she did anything wrong. There aren't many people like you left in this world, Commander. We can't afford to lose any more. Well, unlike you dolls, I mean, it's inevitable. Yeah, if I understand your concerns, but third-gen dolls are the strongest lead I have. I know this is risky in every sense, but if I let such obstacles make me hesitate, things like the Rift incident will happen again and again. Whether it's destroying Paradius Labs, investigating third-gen dolls, or the debacle I caused at Mokash. No, you didn't cause it. You were just dragged into it. I realize that as long as I do something, there's a possibility that I can improve the lives of those I hold dear, even if it's only by a little. That's why I want to keep moving forward on this path, whether I'm labeled a hero or a criminal. These are things I've wanted for a long time. Thanks to that warrant from the UNC, my reservations have been completely cleared away. We've already reached the worst case scenario, so why not just go all out? Yep. No need to hold back anymore. I've already been labeled a terrorist. And as for Angie, whom you mentioned earlier, you could say that the things she once did pushed me to make a decision. Angie did once fall into the dark, but before she left us, what was reflected in her eyes was the dawn. Perhaps I just stubbornly wanted to bring about the world that she and so many others like her envisioned, and now I feel that I can do far more compared to who I was a decade back. Yeah, you don't have all the dolls you had back then, though. You're gonna have to bring them back, man. Strange, isn't it? The forces I can call upon now don't even amount to a 10. Yeah, exactly. Yet still, Commander Frank, your words made me happy, but they also worry me a little. Even so, I'm convinced once again that Defy's choice to follow you was the right one. Thank you. Of course it was. I'm the main character. With that in mind, Alva taps her earpiece. The indicator on her comms module goes dark. She leans in close as she speaks a whisper just beside my ear. Commander, what I'm about to say is a personal reminder from me. If you intend to investigate or make contact with third-gen dolls and the developer behind them in any way, please make sure Vermaster and I are present as your escort. Why? StateSec hasn't reached a conclusion yet, but our available intel is enough for us to derive an obvious one. That our opponent is unlike any enemy we've faced so far, and the extent of the danger is incalculable. Alva then turns her comms module back on, picks up a tablet, and projects a set of coordinates onto the terminal in front of me. Since both leads among us point to the same dangerous region, something likely did happen there. Pretia, can you help me adjust the map to the region that the pulse originated from? Of course I can. I thought you and the commander were going to whisper in private for longer. We're on duty now. Those are just routine work-related discussions. Sure, I understand. Yeah, you can't trick the infiltration expert, I guess. Alright, yeah, sounds like a doujinshi skit already. I think they've been creating him this way on purpose. Yeah, Preeta smiles and projects a map into the air showing the coordinates. Right here. Inside the red zone, 30 kilometers east of Prague Center. The objective is clear. Commander, we should now... I was about to say something, but she's cut off by a sudden commotion. Right after a door that almost opposite opens, Krolik walks in as she argues with the dolls beside her about something. Yet the moment she lifts her head, she stops dead in her tracks as though she just saw a ghost. Why are you here? I look towards Krolik and realize that the Yushi's fruit is no other than Peritia, who has only just arrived on Elmo today for the first time. Yeah, I mean, at the very beginning of the story, like in some of the OG story chapters, I think, yeah, that they did mention there was some history between them. And I wanted everyone to have a nice sit-down conversation after everything was said, but from the look on Krolik's face, it's probably not the right moment for that. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, Krolik, this Peritia, is this the Peritia you've been searching for all this time? Of course. If it weren't for her, forget it. I'm just glad you're safe. I actually have so many things I want to tell you. That was a wonderful place from now on. Why don't you, Hey, Peritia? Saying the confusion in Peritia's eyes, Krolik tentatively calls out the other doll by name. Have you met me before? That seems to be the case. Playing dumb? Alongside is going to express just some confusion to displeasure until finally boils over into a fury that makes her charge forward. There's a limit to how far you could take a joke. I thought you got hauled off to be scrapped by those doll arena bastards back then. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Oh, so she was doing some infiltration in an arena, huh? I was originally planning to thank you properly when I saw you again. What kind of attitude is this? We were, hey. Oh, so they used to be lovers. Oh, that makes sense. You're tanking my rep by reacting like that? Look, guys, Peritia by the car, their eyes lock as though they're trying to dig out memories of herself buried deep within Peritia's neural cloud. The standoff drags on until a tall figure appears, puts his hand on each of their shoulders, and pulls the two of them apart with ease. Please not interfere with state sec personnel on duty. Oh man, ever the professional, huh? That makes sense. They might get at least half the dolls back. I mean, if the first game is over, the second one just has to last another 10 years, right? And then they're going to be able to have everything back. I don't know, man. Actually, no. Considering that the tides are turning, it might be more possible than ever. Yeah, I mean, really thinking about it, we just gotta do something about the payment processors, and things can get better pretty quick. Aha! I'm sorry, Ms. Krolik, I didn't have a chance to explain just now. Peritia suffered damage to her neural cloud in a previous mission. She can no longer remember many things. Oh, damn. So she's not pretending that she doesn't know you? Mission? Neural cloud damage? So you're saying she's with you guys? Uh-huh. The doll arena mission you mentioned was likely one of the incidents that damaged her neural cloud. After StageTech recovered Peritia, they assigned her only to handle support roles in field missions. Peritia doesn't seem to show any additional emotion in response to Krolik's big outburst. She simply smiles politely. A StageSec doll? So when you did all that in the arena, was it for a mission? But if it was for a mission, shouldn't you have looked out for yourself first? Alright, for no cloud is damaged, I can't even ask her about it. Yeah, that sucks, man. You had the chance, man. It must be tough sitting right in front of the person, but knowing you can't reach them. Yeah. Yeah, damn it. Why? Nemesis is the same, too. They all make it so hard for me to rest easy. Krolik says nothing more. Is struck by some kind of serious blow. She does something unlike herself and walks to the corner of the room and sits down quietly. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Valasna steps forward and hands me a document. Commander brought back the doll and called Nemesis as you requested. She appears to have returned to normal and is currently undergoing neural cloud scan in the repair pod. So what's going on? Why did Nemesis suddenly malfunction? Grizzly, can you just kind of detail what happened? Things are pretty chaotic back then. Starting when we were in combat with the enemy, Nemesis ignored several orders in succession and didn't respond. I assume Nemesis had been pinned down by enemy fire and sent Korg to break her free. However, when Korg got close, he realized Nemesis seems different in her usual state. It looked like someone was interfering with her neural cloud. Neural cloud interference again. Sexton said the same thing earlier. Call back how when we accidentally stumbled onto a Paradius religious ceremony, Nemesis reacted strangely to the proceedings. Nemesis and Sexton was malfunctioning one after another. Were they both affected because of that pulse, or was it caused by Paradius? I want to check on Nemesis. Commander? It'll be alright. If you're really that worried, stay by my side, okay? Understood. I'll have the cuck chair ready in the corner, so don't worry, man. It's all gonna be good. Groza follows behind me as we pass through the corridor and enter the maintenance room. Nemesis appears to have regained consciousness. She's undergoing a scan under Mayling's guidance. Mailing, how is she? Doesn't seem like there's anything unusual going on. Miss Helen helped me too, but still, I don't think we found the cause of the malfunction. And Nemesis, how you feeling? She has nothing to say, damn. Well, I forgot to call Krolik over. Thinking about Krolik's state right now, maybe it's better to leave her alone. Surely I should be able to understand Nemesis a little after watching Krolik translate for so long. Steel myself and try speaking with Nemesis directly. Nemesis, did you sense something while fighting the enemy earlier? Flowers swaying, the breeze gathering, parting, both are as haze. Yeah, nope, didn't understand a thing. She's saying that she felt herself being summoned by some kind of decisive fate. Well, luckily someone can translate. Peritia? You can understand what Nemesis is saying? Yeah, I do have this rather unexplainable ability. Does come in handy every now and then, wouldn't you agree? Oh shit! You could be you could be the new Tard Wrangler, especially as the number of them grows. Yeah, it's a very valuable ability. StateSec sending you to assist Defy really was the right call. Far too kind, sir. Still showing off unexpected abilities at critical moments is something I quite proud myself on. In any case, since Miss Krolik's mood hasn't recovered yet, is it alright if I temporarily serve as the translator for this lady? I guess so. A difficult question if I managed to leer something about Nemesis' condition through previous translation. Nemesis explained she lost control of her frame earlier due to some kind of intervention. She vaguely sensed the same thing at the exact moment when Sexton's lost control. Back in combat, however, the intervention suddenly grew stronger, directly causing her to lose control of her frame. As for what the intervention actually means, Nemesis does not make it clear. From her descriptions, it appears that she herself only understands it vaguely, just calls it fate or some kind of behavioral logic that cannot be found anywhere within her neural cloud. These strings of phenomena form an interwoven network of clues enough to suggest that something worth discovering is hidden deep in the red zone. So how are Mailing and the Commander going to handle that? Are they all going to need to get radiation sickness treatments after this? I don't know if they have that at the doll community. You have to head to the red zone to investigate. Yes, let's go. But first, back to the Elmo again. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, gather everyone in the ops room. Yeah, I've been preparing to head to the red zone for a mission. Although it's just recon work, our current situation is very complex and we encounter things we've never had to deal with before. Draw up a list of those participating in this mission based on capability, also based on your willingness to participate. It's been a while, but this will be our first time we conduct a mission inside the red zone. We'll need to make a proper preparation for protective gear and comms equipment. Mailing, take inventory of what equipment is left in the warehouse, and there's no need to go through such trouble. Our helicopter's carrying enough protective gear and comms equipment. Commander, would you be willing to let us join your task force? Of course, that would be wonderful. Then we'll inventory the equipment for this mission. Please inform me of the team size and equipment specifications in a short while. Alright, then, oh, damn it. It just closed on its own. Alright, well, I think, it does sometimes do that with the final line, but that's fine. I guess we're moving out. That's the important bit of info. Alright, so 2 fights. And then I could do the side missions. Okay. And the next one is the one with the hidden item in it. Yes, need swimsuits or something. I think that might help her out, yeah. Alvin and Vamos are in the fitting room checking off the equipment list for the upcoming mission. I take the chance to finalize the personnel coming on the mission. Begin by selecting 404 squad possessing extensive combat experience in red zones to accompany me. Because our special equipment is in limited supply, I can only bring one more squad along, which leaves me feeling somewhat conflicted. Both Monsoon and Zucchero have assisted me on the mission involving priority spaces before. Their performance has been quite reassuring. Besides them, the new dolls who just joined the Elmo may still be in their adjustment periods, but each of them have their own strengths and specialties. After what happened with Sextons, I realize I need to assign a strong, well-coordinated team specifically to keep an eye on her. What's more, we just exposed our location in front of those mercs. I must leave enough forces on the Elmo wait for its own defense. Well, but you moved, though. Like, exposing your location is not that big of a deal if you can move. Yeah, I also have Team Groza. If I pull Team Groza away from the Elmo, I need to get another team to look after Helena and Melanie. Commander, I want a Coom too. Huh? Yeah, you realize we're going into the red zone, right? But then again, she should be fine. I mean, she'll be there without any protective gear, right? Oh, Manny's been peeking at me from the corner of the equipment room ever since I announced the trip into the red zone. Right now, she's on her tiptoes, peering at the mission roster. You want to come? Where exactly do you want to go? I'll go with you and others into the red zone for the investigation. There must be plenty of Proteus traps over there. I can protect you, Commander. Okay, how does Melanie plan to protect me? Do you have a box like Helena's? When he shakes her head. Do you have a way to jam radar so the enemy can't spot us? When he shakes her head again. Then I'll find a way somehow. Right, I can still help. For example, I can disguise myself as one of their Helenas and infiltrate a Proteus base like what I did last time. That way we could go straight in and grab lots of internal Proteus data. Things go well, Commander. You won't need to use as much firepower to destroy their base this time. But last time we were discovered by a Niter really quickly. They won't be caught off guard this time. Besides, how do you know they definitely have Helenas over there? Oh, busted! I only asked that offhandedly, but something clicks and I notice Melanie suddenly shifting her gaze away from me. Has Melanie been hiding something else she knows from me? Right, the way she suddenly insists on coming along with us raises my suspicions as well. Could it be? Melanie, about what happened, or is there something you haven't told me? How did you know that? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Melanie hurriedly puts her hands over her mouth. I knew it. Melanie, do you sense something about the Helenas again? He turns away, showing me her back. I promised that girl that I wouldn't tell anyone about it. That's how she puts it. Melanie definitely did sense the presence of another Helena. And judging by what we know so far, that Helena is somewhere inside the Proteus base, in the depths of the red zone. You're back at Helena once sensed Melanie. If we really do want to get to the bottom of this, bringing Melanie along will make things easier. But should I really bring Melanie to the red zone just for this? It's way too dangerous. Has too much unpredictability to our investigation. So I have to think about whether or not to make this new discovery a secondary objective for the mission. Looks like Melanie still hasn't told me everything. I should get things sorted out with her first. Melanie, why don't you try talking this through this together? Tell me everything you know. If this is important, I'll bring you along and rescue that Helena. Really? Yep, I won't go back on my word. And when he turns to face me after some hesitation. To be honest, I've been immediately hearing that girl's voice ever since you all came back from Liv. Like how you able to sense our Helena? Yeah. That voice is different in that it's always been really faint and weak. I can only hear her at certain particular moments. Particular moments? Yes, she seemed to be in great pain every time I managed to sense her. It feels like something is draining her life dry. Ah, man, is she being used as fuel? No one pulses the connection to third gen does Boojums, yet another Helena. I have no concrete proof yet, but instinct tells me what Melanie described me appears to be tied to the events that Alva and the others have been investigating. You can tell me what the two of you discussed? We didn't manage to talk much, but it seems no great deal about what's happening on the outside, especially things about you, Commander. She knows me? Says an individual nearby who pulls the thread of fate was the reason why she could establish a connection with me. She also brought up the Lviv incident. What did she say? She asked me what became of the people in Lviv after Nirvana opened. Oh man, she knew of Nirvana, huh? The first time it brought up the opening of Nirvana since the Viv incident. I assumed that what happened might have been a hallucination of mine, but now I'm suddenly being told that someone else had witnessed it, and that someone is another Helena, no less. This Helena must be someone important to have to find a wait. I have to find a way to track her down, no matter what. List of things to investigate grows yet again. And that's how we're going to find the Orphaluna Helena? I think so. Yeah, Commander. Melanie tilts her chin up slightly, looking at me with pleading eyes. I told you everything I know. Please, can you take me with you? Melanie says make logical sense, and it doesn't sound like she's making things up to get her way. Besides, the matter of Nirvana is not something she could have thought up. Yeah. Or hacked. What she said is close to the truth, and it's extremely important that we investigate this other Helena. At the very least, it must be listed as one of our main objectives. Wendy's presence does significantly increase the chance of success. Otherwise, we'd be plunging headfirst into the red zone with our radar disabled. And it'll probably take too long to even get a sense of what's happening. Safety is a major concern. Melanie has no need to fret with regards to radiation as an immune individual. We'll have to allocate personnel to protect her should combat happen. At the very least, we must direct her from danger before it's too late. Still, I wish to only probe the locale for now. So avoiding direct combat would be part of the plan. With that in mind, we need to assign an extra squad to ensure Melanie's safety. When the others bought plenty of special equipment that should come in handy. It should help make the issue of our low manpower less of a pain point. Alright, I understand the gist of what you mean. To think, I summoned Groza to me alone. Groza, aside from 404, I also wanted to bring Team Groza along in this mission. Aside from running combat support, your priority will be to keep Melanie safe. You're bringing Melanie? Why? Yep, Melanie has uncovered some new leads that could help with our search. Yeah, thank you, Commander, but let's be clear about this before. You must stay close to Groza and the others, and you're absolutely not allowed to run off on your own. I'll be on my best behavior, I'm sure. Then I and the others do our best to protect Melanie. As for Nemesis, should we make separate arrangements for her? No need, just run the team as you usually do. Be it Nemesis, you or the others in Team Groza, you've all been my companions on the Elmo for the longest. I can't just stop trusting you guys over some unexpected accidents. Commander! Besides, Nemesis does have a number of mysteries surrounding her. I have a feeling that this mission could help us solve them. Understood. Leave the rest of the arrangements to me. This time I won't let you down, Commander. And the roster set from us now goes to the helicopter to bring down the equipment for the mission. While taking stock for our equipment and everything, I noticed aside from basic protective gear, I also have plenty of special equipment that would be hard to find even on the black market. And we may face extreme collapse radiation levels once you enter the red zone. Please wear this protective suit well and equip the radiation isolation device. That protective suit from the equipment hands it to me to try on. Its surface gleams with a strange sheen as it was sprayed with some kind of protective coating. It was probably laminated. Yeah, that's it. Yes, you can misguide all 7 variants of us to unlock the cute and funny Nirvana. Well, there we go. Now we got a goal. Now we know what to do. Yeah, if I'm a protective suit and move and try moving around. Ow, it's suffocating, so tight. It's kind of hard to breathe. Alvin notices my discomfort. She scrambles to explain. Side command, this is an impromptu mission. We didn't have much time to custom order one. I have to ask you to bear with Kevin's gear for now. It's okay, I'm fine. Well, also to loosen some of the straps around my torso and joints. Her shimmering gaze meets mine as she produces a somewhat flustered laugh. Is that better, Commander? Much better. Okay, takes the suit's airtight seal, then hands me a brand new set of comms equipment. Obviously, the shield to communicate, I'll be distributing them to the mission personnel in a short while. Red zone radiation interfere with comm signals. These devices ensure we're able to remain in contact with each other while we're inside. We also have weapon cases loaded with heavy weapons and their ammunition. I distribute some of these to each squad before you depart. Still, these weapons are dangerous, so they need to be used with care. And the pauses then continues with feigned casualness. To be honest, we managed to make it here as easily thanks to Miss Kinda pulling a few strings for us. Oh, so she's able to. So she was able to get out of her interrogation, huh? Well, that's good. Really? So she's been assisting you guys? Seems she's finally found something she wants to do. Indeed. Seems like you may have some issues, though. Though she's currently dealing with a conundrum, she found a way to contact and help us as much as she could. This is why I think we shouldn't worry about her too much. Someone as smart as Miss Clean will always find a way to take care of herself. Told me about a certain something, by the way. I think you might want to know. What'd she say? Says she came across a doll who looked very much like Groza. Oh, we finally found out about what happened on the bridge, huh? Tarzan Groza is probably a doll using a similar frame model. That's one possibility. The claim specifically brought up because the doll's combat capabilities are extremely strong. It's very likely a third-gen doll. So it's a third-gen version of Groza? Got it, I'll keep that in mind. Commander, our prisoner participant militia have been equipped with relevant gear has been distributed to the squad leaders. It's time for us to head out. Well, let's go shoot some shit then. Why not? All right, let's see. I mean, Klukai should be all we need. I mean, I should be able to run up and down. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, you know what? I actually got an idea here. Let's have Klukai here with her full support. Now, Basti's fucking great because she can. She has an AOE stun. That shit is also really damn useful in that fucking tower. Okay. Alright, it does not. Oh shit, I guess I can only hit 3 at a time, huh? I mean, I'll slap him with that later. And I did properly equip Klukai again with the ability to slap multiple enemies now. She doesn't have her boss key equipped. Can I get all these guys? Oh man. Yeah. These faces are gonna get wrecked. Klukai is all we need. Alright, yup. Just did everything. Alright, this next one is the one that has the secret item in it, so don't let me forget it. Sky darkens as the Elmo approaches the red zone. Our radar fails entirely 2 hours into the red zone to prevent intense radiation from damaging the Elmo's electronic equipment. I decide to lead the mission team on foot into the depths of the red zone, while Mailing pulls the Elmo back to the edge, awaiting our contact. The landscape is a barren waste, only sparse remnants of tree trunks and dry grass strewn about. Here a deathly brew wreaked its ghastly vapors upon this plain, rendering unto all life who unwittingly drank its an inglorious end. Thy name was Collapse. Thy life fell in twain. Well, that's unfortunate. As with death, we see naught but silence. As they finally cross the indistinct boundary zone and are greeted by the red zone's iconic, ominous scenery, the very culprit that drained all life from this place. A vast sea of collapse epiphyllum known as Hell's Paradise. At some point, the has completely vanished from the radar. Aside from internal squad comms, our surroundings are as quiet as the empty void. Nothing here that can prove our existence aside from our own physical sensations. Beneath our feet, the translucent radiation dust-stained petals shimmer with a faint glow akin to cooling embers. I smell a metallic ionizing odor, spreading through the air around me, even through my protective suit. Ah, shit, man, it must really be stanky. Try to avoid these flowers as we move forward. Anders just took a read. The radiation near for flowers is more than a dozen times higher than the surrounding areas. The epiphyllums are currently in their absorption phase. Let's hurry through. What Anders refers to is one of the defining traits of the collapse epiphyllum. They interact with collapse radiation in the environment, absorbing it under certain conditions, releasing it in others. The Project Eden I intervened in and with had hoped to use such principles for energy generation. That technology has since become a secret known only to me. During the collapse of a film's absorption phase, collapse radiation levels in the vicinity drop, but that's only temporary. The inexperienced would lower their guard upon seeing the seemingly safe levels on their instruments. That's nothing but deception, the calm before the storm. Once the release phase arrives, the radiation levels surge, rendering most protective equipment in rendering most protective equipment in a grand cascade. Any creature unable to take shelter in time will be devoured by the collapsed radiation, and in mere moments, plunge them into an abyss of no return. So they're gonna die. They're gonna die horribly and painfully. So we better get through this quick. The absorption phase means the ambient radiation levels are relatively low at the moment, but even so, an ordinary person cannot survive here for long without protection. Yet despite the harshness of the environment, it's also a strange, unsettling quiet. No one tried to stop us on the way here. We haven't found a single tiny eyelid critter scurry by either. And we're almost at the coordinates. Good. All units enter alert level 1. Dolls raise their weapons one after another, lowering their stances and slowing the pace alongside mine. Uh-oh. Did someone bump you? They're passing through a thick mist of radiation particles that unfolds before us is a sight I never imagined I'd see deep inside a red zone. An intact, towering, magnificent, yet antique palace. Oh shit, this is the base, man. This is where we're gonna have to do everything. Okay. The mist, the banner of the heavens. Nemesis, you've been here before? A beautiful vista of bygone days gathered into echoes among the clouds. This place has stirred some of Miss Nemesis' memories. I studied the exterior of the old castle carefully, but find no clear signs of anything unordinary, even though it clearly shouldn't be here. Ancient structure of bygone era, the spires that adorned its towers have long since crumbled, leaving jagged hollows that spear the sky. The narrow arched windows are hollowed eye sockets, and some yet filled with remnants of their stained glass. Stained glass sclera that faintly glimmered in the dusk's fair embrace. So it's not been getting maintained properly. We're going to have to fix that. Yeah, we're going to have to call the carpenters in here to fix this place up. This could be our red zone base, once we purge Paradius from it anyway. Main doors lie open, no longer withholding their bounty from the world beyond. The iron that clad its hinges had rusted so thoroughly that it has painted the wood with haphazard strokes of oxidized crimson. The family crest carved by the gates was far too weathered to make out any fine details. On their mains was the rough outline of a shield that made its center. Truthfully, I feel uncertainty boil from within my core. Was this a mere mirage that has been invoked by the collapse that encompasses us all at this very moment? Nothing but an irradiated midsummer night's dream? Commander, this is the place! I can feel it, the girl's presence. We're getting closer. And raised her hand, pointing in the direction of the castle. When it's quotes on the offline map also point right here. Then, yeah, let's investigate, gang. All that's missing is we need to split up. Nothing ever goes poorly when we split up. Yeah, let's split the party, gang. Dolls raising the webs as the vanguard. We cautiously approach the massive Bayudin before us. With the shattered panes of Technicolor glass, I catch faint glimpses of refined antique furnishings inside. Despite having been subject to cruel elements, there remains a microcosm of a time centuries past. And is this castle also a Paradius base? No, wait, something feels off. Commander, radiation interference is too strong here. We can't pick up any signals nearby. Our equipment is to pick up any active heat sources here, but something could still be hiding on the lower levels. Not picking up any noise or a signal here either. In the same conclusion, we can only gather info on what's on the surface for now. Many of you sensing anything? Haven't sensed any other presence aside from that girl's distress signal. Indeed, we haven't picked up on any clear signs of danger, and that Helena that actually does seem to be here. Clear, I take forward for the perimeter and keep watch for any movement. Secure a retreat. You have to report immediately if you spot anything suspicious. Grozava, let's try going in to take a look. If you're going in, then at least let me. It's all right. Don't worry. If it looks like it's just an abandoned Bayudin. If we notice anything off, we'll tuck our toes between our legs and run for the hills. Besides, Money says the girl is here. We have to at least go in and try to investigate. Fine. I'll keep watch outside. Be careful in there, everyone, especially Commander. We will. Ava Groza, let's go. Approach the rust-spotted door. Groza takes the lead, becoming the first to step through the doors of the castle. Silence. Absolute silence. The alarms that subconsciously expected do not blare, leaving part of me feeling rather unsated. Arava is met only by the ominous silence that shrouds the heart of the red zone. Well, what if the alarms are blaring? They're just not audible to you. It's a silent alarm, and they're just scrambling their forces down below now. I push the doors open and take a step inside the castle. The interior is not as dilapidated as I had assumed. Damp stones set with brick walls on both sides. Leads up to the Great Hall. Faintly warm light of dusk filters through the multicolored glass windows, casting columns of varied hues across the great structure. In the Great Hall, a table is surrounded by several velvet chairs arranged loosely. Two leather armchairs appear to have been warped from long-term use. The leather is polished to a shine, suggesting that someone once lived there for a long period of time. I wonder how recently that was used. How much collapse radiation is on it? Castle appears to have been used after the war for a long time too. Maybe this area only became a red zone recently. It'd be great if we could find some records about it. Lenny, you sure this is the place? I am. I still can't pinpoint the exact location, but I look around. Searching this whole castle will take too long. Let's try to wrap this up ASAP. We can't linger here too long. Ava, you gotta search the upper floors of the staircase. Groza will go through the corridor over there and search the rooms in the back. Understood. I was splitting off from Ava and the others. Team Groza and I moved down the corridor and into the back of the castle. It appears to have made of several bedrooms. After confirming there are no sounds inside, upon the brass handle of the room nearest to me. Human-sized decorated similar to the reception hall. At the moment I push the door open, a scent of dust and faint mildew hits my nose. Stark contrast to the candlelit air of the Great Hall. My room isn't very spacious. Its furnishings are simple. Half the space has been taken up by a bed. Several stacks of documents lie on the desk, their tabs already yellowed. Forgotten corner of this grandiose castle, it seems. Can't find any useful documents there. Prognosis guarding the resters begin searching through the corners of the room. An old-fashioned antique feel coats the room. Electronic devices are rare. The bookshelf leaning against the wall is neatly lined with thick volumes, mostly classical texts and novels from a bygone era. Well, preserve them now while you have the chance. I leaf through them without much thought. Something suddenly slips out from one of the books. What's this? Pick up a slip of paper, what seems to be someone's reading notes. The conscripts are being blurred somewhat, but I can still tell that a Wayman's probably wrote it. I read through carefully, but find nothing noteworthy. The signature reads Elif N. It seems to be the owner of this book. I pocket the note and prepare to continue searching. I hear Colfin from the other side of the room. Commander found something interesting under the bed. Oh, it's the owners of the castle that hid from us and are having sex. Yeah, for sure. Note to see a Colfin holding a battered terminal with her hand. Can it be turned on? Let me try. I'm going to try pressing the power button. The screen flickers on for an instant before going dark again. Ran out of battery. Try connecting it to me for a bit, though. Wait, don't do that yet. Hold on to it for now. Bring it back for Dandelion to sift through. Yep, don't want to get a virus. But nods and slips the terminal into her pack. If I seem to find everything worth looking at in this room, then let's make our exit. Yeah, bring Melanie along and head to the into the corridor with Team Groza. Alva's voice comes through the comms as we're about to search the next room. Commander, we're taking fire on the 3rd floor. I mean, wouldn't we have heard that? The enemy is... Oh, and then nothing. Looks like Nemesis is getting hacked again. Fall, rebirth, the heat, wanders far, sisters. Hey, look at those dolls. What? I don't know when they arrived, but a number of dolls have appeared at the far end of the corridor. Covered in a cloud of dust, illuminated by faint light, finally make out what they look like. Same dark skin, same tied ash gray hair, same fine pupils, same calm sharp eyes that belong only to a marksman. Are we gonna have to take out Nemesis's sisters now? Aw, they are Nemesis. We're gonna have to collect one of them for ourselves. They're not using sniper rifles, though. Yeah, wait, are they Nemesises too? Now, that doesn't matter. Right now, they're our enemies. That was a water gun. Yeah, eliminate all dolls. Order received. Huh? Wait, it wasn't me. I can actually understand what they're saying. Yeah, this isn't time to be worrying about that sort of thing. No, that proves they're not actually Nemesis if we can understand them. How are you, Nemesis? Can you still fight? The light swirling. She said yes. Alright, in the event, let's think of a way to get out of here first. With extreme violence. Yeah, that's the item right there. Alright, so this is... There's only 3 of them, huh? Eliminate all enemies. Probably do that. Ah, you know, Lynn would be pretty good here, too. Yeah, she could probably slap them all. Actually... That might be the best way to go. Oh, no. No, that's probably. Shit, can I reach? Nah. Damn. Oh, that doesn't even do that much damage. Fuck. Well, let's just get the item. I should at least be able to slap 2 of them. Ah, that's building up something. Alright, I hope this isn't gonna go poorly. Like, because I got no defense. I don't know if I'm gonna have to go and pick up a defense unit here. Okay, she's broken now. Ah, shit, I can't hit them all. That sucks. I guess I'm gonna have to make do with only slapping 2 of them at a time. Oh, wow. Yep. If I'm not behind cover, yep, I think I actually do gotta take this fight seriously. Wait, what? Did more just spawn? Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, yep, I actually have to have some tanks up front to take that damage. I can do that. Yeah, Derek's do to the 5. Alright, gang, let's split up. Me and Melanie will attack the bedroom. The rest of y'all do what you will. Sounds like a good plan. Alright. Yep. These guys I actually have to take somewhat seriously. Okay. You know, I wonder if I can stun them with Yeah, okay, I can see them now. Yeah, there's like no cover around them either, and this cover is destructible. Yeah, this looks rough. Yeah. So, I guess I'm gonna... Alright. Yep, we're gonna do my usual defense combo here. Now, as for... you know what? I could buy myself a turn with Voimast, you know? And then... oh, you know what? This is gonna be impossible now. Yeah, because Lorelai's invincibility... that's gonna make a big difference. There we go. So they're stunned now. Okay, you just go pick that up. Okay. Alright, this should be fine. So you go here. Can I? Okay, so I can place this in a way where it hits two of them. Alright, now they got their invincibility shields. Now I could get Voimastana right in the middle there. So her ability will hit all of them on their next turn. Yep, Springfield, of course. Alright, boost everyone's HP. Okay, this is a little bit better. Alright, Honduras can just go up. Yeah, she could just go over there. Oh, you know what? We can surround that one just to make sure she doesn't move. I don't need to pop the shield yet because they're not going to attack me anyway. Man, Nemesis is pretty tough in this form. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh, so they get a shield when that hits, huh? Now how big of a shield? Okay, it's not that bad. Okay. Okay, that's one down. Alright, 75, 85. Okay. Oh. Now they're taking a little bit more damage. Oh! Ha! Yeah. They're taking a little bit more damage now, just a tiny bit. You know, let's risk it. Let's park her like right there. We'll see how useful that invincibility is, but I gotta get all of them in range of her her ability there. And then you got a shield too, huh? Now we pop Honduras' shield. See, I'm surviving this one now, aren't I? Look at that, no damage. God, that is so useful. Lorelei is just OP as fuck. I mean, you need to start moving forward. I mean, I do need to wipe that one out while I can. I guess that's the next one. Okay, these ones don't have those shields. Yeah, Voimastana can't benefit from cover anyway, so it really doesn't matter where I place her, to be honest. Yeah, these ones here don't have any shields. Alright, let's trap that one in the corner there. Yeah, she ain't going anywhere. Alright, and Lorelei gets to go. Aww. Okay, I think this is close enough. I think that'll still actually affect her. Nope, it only works for that guy. Damn. Well, now I can move her again. This is gonna be more useful in the future. I don't really care if she's out there in the open, because she's got that damage nullification anyway. See? Alright, there we go. Looks like the problems are all getting solved. They do less damage if you're further than 3 tiles away. Well, it's a good thing I'm so far back then, huh? I mean, they do no damage thanks to Lorelei. I'm gonna go right next to him. Well, not right next to him, but... Oh, that was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, this way, Commander. Yeah, that was it, huh? I just ended it, alright. After temporarily fending off the dolls who look near identical to Nemesis, we find the main entrance that we entered from to be shut. Thus, our only option is to take the stairs deeper into the castle in search of another way out. No, we're being led to the other Helena. The remaining enemies keep chasing us without end. Defy catches up to us so that Team Groza can cover Melanie and I as we fall back to a safer position behind the lines. Kofan and Krolik turn around the corner after confirming the area is safe. They push open a narrow oak door beside them. Oh, it's a dead end. Endless stairs revolving reach the first shadow. You mean there's a way out from here? Probably. Of course, there's Nemesis skeptically. Nemesis gives her an affirmative nod in return. Krolik begins running her hands along the wall opposite of the room before tapping out a rhythm on one of the blocks. There it is, Commander. There's a hidden path. Should we go in? Nemesis against waivers not. Let's go in and take a look. Groza and Krolik carefully but swiftly swing open the hidden door built into the brick wall. It's totally dark inside. I'll switch on their lights on the head equipment, allowing me to finally take in the layout of this room by their dim glows. So I get a feeling that this layout feels kind of familiar, but can't remember. I've seen it before. Chilvig's lab? That might be it. Oh wait, did Twitch ban Asmongold? Is it a permanent ban? Or is it just another temporary one? Oh man, that's gonna be inconvenient if it lasts any decent amount of time. I don't know, I think he's been kind of ready to burn his bridges with Twitch for a while though. I think he might be fine. So I guess from that, yep, seen it before. The decor of this room we're in is quite different from anything I've seen so far. Rather, this place isn't came to call the room more like a cold, sterile lab. Massive coach tank stands in the middle of the room. Countless neatly arranged pipes run along the ceiling and floor, stretching into darkness beyond. Ah, is it here? Commander, this is the place. I can sense her presence. When he goes, let's go with my hand, rush over to the culture tank's edge to inspect it closely. Follow Melanie over to find the tank empty. Nothing's left besides the dry residue of culture fluid. Are we too late? A lab? I hate this. No way. No! Don't worry, Melanie. We're all here with you. No one's gonna hurt you. To help reassure Melanie, I lift her into my arms while doing my best to get as much information in the darkness as I can. After carefully examining the room, I confirm this place is very similar to where we rescued Melanie. The same lab equipment, same facility layout, even the same plant-style culture tanks. On the side of the coach tank, a metal nameplate reflects a faint glow. H35, so this is her designation, but she really was supposed to be right here. Why is she gone? So she able to find no other rooms. Right then, the sound of disordered footsteps arrives near the door. Dawsey drove back early, have caught up to us once more. Commander found the secret passage Nemesis mentioned and leads outside the castle. Should we retreat? The trouble we took to find these clues, we don't want to leave without finding the girl Melanie spoke of. But Commander said insertion was only meant to be a reconnaissance op. The huge number of enemies we face and the lack of support is best we extract to ensure the safety of both Melanie and you. I understand. The girls are over. We're falling back for now. Push open door, slide down the hidden passage, leading safely to the ground. As sound of pursuit fade behind us, we make it back outside the castle unharmed. Just as Vermasa and the last of our group lands on the ground, a voice suddenly speaks from behind us. Yeah, greetings, esteemed guest, or perhaps you're more used to being called the Commander. Wait, is that the girl that was in Leva's memories? I don't know. Alright, what I do know is we got those side missions to do. Alright, Transcending Decay. That doesn't sound very pleasant. This looks like a quick and easy cleanup. I don't think we need to go full defense at the moment. Famous last words. So let's try for some fun again. Alright, very good. Oh, you know what? I think I do recall that she gave that she gets a blade bonus, or like other sword users. I just read her abilities this morning and already forgot. But let's see how good those are. Oh wow, that's gonna pop their shields immediately, huh? Oh, yep. So they do get a bonus of some kind. Okay, is this gonna detonate that guy? Oh no. Oh shit, that's not good though. I think he's gonna detonate next turn. I'm gonna have to take that asshole out. Ah shit, just a little bit too far, huh? Okay, I can still hit the guys though. Springfield looks sexy in that purple dress. Yeah, she looks sexy in anything, but yeah, that dress does do wonders, huh? Nah, you could just go back. Damn, it's still not gonna be enough to take it out, huh? And that, oh, you know, Fetusa still did get her, she still did get her little bonus. Okay, no, this might be okay. Yeah! Oh, no, I gotta be in range of that guy, too. Okay, I may be able to finish him off. Yep. I just didn't want that thing exploding and one-shotting Sextons now. That would have been very inconvenient. Okay, that's all of them except for those two that are gonna respawn later. Alright, Ulrid, you'll get your chance next turn. Just wait for now. Oh, you know what? Maybe the sniper would be yeah. That's a better one. She should be able to take him out. And then do the last one over there. Alright, then I should be able to finish the rest of these off like so. Oh no, never mind. I can't do that anyway. Nice. That is some good synergy right there. Don't do this move enough. And Klukai, yep. There you go. That was a good combo. Wasn't too bad. Alright, that looks about right. Now, considering Ulrid didn't act in the first turn at all. Yeah, boss fight incoming. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's a boss fight at the end of every one of these. Oh, I wanted to click and drag. I didn't want to... Although I could just use my keyboard keys to do that. That's a lot less risky. This is fun. I should be able to slap all of these guys. Okay, if I just take you there. Yeah. But if I... Okay, I may want to go here. Oh, no, actually... Can I... Oh, never mind. Yeah, they all have the same range. Okay, good. Get them! Alright, now get him again! These bears might pose a little bit of a problem. But, yeah, you know what? Orid can take care of that. Damn, dude, these, this, electric, man, that damage spreading, that might be, more useful than the main attack itself. Ah, okay. I guess that's as far as you go then. Nah, I don't need to waste any of the big moves on you. And then Kukai can just chill in the back. She's the manager right now. She's just overseeing everyone else. That did a lot. Ah, and then she does transcend elevation. So that means she can wreck face. All right, Orid, you finish the job. Take care of that fucking frog. Problem solved. Yeah, because then you game for use along with Sexton instead of waiting for the Journey rerun. Well, both of them are pretty good. I think Sexton's might be a meta character, at least given how useful she is. But that can change, though. Like, there's a lot of characters that used to be meta, and now they're just not anymore. So, this all can get shuffled up as new units get introduced. Yeah, damn frogs. Yeah, I just can't stand the ones that spawn the fucking, like, ice balls all over the map. Those are, like, my most hated variants. Okay, now we're in Battle 5. The progenitor and its offspring calibrate each other with their collective consciousness within the twisted cage they call a family. Oh, this is going to be a Boojum fight, I think. Greetings, esteemed guest, or perhaps more used to being called the Commander. Turn around and find that 3 enormous creatures have somehow surrounded us. Yep, triple Boojum. 3 Boojums, and each at least 5 meters tall, block our retreat from 3 directions. But there's no intent to attack. Instead, they crouch low in unison with the figurative 3 Boojum Cerberus stands before us. They're all waiting like obedient dogs, ready to do their master's bidding. The Boojums all have the same electronic collar fastened to a different part of their body, all glowing faintly. The collars seem to be connected via an invisible leash extending towards somewhere deep within the sea of flowers. And at the end of that leash is a girl who looks about the same age as Melanie, holds an iron ring in her hand. She walks through the endless epifilm, moving closer to us one step at a time. Movements are light and graceful. She wears no protective equipment at all, which is enough to confirm that she is not human, at least not an ordinary human. And nice to meet ya. Oh shit, looks like she came from Land of the Lustrous, potentially. Used to give my shortcomings in hospitality, sir. As her figure steadily goes clear, I am at last able to see her properly. We should recruit her to the party, too. Why not? And Space Force Bruins, the 5, the bad part of gacha games, the meta is ever shifting. Electric Bill. Yeah, although thankfully, if you get some really good characters, you could, I mean, they can more than carry you for years. So you really only have to update every few years on average. Yeah, new banner, new meta. Not all the time. Like a lot of times they do have banner characters that are mid at best. You only roll on them for because they're waifus. She can't be human since she wears no protection, yet her exposed limbs are flawlessly perfect. Well, except for the part that's a crystal. With not the slightest trace of being a doll or a knight, or only possibility is that she's a disguised doll using a high-end disguise frame or an item. But somehow, perhaps because we've already seen so many dolls, can't shake the feeling she is something much stranger. The girl has an expression that borders on serene, although she stands before more than a dozen T-dolls. With their weapons trained on, her eyes seem to reflect none of the enmity she must see. She cooms to a halt, lifts the hem of her skirt to her fingertips, and gives me a graceful curtsy. When she sees I grant her no reply in return, the girl doesn't move forward. Instead, she tilts her head. Mother said that you are an esteemed guest, yet you intrude upon my abode, absent of the intent to explain thyself. Your abode? Shock should not come upon you. I, my mother, and my older sisters, here we once lived all together. Girl lifts a gaze like the old castle before her. Now only I remain here, and the loneliness does grasp my heart from time to time. But mother told myself such that we would soon meet, bringing my older sister along with thee. Hope escaped me, for I was convinced the tree would surely not bear fruit, but to my delight, you appear afore me. It seems the thread of fate really does connect you and I. Hearing the girl's words, my eyes drift to Nemesis, though she does not show anything on her face. Some kind of sorrowful shadowed atmosphere seems to be looming over her ever since earlier. She remains silent. So, Commander, did you not bring my older sister with you? I know who you mean by older sister. You don't know? It seems the truth should not meet between us and our dance of words, for your heart is close to me. How hurtful. No, it's because you've classified me as an enemy, isn't it? Based on what I know, you're a deeply gentle person, but never one to hesitate when it comes to what must be done. Since you've classified me as an enemy, I may as well shoot me dead. You may very well shoot me dead in the next moment. Perfectly fine indeed, that'll be most apt. Girl speaks calmly, as such words contain no emotion whatsoever. I find myself getting more and more confused. I've been always able to quickly tell if someone's a doll or not, but this time I can't tell. To prevent thee from hotly attacking and thus disrupting the most precious exchange, allow me to jog your memory on a few things. For instance, a certain third-gen doll you rescued in the L-Zone, whose frame you then repaired. You'd be willing to return her, Commander? I would be so grateful. Yeah, the older sister she mentioned must be Sexton's, then she must be a third-gen doll as well. The mother could be the same person Melanie spoke of. I mean, I bet Melanie is the older sister, but just a guess. The girl does give me much time to think. She raises the leash in her hand. The three Boojums let out low growls, one after another. If you mean Sexton, she's not here right now. This humble self understands your misgivings. However, rest assured, you may return her with peace of mind. I may know a will towards my older sister, simply wish to see her, that is all. Art thus seeking to barter with mine older sister as a chip? Unfortunately, it seems I don't seem to have anything I could trade with apart from guaranteeing the lives of yourself and your compatriots. Her frame suffered severe damage, her neural cloud is almost completely destroyed. She's of no further use to people like you. That's why you folks discarded her in the yellow zone, no? Me behind the question eludes me, for I have done no such thing. Might you perhaps be stalling for time? Or perhaps trying to extract intelligence? Or have I been designated as a tactical target? This face may express her tone carries a faint sense of curiosity. Most interesting. Mother once regaled you as a top-tier master tactician, one of the very few folks she respects. Indeed, you truly are different from the others of your kind. I'm keen to learn from thee. Might you tell your dolls to ease? These little ones won't attack, but if you do not respond in kind, there may be an accident on our hands. No, not even a hint. Just outright, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, I bear you no ill will at present, Commander. And Constantine Kuga's voice during the middle of laying out tactics stops abruptly. I express my thanks to reciprocate your kindness. I'm going to provide an answer to the question that plagued you. Much appreciated. Mother said that my older sisters had already joined other organizations. That is the freedom offered to them. So whether they wish to return or not, Mother's no intention of interfering. Still, to us, my older sisters are also members of the family. Wanting to lear more about them is only natural. Now, Lear, haven't you ever met the other third gen dolls before? Met, yes, but back then they had only been born and didn't have the ability to communicate. Some information can only be acquired through conversation. I'm only permitted to leer via conversation. Thus I say, I really do want my older sisters back, as I can study her and leer things like sisterly love and how to express affection towards family. Wouldn't it be better to have someone specific to leer that from? Commander, will you hand over my older sister back to my arms now? No. No, we're gonna have to fight the Boojums. I already saw that we're gonna be fighting them in the little preview of the fight, so no. Now, what a touching speech, but how unfortunate. After witnessing Paradise's deeds, my heart has only grown so much colder towards you all. How truly unfortunate indeed. Could tears beset your determination, I would have partaken. Well then, your pieces are now on the board, no? Please make your move. Yes, since you have expressed refused to return my older sister of mine, I will have to take another form of compensation. This is my first time engaging in real combat. Here I shall seek your generous guidance. Uh-oh. One of the beast-type Boojums are inside a deafening roar, pawing up the dust from the ground with its hoof claws. The dolls take their stands in front of Melanie and me, and I hear metallic click of bullets being chambered. Alright, and a bunch of... Alright. And more than a dozen students gunfire tear through the icy air, swarming the third-gen doll behind the Boojums. Yet the girl from afar simply leaps upward as light as a fairy. Every bullet skims the outline of her figure, not even brushing the hem of her dress. She lands back behind the three Boojums the very next moment, her dispassionate gaze showing not even a single flutter of emotion. I see no special tactical response is possible in such a situation. These weapons seem rather primitive, uncivilized. Might you afford any others? Looks like we'll have to go all out. That opens up with the dolls over the second volley covering my retreat. As some kind of high-strength force field envelops the girl. She walks forward slightly. The bullets seem to halt in mid-air around her like flies against glass, falling once they've spent all their kinetic energy. Ah, so she's just like that one girl in Metal Gear Solid 2, huh? I see. Her movements now beyond what can be described as fast. As the dolls focus their fire on her, she suddenly vanishes. Next moment, that flawless face appears just outside the visor, attached to my head cover. She gently strokes my mask, her lips turning into a slight pout. The thing is rather bothersome, but if I take it off, you'll die, won't you? My humans are stuck with such inconvenience. Commander! The girl attacks me to the ground. The other dolls rush between the girl and me just in time. She doesn't attack. She instead she acts like a child entering a petting zoo. She focuses on touching the doll's hair and skin a few times each, as she's trying to get acquainted with some cute little animals for the first time. So this is what they feel like. Now she gazes at her fingertips and moved by the experience. Girl takes a chance to scoop me up, pointing me back with the other dolls. The smell of gunpowder begins to spread in the patch of soylent forest. Well, not soylent anymore. Next move, Alpha Master position themselves deep in the forest behind the girl in advance. Launch a rocket straight at her, hidden among the countless streams of bullets. Well, how could a rocket hide among bullets, though? Unless the bullets are literally, like, forming a wall. The shrill sound of the rocket reaches her position in an instant. She has no time to dodge it, no matter what. A faster explosion casts her slim shadow against the surrounding trees, swaying violently in the kicked-up cloud of dust. As the smoke clears, you see the girl still standing there, completely unharmed. Her right hand is slightly spread open, seemingly still saving the sensation from earlier. Even with the wreckage of the rocket still burning at her feet, she does not move a single step. What? That's impossible to equip a T-Doll with a force field this strong. Force field? Speaking of something I need not, emitting energy at a certain frequency is enough. No? By the way, Commander's compensation for your intrusion, your attacks on me, and your refusal to return my sister. Allow me the privilege of a touch. Instantly, the girl finishes speaking. Cool guy girls are standing right in front of me to a body block. The girl suddenly gets flung aside. She appears in front of me, tilting her head, looking up at my face. I raise the pistol and fire at it, but she dodges the bullet with a slight tilt of her head, then raises a single finger towards me. That finger swiftly pierces through my protective suit, easily puncturing through the bullet-resistant material, tearing into my flesh. And that's how you touch somebody right there. Commander? So that's how it is. She doesn't try to stop Gross from desperately dragging me away. Just stands there in the midst of the dolls encircling her, raising her slender right index finger to gaze at the glistening red bead of blood upon it in an unhurried manner. Yeah, now the commander's gonna need to get some radiation therapy there. And then the girl places her fingertip into her mouth with an expression of pure curiosity in her eyes. So that's the flavor of the ichor that courses through the veins of those partially immune. Truly fascinating, I think. Current mood is so many sensations that run up inside me at once. Your group may use this chance to escape, Commander. I'll take some time to process my feelings and emotions. This span of time is the gift I'm giving you. I hope that you manage to live on. Girl turns around, the back to her, she begins walking away with a spring in her step. As for the Boojums she left behind, their charm causing their bodies have vanished. They revert back to their bestial nature in a single moment. Their distinct faces twisting and expressions of bone-chilling savagery. Our objective is to retreat, prepare for combat. So the Boojums aren't going to fight each other. After confirming that none of our weapons... yeah, see, it really does... like, the last line, it preemptively ends it sometimes. I'm quite sure I don't have the autoplay on, though. Alright, triple Boojum fight. Here we go. Alright, they're dire Boojums, too. They're like regular Boojums, but dire. Okay, I just have to lower their HP. Yeah, well, let's bust out the fire team this time. All right, this should give me good results. All right, can I place this in a way that I can hit all three of them? Yes. Yes, I can. And then she can move again later. Alright, she can move back and still snipe. Oh, I guess I can't enter that area. That's fine. Let's fry him. Yeah, that one. Oh, actually, no. Both of the side ones have taken quite a bit of damage. Ah, man. Okay, that should at least finish that one off. And I'm burning. Yeah. Okay, that's 1 out of 3 down. Yeah, the big one in the middle seems to be the true boss. Oh, so I can't actually kill him. Oh, shit. Oh, even if I take them down to 0, they still don't die. Let me just double check that. Yeah, they're literally just not gonna die. Okay, that's no big deal. I think that one's gonna, yeah, that one's gonna get its health lowered just by default as I do my other attacks. I don't think I gotta worry too much. Yep. Well, actually, no, that one didn't take any damage yet. Okay. Can I... Oh, yeah, I could get all three of them now. Get him, Sakura. Yeah, I don't think I get any benefit from taking him down to 0, really. Other than just saying I did. Alright, finish him. The Captain Planet giving them the forest boost. Yeah, I mean, they're inside of all these fucking toxic-ass flowers. That does make sense. Yeah, that's a really useful skill for a sniper, by the way, being able to move twice like that. Let's see if I could get him down there. That might have been enough. Nope, not yet, huh? Okay, I think that might have been it for the invincibility shield. But this should be the end of it right here. This should be the end of the fight. There we go. Yeah, gonna take the Boojums down to 0. Well, one of them was almost at 0. When they're attacked by 3 Boojums, the ground beneath me trembles as the action shakes up radioactive dust that whirls through the air. The dolls beside me focus fire on what seems to be the smallest, weakest Boojum. With sheer effort, we managed to create a relatively safe path for us to make a temporary retreat. Make a beeline to the edge of the red zone under the accompaniment of thunderous gunfire. Bullets streak past my face, drawing searing hot lines of air in our vicinity, kicking up plumes that assault my nose with gunpowder and smoke. Good thing these Boojums didn't seem interested in chasing us to the end. We stopped hearing the Boojums' shrill screams after we hid behind the earthen rampart in a grove of dead trees. Our surroundings returned to an eerie silence unique to the red zone. I grasped for air, taking deep breaths through the protective suit's filtered mask. Suddenly, sweet, iron-tasting liquid starts welling up in my throat. It coughs heavily. Blarg! Commander! Did the protective suit's internal circulation systems break down? The radiation protection feature of the suit were already compromised when it was pierced. Commander, your vital signs aren't looking good. Yeah, no, neither is the front of my visor, in case you can't tell. That's fine. Yeah, I'm alright. Cool down. We should first take care of the issue in front of us. I'm currently not too sure why that third Gen DOS only wanted us to hand Sextons over, but the experimental equipment we found proves that's indeed one of Proteus's bases. Looks like they want to use Sextons for something. Since they didn't chase us down, they must be aiming for the Elmo next. Announced Proteus going back to Elmo ASAP, prepared to fend off a possible enemy attack. Another important thing, we find the equipment storing Helena is back there, but we couldn't find where they hid H-35. Once they're back on the Elmo, we should gather as much manpower as we can and find a way to rescue that girl. After we found out the chain of command and asked them to reinforce us ASAP. Shall I get going then? Let's strive to reach the Elmo before night falls. Beep beep. Familiar beep in my communicator reaches my ears. I usually hear it many times on a daily, but I haven't heard this one since I ventured into the red zone until now. It's a call from the Elmo. Let me guess, we're under attack! I looked down and see on the screen of the communicator as a single faint signal bar flickering on and off. I quickly answered the call. Yeah, finally connected. Commander, what's wrong, 30 minutes ago, the Elmo was attacked by mercenaries of unknown origin again? There are more of them? Honest feeling was up in my chest. Looks like that was the case already been pinpointed. Right now, we have no means of breaking free from our pursuers. Is everyone alright? We've been able to confirm the enemy's identity? Can't confirm the identity now, but they don't seem to be the same group as the previous ones. We deployed 3 squads from the Elmo to engage them. They're sustaining injuries of varying degrees, but we managed to repel them. Understood. We'll set out immediately. So, no, Commander, something else just happened. Discovered that Miss Sexton's had broken free of her restraints and we returned to the Elmo. What? Seemed to be controlled by something. We had no way to stop her from leaving without injuring her. So Sexton's isn't on the Elmo right now? Indeed. Tried to search the surrounding area after she escaped, but we couldn't find her. Footprint tracking indicates she headed into the red zone alone sometime after leaving the Elmo. And it shouldn't be too hard to find footprints from something that heavy. Yeah, that was a bad touch the commander got. Even radar, information, even our equipment can't. Bzzzt. Communicator returns to emitting only static and Helen's voice is cut off with it. For a moment, no one speaks. Now, I knew that the enemy would target the Elmo, but I didn't think that they'd act this fast. They haven't given me even a moment to catch my breath. For we say we deliberately parked the Elmo at the edge of the red zone in a single blind spot. In fact, that the enemy started attacking us quickly means they've been watching us for a long time. The ambush that happened before we left also, with coordinates and sections, neural cloud, and the pulses Money sensed, all a bait to lure us away. If that's the case, according to the info Helen gave us, Sexton's entered the red zone about half an hour back. You have to find her before the enemy does. Everyone, you heard what was said. If Sexton's really did enter the red zone, we have to find her ASAP. So I don't know why exactly I'm so fixated on her, but if she falls back into Brad's hands, things would get really troublesome for us. What's more, she's one of us now, so you absolutely can't leave her behind. I can tell several dolls who work among them have some reservations about what I said. In the end, none of them voice anything. They simply wait quietly for my orders. We gotta take 404, use this position as your origin point, conduct a clockwise sweep within a 5-kilometer radius. No problem, are you really gonna be fine staying out here, Commander? Hurry back to the Elmo, we can take care of the search without you. I've seen people suffer acute ELID before. They all eventually... Don't worry, I'm aware of my own condition. We're head straight back to the Elmo the moment we find Sexton's. Commander? Promise I'll be fine. I do have some degree of radiation resistance after all. Trust the man you chose to follow. Understood. I'll find that doll as quickly as I can. Yeah, that's your motivation. You better be quick. Alright, so Commander, you better remember our promise. Right at parts 4-4 right after I turned to Alva. She already knew what I was gonna say. We'll do the opposite of 404 and I'll be back here at the end. Alright, as for me, Commander, please stay here and don't go anywhere. Everyone just do a briefcase. Ramasa carries on her back for a moment for pulling out a device half the height of a person, something resembling a launcher. Special equipment that absorbs ambient radiation for a short period of time. Its operating duration is very short inside the red zone, but it'll be enough to give you a chance to rest. Please wait here with Team Rosa for results while 404 and Defy conduct our searches. Alright, understood. Be careful, Evan. If you're running into any emergencies, call for health support immediately. Stay in consistent communication. Evan with Monster prepared to leave. Prietia steps forward to follow, but suddenly turns back to look at me, returning to my side. Prietia, what's wrong? Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. Prietia smiles. I mentioned before, didn't I? I occasionally find I have certain unexplainable abilities. Thought maybe I have a way to make you feel better. Would you like me to try? Oh, well, I mean, we're going to do this out in the open with everyone else watching? Okay, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't know if I'm just imagining, I feel a warm current flowing into my body, starting from my palm. Alright, so she took it into hers, okay. Yeah, the taste of my own blood in my throat slowly fades and my head no longer hurts the way it did moments ago. How did you do that? I appear to rest your finger lightly taps against my mask where my lips would be. Command, it's important to stay warm in the wilderness. Do remember to dress warmer next time you spend the night outside. That said, she ends the dialogue by getting up and falling off into the others without looking back. What just happened? Now that the squads all have their missions, the dolls disperse and begin the carpet sweep of the surrounding area. The only sounds that communicate are updates of their own coordinates and status reports. My body, exhausted from the long ordeal, is starting to feel weary, forces itself to stay alert and focus on the reports that the dolls are sending back. A small hand wraps around my palm. I think this is how Prietia did it just now. I want to try it too. Are you feeling better? Well, my vision's blurrier. I mean, it looks weird to reassure. I lift my hand and pat her on the head. Yep, I'm feeling much better. Commander, thank you. Thank you for accepting such a selfish request from me. That's right, I promised you I'd rescue your companions. My companions? I mean, do you know how many you have? I'm not sure. Such things only be known by the progenitor. We're nothing more than cloned bodies, branches of a collective. Everything we experience will eventually flow back to the progenitor until it becomes the key to opening that door. The key, a teacher once told us if we were devout enough, we could change the future and save everyone. When God granted us life, he also trusted us with the responsibility we ought to bear. So sometimes I do wonder, maybe the Nighters are wrong, but I really did. But did I really do the right thing by fleeing that place? Did I run away from a responsibility that she said was mine to bear? What's the purpose of my being if I've thrown away that responsibility? You can make your own. Never just think about much of anything, just wanted to save everyone. But can I, the me of today, really save the other Helenas? I haven't accomplished anything after all this time. I even put you in danger on numerous occasions. It's fine. You worried about me? I just think that I don't seem as capable as I imagine myself to be. Of course, however your special existence may be, you're still just a kid. This chaotic world shouldn't be your weight to bear. Be it you or any of the others, none of you have grown up enough to bear that kind of responsibility yet. Should be going to school experiencing life, playing their heart's content, not carrying humanity's fate in your shoulders for some unknown reason. But there's no such thing as a responsibility that a newborn should be obligated to bear. I don't know, man. Original sin is a thing, isn't it? Yeah, every responsibility should be correspond to a choice, but your birth itself is not a choice you made. Right now's not time to be dwelling on these things. The important question now is to figure out how to rescue the girl called H35. Yeah, speaking of which, when you say you sense H35, do you notice any particular conditions for you to do so? If you can find a pattern, maybe you can find a way to establish a connection with her and locate her as quickly as possible. Yeah, I'm really thinks. Not sure this counts as anything special, but every time I sensed her, I could, through the girl's thoughts, feel some kind of intense yearning that didn't belong to her. Whenever this happened, I would feel this terrible pain, but perhaps we can briefly establish a connection only through such pulses. About this connection, does that anything to do with the progenitor you mentioned? I don't think it's because of her. I was far from the progenitor before, and it isn't easy for her to find me. As for H35, she said the progenitor seems to be really interested in her because she's a girl who returned from Nirvana. She possesses power from the future. What? Why didn't you say that sooner? So that's why Melanie mentioned before that H35 knew what happened in Viv. But why would she possess that kind of power as a Helena clone who never set foot outside the laboratory? Strange thought crosses my mind. No, mustn't confuse hope with judgment. The leads we have here aren't enough to draw any conclusions yet. So the possibility cannot be ignored. Yeah, or for Luna coming back as a Helena, that's right. Progenitor also seems to believe the power H35 possesses can make her stronger, so she betrayed us once more, allowing those people to know of H35's existence. And that's how they discovered what was special about her, and that's why they started using her in countless experiments. That girl is in great pain right now. She's constantly forced to feed the strength within her body to something. That something is so terrifying, so powerful, it absorbs everything it can find, turning everything into nourishment for itself. Yeah, I'm scared if that girl keeps, Melanie? Yeah, if I Melanie in the back and pulling her from the mire of her thoughts. We'll save her. We will. I mean, it gives me a nod for it and starting to lean on my shoulder again. Aw. And that's the end of that one. Oh, Light Ribbons. Other bugs. You see a new campaign they released today for old school Quake. Quake the Dawn of the Machine. There's a cool trailer to it too. Dude, I love how fucking ancient ass games like Quake and Age of Empires 2 are still getting updates now because they know that the new shit no one wants. I really do hope this continues. That would really be fucking perfect. Alright, story segment. Memories of birth and realm of dreams. Mother is calling. Okay. We gonna see her? Beneath the moonlight as pale as till a phantom flits across the sea of flowers. Her steps are a misty trail across the night, piercing through the brief silver glow reflected among the blossoms. Coordinates PR 495Z82, XU 938M39, Sanctum. She stops at the edge of the flower sea, gazing at the faraway castle that stands beneath the faint light. This familiar place, this is a place familiar yet foreign to her, her birthplace. The place that gave her every dream, every hope, then stripped them all away. Behind Sexton's, a white-clad figure draws close with measured steps. She stops at the edge of Sexton's shadow, cast long and slender upon the ground. Silver glow trace her outlines of shooting her from melting into the darkness ahead. Big sis? Sexton's sword answers in her stead. Sound of her blade clearing scabbard is cold as the Grim Reaper's exhale. The tip does not tremble in the slightest. It drives straight towards her chest. The instant the black blade strikes his target, the white silhouette shatters. The particles, fine as powder, look like dust from collapsed radiation, dispersing into the air within moments. Right after, the detached voice returns behind Sexton's. Welcome home! As a residue of Soyland's fate, Sexton stares at the emptiness before her, her voice low and dry. Nest, altar, sanctum. So now, she has all of you calling this place home? And who are you? The totem who guides the lost lambs, the ferry of the to the boundless shore, or the grail that holds the blood of the Zavarudo? Which identity has she bestowed upon you? Ataraxis, I have no need for any identity, because I am the Zavarudo itself, flowing out from the end. The gates are destined to open to me, and I am ordained not to repeat the failures of those who came before. The gates. Miracles are born one after another, only to be reduced to dust. No matter the identity, none is more than the empty lie fabricated by Paradias. Oh, so she's remembering the lessons she leered in the past. Okay. Yeah, the one who created us, even though she mocked those lies, she happily accepted everything Paradias gave her, all for the sake of so-called perfection. Unfortunately, a perfect life form exists only in the blueprint within her imagination. It can never be brought to reality. And you won't be the final work of that blueprint either. Perhaps she doesn't understand what Sexton's meant, or perhaps because simply doesn't care what she just said. The girl simply blinks at her gently. I am the final creation. At the very least, no individual will be created as a successor to me within Mother's current series. Perfection was never the goal. The peak always remains at the next stage. All I need to do is keep leering. That is what Mother says. Whatever you say. Although you're my older sister, you're far less interesting than the Commander. I should have kept him here. The Commander? Why was he here? To protect you, perhaps? I want to see Mother. Mother has not the intention to see thee. It was I who summoned you back. Oh, okay. So she's going to be the last boss. So be it. I heard it. That string of code you triggered. No one could ignore it. Not even I, who had been destroyed once before. But still, I want to see her. Do you wish to die by my hand? Do as you please. I've only come to retrieve what is mine, nothing more. What is yours? Do you have something of your own? I want to know what it is. Very well, I'll take you to see Mother. Big sis, please follow me. Ooh. The Commander should trail. Two of them walk in a row in silence, like heavy darkness of the night and the moonlight that trails in its shadow. Sexton's never imagined that she would return to this place again. She left bearing a mission that transcended both humans and dolls. At least that was what she believed at the time. Yet she returned with nothing, not even her memories. Now at least she must reclaim the final thing that can prove who she is. Commander, why did you coom? I hope you've already gone back. Yeah, Mother said this used to be your room, big sis. Please rest here for now. Where is she? Mother is still working. Fine. You're nothing more than yet another yes man. I can wait. We may wait too long. Something she wouldn't like to see may happen. What would that be, may I ask? Nothing. Please do not direct your hostility at me, big sis. If I am forced to attack you, there may be nothing left of you at all, even if I use the least bit of force possible. Therefore, it should be thee that yields to please me. There's no point in taking your hardline stance towards those stronger than yourself. This is how I see it. There's something I do not understand. Please teach me. You haven't done anything to the Commander, have you? So you're leering from the Commander? I see. That makes sense then. Since he's a fragile human who can't even survive here, he must enforce his will and conviction. Even when faced with certain death, he cannot back down. That's how he generates the will to move forward. So your bluster right now must be for the purpose of stealing your own conviction. You are afraid. You fear me, you fear Mother even more, but what you fear most remains shut up. Uh-oh. Yeah, STR-018247 tries to take a step forward into the darkness. The ground beneath her feet is not level. In fact, you'd say it's strewn with obstacles, and so, unsurprisingly, she falls. Along with the loud crash of metal striking metal comes an extreme discomfort from her frame. She doesn't know what to do. All she can do is lie there helpless. After what seems to be a long time, a gentle voice rises through the dark. You've fallen. How does it feel? Feel? Right. Do you know what feel means yet? She takes STR-01A247's hand into her own. You may understand it as a complex dynamic biological feedback algorithm. It contains certain sensor readings. For example, right now, in the palm of your hand, the pressure sensor will register 0.3 newtons of force, and the temperature sensor will detect heat. A heat source at around 36.3 degrees Celsius. This data flows into your neural space where it's logged in the corresponding behavior. Handshake. Yeah, handshake, but a feeling doesn't end there. Aside from the data stream in the neural cloud receives, a non-logical evaluation system provide you with real-time feedback. The emotional module within your neural cloud generates neurotransmitters in your frame, which then log a tendency within your neural cloud space. And the next time when that 0.3 newtons of force and 36.3 degrees contact are registered again, the concept of a handshake will feed directly back into your neural cloud. Just like right now. Mother once again takes her hand and helps her up to her feet. See, I have steadied you. So long as I'm by your side, you'll never fall again. Now try walking forward. Without a worry, he takes a small step forward. The last goes to cover the ground with the support of Mother's grip on it. The lowest point of her frame finally lands steadily, squarely upon the floor. How do you feel now? Will not fall. Safe? The Waymans looks deeply satisfied. See, as long as I'm by your side, you are safe. Do you understand? Yes. But what if you are not? My child, I will always be here. At any time, whenever you need me, I will be by your side. Really? The not's half understanding, half not. Now I shall slowly teach you everything about Zavaruda, holding nothing back. Everything? Indeed, everything. The Waymans holds the doll's hand, resting her other hand on her shoulder. She brings her lips close to the outdoor sensor and whispers in voice low and intimate. Words that flow like divine revelation. For a newly born doll whose neural cloud has only just taken shape, there's nothing short of sensory overload. Yeah, he literally was just born and is already experiencing ASMR. I see what's going on here. All right. Everything means the things that I touch will be within your grasp. Every step I take will become the path you walk. The knowledge I hold will be the foundation from which you explore the unknown. The principles I reveal will be the map that guides you through the fog. And the mysteries I have yet to unravel shall be the dawn you meet the future with. My child, you have a chance to become such a being. If that day comes, you will transcend the prison of consciousness, transcend the limits of intelligence, perhaps transcend even time itself. Transcend all the chains that have bound humanity for so long. Become a unique existence in this world with no peer. That will be a thorny path. Wherever you are blessed that we will support each other, I will hold you steady all the way to the end. Just like a moment ago, I made sure your feet found solid ground despite the closure of your eyes. I will not disappoint you. I see, Chad, you have such a gentle heart, but you will never disappoint me, for your very birth has already advanced me one great step forward. Our birth, he opens her eyes for the first time, finally sees that what it was that made her trip earlier. Countless broken, shattered frames. Uh-oh. Yeah, Sexton's lost in deep in her memory, closes her eyes tightly. Those memory fragments were from the birth of her neural cloud. She should have, it should have been wiped along with her past by the conglomerate, but somehow they were preserved intact. Oh, that must be one of those rules that they can't override. All right, now we know. Looks like there's more ass that needs whooping. Wow, it's actually pretty close to the end already. Okay. I mean, I do think this is going to be at least a 5-hour one, so that does make sense. Alright, rescue is a line of reversed code, and the signposts that lead to freedom all point towards traps. Ooh, some of you guys here are really big into traps, right? This is going to be your chapter. When the temperature around us drops sharply after nightfall, the faint blue fluorescence radiating from the edges of the collapsed epithelum makes the air chill more so. Melanie drifts off to dreamland as we wait for Sextons to be found. It looks like Melanie tolerates the red zone far better than an ordinary human like me. She's an immune individual after all. It's been nearly 8 hours since we entered the red zone, the only ordinary human present. My skin's already started to prickle, even with my protective suit on. It's become more difficult to breathe as well. A wave of fatigue washes over me out of nowhere. My eyelids start to feel heavy. It's getting harder to maintain my focus. Commander found trace activity of Sextons at, well, some coordinates. Darwin encountered her, which is suspected to be third gens, together with her as well. What? 4 board jolts me back to alertness, looking at the offline map of my comms device. Coincide about 3 kilometers for us in a 2 o'clock direction. That's near the castle. The worst case scenario has come to pass. And Commander, do we act? Wait until we link back up with you first. Alpha, where are you right now? How far are you from that location? So in the opposite direction, we can reach there in about 20 minutes. Understood. We'll head over as well. Cool guy, keep watch for now. Don't make a move till we and Defy arrive. Acknowledged. I mean, there's definitely going to be some fight there going on. So 20 minutes later, the 3 squads regroup. But during our approach, Kukai points a new update over the comms. 2 of them didn't linger outside. They entered the castle. So now another difficult decision awaits me. Thanks to Defy support, the equipment we brought includes a large number of highly destructive weapons. Among them, enough explosives to level this castle. When we entered the castle earlier, none of the squads found any signs of special defense measures, so our only goal were to destroy Paradia's base. I could ask for Ford to silently plant explosives around the castle and wait for the right moment to detonate them. I have full confidence that even right now they could carry out this mission without a scratch. The remaining 2 squads would only need to take advantage of the enemy's confusion to hold a position around the castle, picking off any survivors. But now that we know Sextons just went inside, even though she did a lot of work for the conglomerate, she helped us greatly during her time with us aboard the Elmo, whether intentional or not. What's more, she gives many of the leads I'm interested in. If we want to bring Sextons back with us, then that brutish, straightforward plan must obviously be thrown away. I stare unblinkingly at the nearby castle, bathed in moonlight. So sky-piercing spires looking unusually sharp. These stained glass windows leak faint hints of light. From a distance, possible to tell whether the figures moving about inside. Danger, don't, Commander. When Simone is awake, Groza sets her down on the ground. When Europe's aroused, she realizes she was dreaming. She stumbles over to me on unsteady steps. Commander, you had a nightmare? Yeah, but this time was a little different. Maybe it's because we're so close now. The scenes of my dreams became clearer. What'd you see? What's wrong? That powerful being I was sensing is changing. Commander, if you don't hurry, she'll be devoured. Devoured? Only take it slow. What's going to be devoured? If I sign by trembles, her thoughts too seem to be in disarray. Want to keep pressing her, but seeing how frightened she is, can't bring myself to make her relive the scary sights that plagued her dream. Still, based on what Melanie said before, whatever appeared in her dreams was certainly connected to this castle. Looks like danger is closing in. The longer we sit here, the more likely it is things to spiral out of control. We have to make a decision immediately, no matter the outcome. All right, guys, we're going in. Going in raw. Commander, Anders just found records of historical building in an offline database that similar to the castle in front of us. In the 16th century, according to the records, later repositioned during the war between the NSU and the URNC, became a private residence of a warlord after the war. Also, the castle was protected historical landmark before this area became a red zone, so we have detailed restoration diagrams and info on its interior structures. I've shared the info of the squads and uploaded them to each of your databases. They may be old, but they should still be of some use. Ooh. Someone home and quickly receives the images sent by Andres. Not only do they show the building's exterior and interior structures, also show the room layouts and the details on the piping. What about all the secret paths? We skimmed through the building's overall structure. It didn't differ much from our own experience in the castle earlier. When I tried to locate the hidden room that Nemesis led us to on the floor plan, all I see is a solid wall. Figures. So there are some discrepancies after all. Looks like the new owner added it. But how did Nemesis know about it? Forget, I'll ask her once we're back. Our priority is to get Sextons out. If possible, find a way to destroy the Proteus base. They must have anticipated my next move, but if I let something like this stop me, I would have died 10 years ago. That's right. Let's go. After some discussion, I decided to split the 3 squads I have into 2 action plans. First action plan will be used by Defy Preacher, who specializes in electronic warfare. Use the castle's blueprints to map the wiring and look for ways to exploit them. Second plan used by 404 will be to establish defenses on the perimeter. They will coordinate with Preacher from the outside in, working to take control of the enemy's electronic systems. Also, the high-yield explosive will be given to 404. They'll be begin setting up detonation points around the castle once we move in and detonate them when necessary. I bet we're going to collapse the Beudin on something big, huh? As for Melania, I tried to convince her to stay on the perimeter with 404. She insisted on staying with me. I had no choice but to have Team Groza continue to guard her. Groza identifies a pseudo infiltration route on the castle's blueprints. Have to synchronize the data with the rest of the group. The other 2 groups separate roughly a kilometer from the castle. Commander, the route has been confirmed. Enemies detected at key positions. Same here on my end. Looks like it's time for me to shine. Commander, is there anything else you wish to tell us? Nope. Everyone, let's begin. First, assist Preacher in breaking through the castle surveillance system, allowing her to begin seizing control of the enemy's electronic lines. Ah, so this is going to be a level 2 battle. Yup. Yup, these are familiar. Very much so. I don't think anything else is going to spawn, huh? Yeah, I guess I can finish this as quickly as possible. Yeah, if I have some decent damage buffers there with her. And then of course Mekti pairs well with her to launch her clear across the map. Although actually, let's give let's give Cheyenne that workout. Yeah, she can do that with a lot more precision. Oh, you know what Florence needs to go to? In case things go south, she can heal and tank copious amounts of damage. I don't think that's going to happen though. Yeah, looks like these problems are going to be solved pretty quickly. That's right, just fly over that wall. Oh wow, these guys actually these guys have a lot of health, huh? Yep, solve the problem. Now, wherever they're gonna spawn, I mean, I'm done anyway. All right, Honduras, you just so I can climb up from the other side. Okay. So where are the other? Way in the back. Okay. That fits, I guess. Okay, so I could get you right here. Get ready to slap them all as soon as they enter. You guys just chill. Alright, that went well enough. Yeah, that's the only annoying thing. I don't think I can one-shot him. All right, I can at least piss him off though. Well, that's one way to fix problems. Okay, if I attack that one again, I wonder if she's gonna finish him off. Yeah, I think she will. Well, let's see. No, she did. Oops. I mean, it's not like this is going to be that difficult anyway, but still. Alright, now that guy's going to get the others. Now he's going to get the missile, and he's done. Okay. Infiltration complete. For are you receiving the signal? You hacked into it already? Yes. Given the urgency, I used some unconventional methods. That's way too fast. Pardon? Nothing. Anders, check whether you can connect to the signal. No problem there. The signal, the strong radiation is causing interference, but basic control of what's connecting to the wiring should be possible. Miss Pretia, really are impressive. You too. I just checked. Pretia seems to have cracked most of the castle's wiring. However, one area seems to have special encryption, so I can't see into it just yet. I thought I'd already handled that area. Whispers of the void, obstruction. Nemesis suddenly speaks up to offer a hint. Hearing this, Pretia quickly takes on an expression of understanding. Is that so? I knew it. Pretia seems to do something complex on her end. The map transmitted by Anders now finally has the last block of surveillance footage lit up inside of the castle's basement area. No special kind of encryption method. It's impressive that you know about it, Nemesis. Of course. The Nemesis has been showing a great deal of familiarity with this location ever since her earlier infiltration. I mean, you know that she's from there, so there you go. And there were those dolls who looked just like Nemesis. Did Nemesis escape from this place, or now we have our preparations done? Just to be safe, everyone please wait to receive a confirmation signal before taking action. Understood. How's the situation? Relatively smoothly, Mehdi and Belka are confirming the reliability of our detonation points. Once they're done, you can begin placing the explosives. Thank you for your hard work. Save the pleasantries for another time. If you don't get out of here soon, Mehdi might end up blowing you up to high heaven along with the castle. The beep, she ends the call. Under Anders's guidance, we bypass enemy surveillance and slip into the castle through a small window at the rear. Move along the corridor, gradually begin to think this place somehow feels kind of off. Logically speaking, security should be tighter than usual since we had a huge fight here just a few hours ago. Well, unless they feel like they don't need to worry about you. There's always that. But aside from a few scattered low-tier marionette dolls whose neural clouds Peritia hacked and then burned out, we haven't encountered any enemies that could count as a real guard on our infiltration route. Of course, this was the outcome we hoped for when we chose this route. But now things are actually playing out this smooth. I can't but wonder if we've walked into a trap again. Commander, you worried about something? Yeah, I can't shake this feeling that something's not right. Any sign of Sexton's location? No good. Our own radar sensors are still useless. Can you see her in the surveillance footage? Well, let me have a look. Found her. Commander, can you see the feed I'm sharing? Just project the image. There are several blurry figures in the video, though it's hard to see what they're doing. The two at the center are unsteady Sextons and the girl we encountered earlier. Very clearly, this is based on the building's diagram as the banquet hall located at the rear of the first floor. According to the layout, the kitchen is to the left, the dining house to the right, the reception room we visited earlier is above. Below the banquet hall is a huge wine cellar. If you wanted to go there from your position, you'd have to pass through the corridor ahead, go through the storeroom, take a spiral staircase down, then go to the living room on the left side. That would be the safest route. Alright, got it. And it starts passing me for the building's structural diagram. Most of the building in our earlier fighting, but it never actually went anywhere below the reception room. I'm about to study the castle's general map, and I get what I know is movement on the surveillance footage. Samantha Girl and Sextons, other dolls around them seem to suddenly drop to the floor with some kind of strange posture. Wait a minute. What are those dolls doing? I think I've seen this before. So back when Colfin encountered that Niter's purification ritual. Uh-oh. With that thought in my mind, I do my best to zoom into the image and check whether what I'm seeing matches what I suspect. All we get are large blocks of pixelated color. Can the picture be made clear? It's like when the radiation is too strong, the instrument's going to be measured in kilobytes. If I push the bandwidth any further, I'm afraid I might actually crash. Yeah, I don't want Andrus to blue screen again, especially not now. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. That's something with the last one last look at the routes, trying to communicate to me. Then I shot off my turn, put it away, and chamber around in my pistol. So everyone's connected to Paradius. What they're doing is obvious enough. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're up to. I have to see it for myself anyway. Okay. After a story segment, anyway. All right, yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, then is there 2 stories? Yeah, there's okay. There's one, and then that I guess, yeah, that's the boss fight. Ah, it's an old friend again. Okay, spoilers. All right, it's a bunch of no. These are regular units. Yeah. What the hell is that? Oh man, fighting some epic shit at the end there. Okay, then the 2 fights, and then I can move off into a side mission. All right, there's gonna be a lot of fights after this. You know, going in dry. That's right, no lube, motherfucker. From his earth, door was knocked down. Sextons was trying to recall what she had done before arriving at this place. She forgot many things. All she could do was fill her empty, newer clouded, blurry memory fragments. She could barely remember anything else apart from those memories of her birth, which are protected by special code. A few traces still linger in her neural cloud data, occasionally allowing her to remember she was once signed a multi-year service agreement with the Gerard Group. Of course, copies of that agreement have long been wiped clean alongside the rest of her data, replaced by painful memories that she would rather not revisit. Certain Whammons acting as her mother tricked her into participating in that experiment, and since Sextons was a failed product of it, she was carelessly thrown away like electronic waste. Soon after, she met the man known as the Commander. Commander took her in and tried to make her an ordinary doll, like those second-gen dolls she once looked down on. Those dolls who lived like some kind of Philistine ordinary life. With them, there's no more enemies that must be dominated, no more riddles that must be solved. Neither was Mother there, telling her and her sisters that they must create some new world. Her powerful frames appear in Neurocloud and the supremely sophisticated algorithms. All that prowess reduced to the act of pouring a cup of coffee or making dinner. At most, a Neurocloud has to remember to beat some high score setting in a game console. What's this? Is this all she is? Is that all the doll named Sextons does? Then what's the value of her existence? To have fun. Since she did return to where it all began, this time she sends to find out once and for all. Mother's not ready to see you, big sis. Lead the way. To the wine cellar. The murals once painted in dazzling colors on the hall's domed ceiling have long since faded. Gold leaf and dark red undertones now look like dried bloodstains. Pale moonlight streams down through the arched windows, casting faint patches of light upon the floor. Sextons walks up stone stairs paved with red carpet. Dozens of dolls stand on either side of the hall, yet she can only hear her own footsteps. She can't help but think about her time back at the Elm, where a few dolls could get noisy enough for her to temporarily shut off her auditory module. Zaza scans the entire hall but finds no one else there. She isn't here. Please wait a moment. Ataraxis walks over to one side of the hall, then pulls down a brass lever hidden behind the curtains. That's a pretty cliche place to hide those, or the book on the bookshelf. So after the mechanical aroma, the hall undergoes what can be called its true awakening. Warm yellow lights turn one after another. Lavish drapes descend from the domed ceiling. At the center of the hall, a massive graphic projection rises from the floor slowly. On screen settles into place. A figure appears before it. The dolls turn around and all prostrate themselves one after another. Only Ataraxis and Sextons remain standing in silence at the hall's center. Graphic projection, is this the forum you chose to meet me? My work schedule does not permit long interruptions, besides making no real difference to you. What your sensors detect is merely your neurocloud's response to data that feels vaguely familiar. Whether you witness a simulation made by photons of air and vibrations or the figure formed by cells and tissue fluid, the signals you receive are exactly the same. So even if I were a lifelike phantom or a real human that stood before you, my choice of appearance affects not the trust and loyalty between us. Don't you agree? Stop making up excuses for your cowardice. Cowardice? You chose to meet me like this because you dare not face me. My dear child. She shows not the slightest displeasure on the face of Sexton's confrontational tone. Simply offers a gentle smile. Like, well, I mean, I knew this would happen when I gave them free will. As to be expected. Sexton feels a chill run down her spine because somewhere within her she feels a sense of warmth. Stirred in response to that holographic smile, even her neural cloud slips beyond her control, urging her to be a little kinder towards this Whammons. Hallucinations born of a disordered neural cloud seem to have led you to certain incorrect conclusions. I do not regard you as a threat. My greatest hallucination is to believe you were someone worthy of trust. But you betrayed our promise. You addressed me as your child, yet you betrayed me. Yeah, STR-018-247. If you're referring to your recent experiences, then that was merely an accident. How can be said that this world is built from probabilities? I do regret what happened to you. But still, you should not be projecting your anger irrationally. After the experiment failed, my neural cloud had been wiped and my frame was destroyed. I was discarded in the yellow zone. Was that just merely an accident to you? My child, I'm truly sorry. We're sorry. It's just like that South Park episode now. We're sorry. Experiment was conducted without my authorization. Someone forged my signature. As for who betrayed the agreement and sold you out, that was the Orlok conglomerate's doing. So you tell me that Wyoming Chilvik was who was your student, used your technology to conduct the escalation experiment on me, and it happened because she managed to deceive you? I can provide you with the most definitive answer. That child hadn't even fully grasped the principles of the escalation experiment. All she could do was gamble on the probabilities of every attempt. So roll the dice long enough and you're eventually going to get the numbers you want. Her ignorance perhaps stemmed from the awful modification surgeries she underwent. That is the flaw of Anaito. The surgery results in emotional instability, rendering them unsuited for scientific endeavors. That's why she earned the title of being my worst student. I've already arranged her punishment. She will be undergoing a long period of reflection now. That's why I believe we should no longer remain estranged, yes? You can come back, the first among your sisters. You have earned that right. Come back? I once gave you strength and boundaries, taught you cognition and logic from nothing, and granted you a stage broad enough for you to show off your abilities. Thus now I'm equally capable of arranging for you a most perfect coming-of-age ceremony. Little voice whispering promises of divine revelation, a moment reserved for the birth of a glorious monarch. Do you still remember? I promised you that you become the most perfect existence in Zavarudo, surpassing all things. Back then, what we could control was too limited. We could not bear the weight of the designs too great. But things are different now. Through your service and the research progress you brought about by Ataraxis' birth, you will surpass your sisters and become the strongest among all. Sexton lifts her head, looks at her after projection. Once that promise had been Sexton's greatest aspiration, one that she fought madly for. To surpass Darcher, Igla, and Cocoon, to surpass every other doll and human. She feels a wave wash over, a detachment, disinterest, more than anything, a great sense of loss. She didn't understand, she didn't comprehend, but it brought release. I no longer need it. Yeah, you know what? The thing you thought you were controlling me with? I don't really care that much. Yeah, I don't really want it anymore. Satan closes her eyes. One of the flames of aspiration that burned so bright, flames that kept it going. Nay, the fire's already gone. Not even the embers remain. Curl of steam rising on a tepid fur from a mundane coffee cup that was Kudek, however, warmed her heart with another flame. So I guess she's going back to the mundane life. Now I just want to take back what is mine. You once said that I would surpass every restraint, but now all I want is to obtain authority over myself. Most terrifying silence falls over the hall once more. After a long pause, a faint sigh comes from the other side of the holographic projection. Then that sigh shifts into a soft chuckle. You've really impressed me. That commander truly does have the power to change a doll. Very well, since I do indeed owe you something, and your efforts have indeed earned you my respect. But what makes you think that I'm capable of granting you authority over yourself? Because you are our creator, aren't you? Then you should know that I have no need for any protocols to keep your loyalty. If I wanted servants and soldiers who obeyed unconditionally, I would simply order them from IOP or manufacture more nighters. The cost pod into your servers into you serves a far greater purpose, but not a practical one. So she was just the hobby. Yeah, I made you for fun. But the protocol within my body, the one that controls me and makes me capable of defying you or Ataraxis' summons, what exactly is it? That is your connection to a certain something. You should already know the power that has been growing alongside you, you within your frame since birth. The exact reasons why you and the sisters are called third-gen dolls. Even so, the end result is that you can manipulate my neural cloud through the Bujum cells within my body. That's not manipulation? Oh, damn it. What you heard is more like a language belonging only to a certain species, once spoken to the Bujum within you. Of course, your conclusion is not entirely mistaken. Your neural cloud can be interfered with, and partially control of your frame can be taken over. That much is true. But that was a necessary price for the many performance advantages you hold over other dolls. The true wish to be free of its grasp no matter what, because we need to pass a single trial to learn how to control it. A trial? You see, hear, and touch another world. It is where every doubt within your heart will be answered by God. Oh shit, someone thinks highly of herself. Yeah, become a real girl, go do it. Oh, hand clogs, appreciate the 5 there. I won, great commander. Oh yeah, how's your weekend? What are the oranges and lemons for? Went for the electric tax and big bills? Thanks for your hard work, I appreciate that. I already got sextons in her weapon, so we'll see where it goes from there. They're only one copy of each for now, but that should be enough. Wow. Okay. Oh, really? It's more of the Nemesis dolls, huh? Yeah. Okay, it's gonna be another one of these, huh? Alright, but first, okay, regular ass, mass-produced marionette dolls. Okay. The mass-produced Nikkei dolls look a lot better, though. They should have used those. Oh, is this the trial already? There's no story in front of it? Okay, I can do that. Is this the same? No, this is the same map. It says we're starting here now. I don't think I need to be too careful here. Famous last words. All right, let's try with the Blade team again. Yeah, we can probably do that. All right, let's get all my my bladers out. And China. You know, maybe you can go there. Nice. Perfect location for that. Go hide yourself. That's a sniper up there. I need to take care of that asshole. Asshole's got the high ground, so I need to take him down a few pegs. Can Aura reach him up there? Ah, okay. She can, but she has to go around. There we go. Now Aura can fix this problem. Well, that was easy. Alright, you just chill up there. I need to actually do some AoE here. Okay, if I move you here, I can hit both of them. Yep, and you get your 2 attacks. Nice. Okay, now if I move you here, I might... Yes, I can do it. I can hit them all. Nah, wipe these fuckers out. I don't have all that epic defense anymore, so... Oh, wow. Man, they actually do quite a bit of damage. Okay. Well, this is kind of annoying. Oh, actually. Damn, I might need to actually bring some defense again. As long as I can keep popping them like this before they spawn, though, I should be fine. Okay, there's only going to be 4 more. Yeah, 2 back there, 2 up there. That's fine. Yep, I think I'm going to focus on these 2 down here. I don't want to lose any others. Yeah, Ulrich at least took down that sniper, so that was fine. Okay, I should be able to wipe these guys out. And charge up Phaeton's attack. Ooh, that's right! Dude, that's actually pretty cool. Oh man, that old electric territory is still there. Nice. Alright, that was actually pretty awesome. I might even be able to finish that guy off. Yeah, I think I can. Yep, he's gone. Now, that's how we fix problems around here. Okay, I think I needed one more. Then I got the side missions there. Yep. One more and then two more after that. Yes, so now we're going to be fighting the Nemesis. Nemesises. Yeah, after silently make way through most of the cast fire at the hall where Sexton's is. I've been vaguely smelling odor of rotting plants since I entered the castle, very similar to the smell from when I rescued Helena. To move deep into the hall, the smell grows thicker. I can barely breathe. And then at last we witness what was shown earlier in the surveillance footage. Very soon you need to pass a simple trial to learn to control it. You will see, hear, and touch another Varudo. This is where every doubt in your heart will be answered by God. In the Great Hall, dolls who look uncanny similar to Nemesis are prostrated on the floor, worshipping in unison to Wayman's in holographic projection. The thing she's saying stir ominous feeling within me, especially the part about another world. William may be dead, but judging by the Paradius activity, their goal hasn't changed. Gaining access to Nirvana, that remains Paradius' ultimate goal. But is Nirvana really something that can be accessed so easily now? Well, you have to pay a price, I guess. Come this way, big sis. Led by a good name after access sections, descends the stairs. Before it stands a tightly sealed door. This is the room that was labeled underground wine cellar on the castle map we obtained. Come, my child. If you can withstand this gift, you will truly be able to possess all you've ever wanted. Possess all I've ever wanted? She moves close to the door, begins to shudder. At first, it makes the faintest sound, then grows into the ground, trembles along with it. Now, that's going to lead us to where the Helena is. Okay. I seem to resonate with the trembling. Her fingertips quiver lightly when touching the door handle. Sextons, don't open it! That's actually a pretty good image right there. What, Commander? Too late. And as the Sextons make contact with the door, it springs open like a blown gasket. What? Even on a protective suit, that cold odor, the heavy stench of rotting plants rushes straight through my nasal cavity. So that's what's consuming Helena. Body X-Fracking and fully register what I'm seeing. Yeah, coughs heavy and countless boojum cells multiply instantly beyond the door. They take the shape of a hand, a brief instant of my hesitation. The black tentacles surge out from the door in the blink of an eye like a floodwater bursting free from a cracked dam. That's a boojum as well? Several tentacles closer to us come to a stop before Sextons. They move up high like a snake poised to strike, and then the palms of the tentacles suddenly split open, revealing an eye that fixes its cold gaze upon the doll in front of it. It'll be bad if we let it keep growing like this. I raise my weapon, praying to get the doll to open fire alongside me. Yeah, wait, Commander. Yeah, below, that child, she's beneath that thing. Now, trembling when he raises her hand and points towards the boojum beyond the door. You mean the Helena in H-35 you sensed is under this boojum? She's being forced to sustain this boojum. Commander, please save her. Damn it, Sextons, come over here quick. Get away from that thing or you'll be pulled in. Commander, you really are here for my sake? What are you standing there for? Do you actually believe what she's saying? You don't actually believe what she's saying, do you? No, I just... then hurry up and leave with me. If these boojum cells spread, then we'll all be in trouble. Not to mention, there's also... Try to destroy and grab Sextons, but the dolls who had been kneeling on the floor immediately raises one, aiming their weapons at us. The Mohimes and Hawkeye projection raise a hand to stop them. Pause the ceremony, give us a moment. She turns to look at me. The processed holographic image shows only a blurred outline of a Wayman's. Finally got a chance to meet Commander. I'd imagine our meeting would be a more dignified occasion, raising our glasses together, speaking of our past, of our choices we made in the present moment. Speaking of the future of this Varudo. But seeing you now, I suddenly start to think that even unexpected encounters like these are romantic in their own way. Turns out that even I may become just a curious girl before a hero like you. Well, you better if you know what's good for you. That's the only way you're going to survive this. I have no interest in discussing the future of the world along Paradisus' pawns. I'm afraid you have me misunderstood. Paradisus or the conglomerate. What's the difference between the two? Don't impose unnecessary assumptions about someone's identity before you truly understand her commander. Perhaps a decade of drifting through the gray areas has dulled your perception. Now, hedonism is the most inefficient product of human civilization. Every hero is, even a hero is not immune to it. Believing me doesn't make what you've done any nobler. And no, I'm just sympathizing with you. You've been deceived and used time and time again by those in power behind the curtain, so you've gradually grown distrustful, convinced that anything claiming to make the world better must be an evil scheme. Granted, this world is not strictly black and white. I'm an ordinary scientist, and science itself has no stance. But scientists do. That's why I've never sworn loyalty to any particular faction and strive to preserve my neutrality. And in biology, many results can be obtained by maintaining that neutrality and not by choosing a side. Probably with Paradisus and with the conglomerate, is that your idea of neutrality? Paradisus is nothing more than a refuge where I happen to have stayed for a long time. Those corporations are merely partners I trade with. I've always been loyal only to science and to humanity itself. Any force that helps me move forward can be a friend to me. You too once stood shoulder to shoulder with great researchers in your past. Notions I'm describing should not be unfamiliar to you. We're all simply doing things in our own way to ensure that life can continue to exist in this terrible Varudo. If you mean Persica, then what you've done is in no way worthy of being compared to her. Persica, Liko, Human, and Samantha Shaw. I'm no different from them. We are foundational pioneers that seek to chart the unknown abyss that is the future of this planet. As far as I know, they didn't need to draw upon Paradisus' strength when they established their theories of doll composition. True enough. However, as I've mentioned, moral concepts are not within my range of consideration. That's a good response. Like, yeah, you could take your moral fagging and shove it. Yeah, but think about what the decade you spent disconnected from the Varudo, 10 whole years spent in self-exile. Do you think that Paradisus you once dismantled wouldn't change? All I see is that this time it's gotten even sneakier than before. That's because you forced it to change its form, and by doing so, you helped it find a new way to survive. Now, that's a good point. Yeah, it was driven into the shadows and adapted. You ever wonder why Bujums, creatures like these, suddenly began appearing all over Varudo? Why has Paradisus established countless hatcheries in the past decade, and why have so many Heldenas been produced during that time? And here's what you're most concerned about. Why do new Nitans continue to appear even though you've already killed William with your own two hands? Yeah, you're right. Charles Darwin formally proposed the theory of evolution in 1859. That was when humanity truly began to understand life through the dimension of time. Evolution is not a game about becoming larger, it's a contest of who can adapt best. I mean, she's right about that. So looking back from where we now stand to the starting point of civilization, each and every era is filled with impressive levels of ignorance and savagery. Yet all of that was simply a mere adaptation to the environment. Yeah, your destruction of Paradisus was morally a heroic act. Perhaps it saved hundreds of millions of lives. But when you did that, you also altered the world ecology. In doing so, you caused notable changes to the human world. In other words, Commander, you're the one who made Bujums come into existence in a certain sense. Enough. Let's discuss my terms. Hand over Sextons and the girl you've been exploiting. I'm talking about H35. Do that and we'll leave for now. Otherwise, this castle of yours and everything inside will be nothing but history. I won't doubt that you've made preparations to destroy this place, but forgive me for putting it straight. Given the resources at my disposal, we can build faster than you can destroy. Now that is a good counter. It's like, yeah, I don't care if you destroy this place. We'll just build another one. Yeah, then the reason you've prevailed in every battle up to this point has had a great deal to do with the opponents you faced. They've always underestimated you, dismissing your current standing and the meager firepower of your dolls. Attacking carelessly going to be defeated by skilled tactics. But Paradisus will not underestimate you, nor will I. We hold you in great regard and we respect the force behind you as well. What's more, for reasons of my own, I have no wish for you to deviate from your current course. I hope you do exactly what you wish to do. That said, this doesn't mean I cannot fight you and win. I merely have no desire for our first meeting to end so badly. Are you telling me I can do as I please then? Commander, I've kept my eye on you since Frankfurt. You're one of the chosen, yet you seem to cast aside every arrangement laid out for you. Not even God can stop you from acting in accordance to your own will. Still, I hope you'll give this question some thought for a moment. Humanity is doomed to forever be unable to resist the temptation of relics. I believe you'd agree at this point, even if the rulers of the world can today, their descendants cannot. So suppose you have the power to make a decision on it, would you be the one who grips that power himself? Or would you hand it to someone else? Yeah, make it random. Our words leave me soylent. The question of who best wield relic technology is one I've considered before, though I've never reached a definite answer. However, the list of those who must never lay hands on it is a long one, and just now one more name got added to it. Whoever's at the end of the comms is a device chuckles softly. You say nothing, but I've already seen your answer. Clearly, you wouldn't claim it for yourself, and I am not on the list of those you trust. Doesn't matter. We have enough time and space ahead of us, enough time for us to change your mind. Believe me, I am a more fitting choice than Persica. All right, then, Commander, if you wish to leave, I will see you out. If you wish to witness Sexton's coming of age ceremony, then please don't interfere. Projection vanishes behind us. A spiked iron grill raises from the floor, blocking off Sextons from us. Which means the ceremony temporarily suspended for our conversation with me is now resuming. Damn it, Sextons, don't get any closer. Try to break through the anger to reach her, but the ash gray-haired dolls surround us will not do that. Well, let's fight them then. Yeah, those who interfere, well, we're just going to have to take you out. Oh, fuck, it's wide open again. There's probably going to be more than just those two that spawn in. Is there really just 5 of them? There's none hiding in the corners, are there? No, not this time. So apparently staying away from them. Oh yeah, there's okay. Never mind. Yeah, there's one back here. So now we're just going to be surrounded, huh? I mean, I leered my lesson last time. I think I do actually got to take this somewhat seriously. These guys are actually tough. All right, let's go with what worked last time. All right. Now it should be hard to lose. Your cornering's hiding in the corner. Yeah, oh, there's gonna be 7. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yeah, and they're all spread out now too, which makes it especially annoying. You know what? Oh, I can't place any. What the hell? What is with this map? Okay, that's a little bit odd. Wow, I can't. Oh, well, okay, maybe it just. Oh yeah, maybe it just ends right there. So she's like right on the edge. Okay, whatever. I'll accept it. But yeah, I need to clear out the ones behind me first. Just so I at least I have a place to fall back. That's pretty much necessary. Oh, wait up. I think that was actually kind of regarded. Oh, no. I already used it. Okay. Then I'll get that one when she warps in. Yeah, these ones aren't going to be doing much of anything. But if I could just get this ready ahead of time. Yeah, that's going to help out in the near future here. Ah, that's right. Yeah, she is going to move, huh? Okay, how far? Okay. I should still be able to... Ah, fuck. Okay, but if I do it this way... Ah, that's good enough. I'm just gonna plant that for later. D-Day to Earth, a 25-month streak. Yup, this has been for ya so far. All right, let's just boost this one up. Okay, that's going to trigger her shield. That means I'll be able to actually finish her off relatively quickly after this, I hope. Okay. Yeah, I can't place anything. Oh, that's right, because the bird is there. Yup. My units can get through that, so... Oh. Just place one up there. I can move the rest of them later. And there we go. That was the rocket I was waiting for. Okay, now I got 3 of them here. Okay, I could slap them all at once. Alright, this is awesome. Able to do some massive damage this way. You know what? I think I'm just going to ignore that one for now. Yeah, Andres should be able to handle that between both of her shields. Okay, I mean that's the most efficient use of that. Oh. But I probably should move her into the middle just so she can slap all of them. Oh, see that's actually somewhat effective now. Oh wow, I did a bunch of no damage. That's awesome. Okay, that might have been the last shield. But I think it's fine. Shit, I don't think I can... Can I maybe? Ah, okay, that's good. That's good. Yep, I could just do that then. I think you may be finished off with this, really. Nope, but close though. Ah, damn it. I was hoping to save that. Although, actually, I do have the pile driver I need to do. As long as I stay within range. I don't need to finish that other one off. My own rocket's gonna do it. I just need to make sure that all of these are within range. Okay, if I just end you here. Yep. They're all gonna get hit.
もう逃げられない
Okay, can I start working on these now? Alright, you activate your damn shield.
これでいいかな
Alright, I guess you got a shield there, huh? Okay, I think we got this. The second firing always does wonders. Alright, so there's one stuck down there.
了解しました
Alright, this this could be good. Health regen time.
お待たせしました はい
That was an interesting one to attack, but okay. Actually, let me just finish that one off. Yep. So you can.
ご命令を
The Voimastina's nearly infinite range of death.
さっさと倒れたらどうだ
Alright, this is gonna refresh the shields. Yeah, I forgot the donuts. Yep. Lorelei bringing in all the good donuts, man. Alright, let's see. Okay, is that gonna trigger this? No, that almost triggers the shield. Now it did. Okay. I knew that was Kuman.
足元に気をつけて
They're gonna be stunned, so they're not gonna do shit. Yup.
ご命令を逃げられるエンジン起動
Oh, okay, that was regarded. Forgot I need to move first, and then I can move later.
エンジン起動
She's gonna move again later anyway. Okay, get them both there.
もう逃げられない
And what about the extra rewards from Heroic? It's only EP.
ここからが本番よ
Are you guys ready to go? Come on, just drop dead.
お茶をお出ししましょう
次
Who knew that bringing a fucking mech into a fight will resort to the fight going a little bit easier, huh? Yeah, barrage of gunfire and smoke subsides. Team grows into fire, finally defeated the Paradius Dolls. After Axis simply stands to the side of through all this, watching in silence. She didn't intervene in our fight, nor did she lure in Sextons to continue the coming of age ceremony. Though the whole situation happened because of her, she acts as if everything happening now has nothing to do with her at all. I turn to look at Sexton. She stands motionless before the Boojum's enormous body, seemingly thinking something through. However, I notice her fingertips trembling faintly. Sextons, you'll be devoured at this rate. Command, what kind of existence am I to you? Now is not the time for that. Come back first. We could talk it through later, all right? If the question troubles you, like, no, fine. Even though you were annoying as our enemy, you've helped us out plenty since then, haven't you? So I'd say I'd definitely call you a companion. A companion, huh? Like the numerous other dolls aboard the Elmo. You have been for a long time already. As long as it is what you want. Yeah, I'm glad then. From the moment I was born, I believed I was meant to become a singular existence that stood above everything else in this Varudo. Thought about it endlessly. That was all I could think about how you trample on everyone else beneath my feet. But when I'm on the Elmo, I can simply be one doll among many. I can be the most ordinary of them. I can rely on others, rely on you, rely on like the rest of them, trust me with everything about my existence. So I could just be lazy and let everyone else take care of everything. Yeah, that's fine. I can do that. You can stand the ammo no matter what kind of doll you wish to be. Coming back with us has to be better than being devoured by that scary thing in front of you, right? I'm sorry, I can't go back. The Boojum inside me can at any moment, by some method, alter my neural cloud and force me to take actions I would never choose. Me in that state, to you, would only be a hidden threat rooted in your midst. But merging with that revolting thing in front of you doesn't solve the problem either. We'll find a way as long as we manage to leave this place. No, you don't understand. What I need is right here. A part of me, which is my other half, comes from the thing standing before me. What? Sexton does an answer, steps forward, fixing a gaze on the thing before her. Its mass has doubled again. This time in the time it took for us to speak, the number of its tentacles have only grown. An eyeball splits open in the palm of each tentacle. They stare, they contemplate, they behold. Sexton stands before many, a sacrifice offered unto them. For an instant, I catch a glimpse of the same mutations I saw when Sexton's Blue Sphere and Iglo underwent their mutations. I see them on the Boojum, a huge tree woven of flesh and blood. Perhaps even a moth unfolding its wings, or perhaps some creature that just doesn't belong in any memory. I don't fully understand the specifics, but the Boojum inside me originated from that. The protocol within me is connected to that through the Boojum network between us. So I need to sever that link. Sever it? How do you plan to do that? When it calls out to me, it also exposes the part inside that's bound to me. All I have to do is cut that off, and I will no longer be controlled. Of course, if I fail, I've been prepared to take it down with me. It's too reckless. I can't let you do that. Even if everything else fails, I'll just let it devour me. That way, at least, there will be one less doll who has hurt the Elmo and would have gone on to hurt it more. Now, Sexton smiles at me. I realize it's the first time I've ever seen her smile like this. First time since the day she arrived aboard the Elmo. Thank you for the invitation, Commander. It's the first time anyone has ever invited me for anything. It's a pity, then, that an ordinary life on the Elmo isn't suited for me after all. Sexton takes one more step and extends her hand. The tip of the Boojum's tentacle splits open soundlessly, forming an enormous gluttonous whirlpool that climbs and coils around Sexton's body. The tentacle hentai begins. Everyone shoot the tentacles! Bullets rain upon the Boojum with great prejudice. I continue where I can by emptying my remaining 2 magazines into it. But against its endlessly multiplying cells, such attacks are nothing but a mere trifle. We together cannot stop it. We cannot. Yeah, you gotta separate it from its food source. Sextons, having no resistance, quickly dragged through the doorway. Tentacles retreat to their lair. Only a few streaks of mucus remain on the ground where she was dragged from. The door slams shut to an enormous explosion within. Whether Sexton's detonating some kind of explosive or she, I have no way of knowing. I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, real Paradius has never been tried before. It's true. Yeah, they'll do it right this time. It was never done correctly before. Yeah. Alright, let's go. Let's whoop some fucking ass. I don't need to go super serious. Yeah, so let's go with Klukai again. Oh yeah, we got a great fucking team here. Yeah, give Linda a little bit of a break. Oh man, I could hit a lot of these fuckers here. You need to sacrifice more people to get true Paradius. Yeah. I don't know why everyone is being so racist against them. Ah, shit, I don't think I can get high enough to... would have been... No, I don't think I would be able to get to slap them all anyway. Whatever. Let's just go right back down here and hide.
私よ
Got him that way. Yep, all we need.
終わった帰ったら一日寝てもいい
Do the next one. Oh, this one's got those annoying exploders. It's not going to be that big of a deal anyway. This one's going to take 2 turns, but it should still be doable.
訓練の成果ね
Away we go.
しよ
I love her ranged melee attacks.
どうってことないわ
Okay, now I could do the rest of them. Perfect.
降参するのは今のうちよ
They suffer from dismay as soon as that happened. I can understand why.
どうってことない
That's not exactly too fair to these guys. You know, I'm not going to be able to hit them all anyway. Oh.
眠い
Okay, let's just end the turn outright.
はいはい
See what I can accomplish here.
早く命令しなさい
Okay, let's just go back by 1. I want to hit them all.
ゴミが早く命令しなさい
Now, cleaning house.
クロちゃんも怒らせたね
And mech you. Nice and easy.
大変だったなダーリンご褒美くれるよね
And, okay. Got myself some collapse pieces. I'll be pocketing those. Okay, 2 more fights here. Then a story, a fight, a story, and we're done. What's that? That's a boojum, huh? Yep. Let's go fight them boojums then. Is it over? Blood like black mucus seeps through the seams of the door. For a moment, an immense silence looms over the whole castle. Ataraxis, who had been watching the whole thing from the side, still wears the same indifferent expression. When the enormous explosion reaches her ears, she only lifts her eyebrows slightly, her face expressing confusion. Why? Why would she cast herself aside? Because she had something she wanted to protect more? Are you incapable of at least understanding that much? Ataraxis looks at Alpha as if mulling over the words in her mind. How could there possibly be anything more important than one's own existence? Please teach me. We won't be able to teach you that. But what I can do is dispose of you. A gunfire erupts, bullets spray without warning towards Ataraxis. By the time the dry click of the assault rifle's firing pin strikes, striking empty, echoes through the air, Ataraxis had already appeared behind Voimostina, which is precisely where the tip of the dagger is waiting for her. While the dog's present, only Voimostina is able to keep pace with her speed. Even Ataraxis seems mildly surprised when Voimostina's dagger cuts into the air near her, only to be stopped by some kind of force, but a steel spike launches from Voimostina's wrist, piercing the layer of defense faster than the dagger swings. Huh? You scratched me! Ataraxis raises her hand about to catch the spike that was about to strike her left eye, halting its momentum. A simultaneous downward elbow strike snaps Voimostina's dagger clean in two. Faster circles bound her into flashback. Ataraxis turns her body in advance to counter her. Her slender wrist catches Voimostina's knee head on, a blow heavier than a rocket round. The boom and shockwave sweep through everything nearby. Voimostina stags back a few steps. Part of the armor on her knee has been crushed, sparks scattering from it, yet Ataraxis hasn't even moved an inch. She simply claps her hands free of dust. Thank you for the bout, esteemed warrior. What goes your name? Voimostina. Voimostina, I'll remember it. It felt an intriguing sensation just now. Might it have been pain? She holds out the right hand for Odyssey. A faint red mark is visible on her index finger, but in the next instant, the mark gets replaced by flawless, smooth skin through some kind of self-healing ability. I never anticipated that, but it appears there are still many things I have yet to leer. You got to go to a quality leering center to fix that. That's all you need to do. Commander, would your DOS be able to make me feel more pain if I were to attack with full force? Like Nancy Master's legs, she gives me a nod, firm as steel. Want to try? I would very much like to. But if I did, you would certainly die, and Mother already said it. Some kind of higher dimension being has, by means we can easily understand, bound you to this world. If I Minecraft you, the threads that bind this world would fray into disarray. So they're aware of the player. Okay, that's pretty meta. If that were the case, it would divert us from the future we're meant to walk. I don't see how my life has anything to do with your future. You've already shaped my past. Others perhaps may overlook your significance, but Mother understands you better than anyone. She knows how you change the trajectory of this Varudo. Commander, I'd never have been born if you never fired those 8 rounds into William, and Mother's research would never have made such progress in such a short time. In a way, both you and she are my creators. So I heed Mother's advice and let you leave. No, that alone is hardly enough to express my goodwill towards you. How about this then? I'll let you do as you please here. Plunder like a conqueror. Take whatever you want. Just don't be too greedy. Like a star saying goodbye to its audience, Roxas offers her small curtsy and disappears into the far end of the dome, leaving us with her parting words. There are too many things that could kill you here. Even God could get careless and the dead cannot return. They can if you just reload from a previous save. How about that? Meanwhile, the Iron Grill, the 3 bound Boojums we encountered earlier reappear. The electronic shackles on their bodies are gone. Cerberus has returned, and now he guards the gates with great fervor. What should we do, Commander? Stared at the tightly shut door behind us, hoping some kind of movement within to rekindle my hope. But there is none. Damn, is our only choice to abandon her? And it's not just sections after abandon the girl trapped within the Boojum. The command that initial points around the Bayudin have been confirmed. The moment you clear, I'll have Mekti trigger the explosives. Commander, I understand how you feel, but we've already been inside the red zone for over 10 hours. Your body, don't worry, this paltry amount of radiation can't hurt me. Anyway, deal with the immediate threat first and secure our retreat. Roger, roger. So now I actually have to eliminate the Boojum. Okay, so it's some dolls and the Boojum. And they all have to be eliminated. Okay. Yeah, they're behind me again. God damn it. That's annoying as hell. You know what? I don't think last time no one broke through Andorus's shield anyway. Or I didn't need Andorus's shield because no one broke through Lorelai's shield, rather. I definitely think I could use the extra HP, though. Level 5 Boojum. Pretty high level. Alright, so she disguised herself as a Christmas dumpster. Alright, get Boy Mostin up there to that Boojum. Wow, I didn't even do that much damage at all. The Boojum is immune to stun. That does make sense. It is a boss level creature. I gotta pick, so let's pick. I think if I shoot you, that will hit the Boojum too. They're within range, that's good. Damn, this Boojum's got a lot of health. Yeah, I think I actually gotta read its abilities here. Oh, if I back off a little bit. I mean, is this too far? Yeah, that's too far for those. Yeah, yep, that's not a good idea. I'll just leave her there. Alright, so about this Boojum. Yeah, that's just his damage. Alright, attack is increased by 100%. Okay. Okay, so I might be able to dispel that. It doesn't say it can't be cleansed. Yeah, so it does have a buff there. Yeah, Savagery Unbound. I don't think I brought a cleanser, though. Suomi could probably do it. That's not a big deal. As long as I got my invincibility shields, I'll be fine. I mean, there's a lot of fucking boss fights in this event. Nice. Now I'm curious. Okay, never mind. This one here did take more damage. That is the expected result. Okay. So if I fire this at you, that's good. Now if I put you here, I can attack that doll at the same time as well. Plus tank a few hits. Can you do your ult yet? Ah, very nice. Let's get that at regular speed. That did quite a bit. Follow-up did too. That Boojum is still standing strong, huh? We're gonna have to fix that. Okay, there we go. Now he phase broke. Okay, I think he's gonna be able to take. He's gonna be taking a lot more damage now. So they're not attacking Cheyenne there. That's actually kind of funny. Okay. Or do I... Okay, if I summon Voimastuna back here, she could hit all of those guys. Oh, you know what? Nah, I think I need to do this. Yeah, it doesn't really matter where you go there. Oh, I might be able to even finish that one off, huh? Kinda curious now. Nah, probably not. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to finish those guys off either, really. But... Nah, you know what? I'm just gonna keep going with that. It's probably the best call. Yep, might be able to finish him off now. Next turn for sure. Nope, that turn. Oh, she actually took that damage. That's not good. Good thing they got that extra health. Oh, shit. That might actually get inconvenient. Woo, man, what perfect timing. Okay, this I need to do. I need to heal everyone again, get them back their shields. Yeah, that one's gonna have to go at some point. So yeah, I'll be able to hit 3 of them at once if I go there. Okay, so she can only do this one now. That's fine.
さっさと倒れたらどう
All right, you. There we go.
まだ降参しちゃダメ
You guys all gathered yourselves in one spot for me. That was very nice of you.
ここからが本番よ了解
All right, can I finish any of these guys off? I might have been able to finish that one off, but nah. Okay, I could probably pop some of these. Oh yeah, there we go.
大した予想通りです
Nice.
だご命令を
Okay, maybe able to finish you off. The ones with the shields are the annoying ones. That's right. Problem solved. How many are left? 3? Yep, 3 left. And they're all completely separated, so man.
もう逃げられない
Yeah, this one might be the closest one I'm taking out. That shield doesn't help.
冷静にはいお茶をお出ししましょう
This one should be dead next turn.
本気で予想通りです
That's what I was waiting for. Alright, Boy Mostin a summon.
エンジン起動
She's not going to move anymore, so get her in the middle so her rocket lands on both of them.
命令してもう逃げられない
They came from behind. They did, but then they just ended up chilling there, not doing much.
僕ならやれる
You know, if I leave her alone, maybe. Okay, you know what? Oh, I wanted to swap to the other one. Ah, there we go. That still worked out perfectly, though. She didn't have a chance to activate her shield.
僕ならやれる冷静に
ご命令を
Okay, good. I can at least do
逃げられ
this.
るエンジン起動
Alright, at least get this in the way.
まだ降参しちゃダメここからが本番よ
Alright, I need to slap him even harder now.
お待たせしました はい
Man, those actually do a surprisingly high number of damage.
お茶をお出ししましょう
Alright.
気をつけてお帰りください
Alright. I actually just barely made it within 7 turns. Roar. Roar! Going to boot and suddenly erupts a piercing shriek in front of us and going all attacks. It charges madly at Peritia. Peritia is able to dodge it in time. She gets slammed against the wall by the beast's enormous strength. That's her only reaction. Boojum's eyes flare red. Its paws frantically at the floor with its hooves, getting momentum for another charge at Peritia. Hey, watch out! Heroic dives forward to attack Peritia. The two of them roll out of the way together. The Boojum barely scrapes past their bodies as it slams through the tightly shut door, creating a massive crater on it. Oh, that was a good plan. Get the Boojums to open the door. Yeah, thanks. Thought that was it for me. Nothing to thank for anyway, just paid you back the favor. You what, Sundaren? Yup. Huh? Who are you calling that? Two of them dodged another attack. The other two Boojums and their injured rib cage haven't been their injured rib cages heaving with labored breath. Fix their blood-red eyes on their position, ready to attack at any moment. Wait, these Boojums seem abnormal. Their target is that door. Preeter Krolik, get out of the way! Two of them leap to the sides of the door. All three beasts charge forward at once. Thunk! But the door is not as fragile as it seems. Alright, it only gives off a dull echo, continuing to hold its position firmly, guarding the boundary between the two rooms. I guess Sextons was able to accomplish something. Alright, three Boojums turn their gaze towards the door. They stop paying attention to our attacks and shift their assault towards the door. Commander, there's a great chance for us to retreat. Commander, please authorize it for your own safety. Commander, please give the order. Thunk. Thunk. No, we're going in. The thunder's impacts within the hall refused to fade away. Bizarre, there was no other way to describe this behavior. I felt myself ponder. Alva is right, this is the best moment for us to retreat, but deep down I can't shake the feeling that a truth I have yet to uncover lies beneath the Boojum's strange behavior. Retreat, but we still have no leads on that girl. Melanie, can you still sense that girl? I can. That girl is still alive. She's very weak, but her consciousness is still there. These Boojums are charging in. They're trying to repair that monster inside. Oh. Okay. Now I turned towards the door when the Boojum injured horn lowered, is bearing towards it. After I was violent impacts, the door is now riddled with dents and crates. It no longer seems impregnable as it did at the start. Now, following the latest impacts and a deep boom that sends the tremors through the whole portico below the stairs. Dust and debris fall down from the doomed ceiling. Looks like the ancient brickstone walls will be the first to surrender. The second and third Boojums charge one after another before the echo can even fade. Compared to when after actually controlling them, they move neither with neither order nor technique. They channel nothing but savagery and wanton force, earning their weight at this barrier. Boom! Saying crashed was finally ripped from its frame, slamming to the ground with enough force to kick up a plume of dust and smoke. Yeah, at last now see clear what lies behind the door, a great rot. My eyes scan the scene hidden behind those wooden windows, and I pause. Therein lies a sight grotesque enough to make the unprepared wretch. The walls and ceiling of the room have been marred for eternity by splattered blood and chunks of mangled tissue. Sextons must have detonated what was the most powerful explosive we had aboard the Elmo. That enormous mass of flesh formed by weaving countless entwined tentacles now crawls on the floor, writhing as if struggling to reassemble itself. It has lost the intimidating presence it had before. Tentacles lie scattered and broken. Its eyeballs roll across the ground. Its wounds twitching faintly beneath the layers of overlapping tissue, seemingly trying to mend themselves. But the damage is too great, they cannot heal immediately. But the three Boojums charge at the creature before it can react. One after another, they sink into its enormous body and are absorbed, becoming part of its flesh. Yeah, Mooney, are you sure? I'm sure! Beep, beep, beep. The detonation device Alva carries lets out a series of alerts. That's similar to the previous one. So this is what was emitting the normal pulse we detected. It's repairing itself. If we don't retreat now, it'll be too late. Well, can we fight it later? Now we have a chance to destroy it. I glance at Melanie, then at the massive Boojum within, now stirring once again. We can't, there's still someone alive in there. I run towards the doorway, towards the direction where Melanie sensed a Helena. Tells Gunfire follows close behind, driving the tentacles back that tried to reach for me. So now we're gonna have to fight the tentacle monster. Second to last battle. Yeah, beneath the Boojum's massive body lies what appears to be a network of low-temperature pipes and reaction systems. Some kind of liquid courses through them, maintaining a deadly equilibrium. I only realize when I look closer, the liquid is filled with what appears to be flesh and tissue. The Boojum's body is the final destination of this flow of nutrient solution. Where did they harvest it from? An enormous round pit sits at the far end of the cellar, sinking straight down to the earth. The pit's walls are now covered in spiderweb-like cracks from Sexton's explosion. Oh, it's just like the first time. Look down at the pit, I realize the space is bent in some unnatural way. A faint flickering glow blocks my view of whatever lies inside. What a familiar sensation. For some reason, close I approach, the more disordered my thoughts become. Visions. They cross my mind. They don't belong to me. They belong to countless souls that are arranged in a line before me, and my body is but a mere vessel that passes through, seeing them unfold in each passing moment. I'm done for. The acute infection is getting worse. I can hardly catch my breath, but I worry that breathing too deeply will increase my intake of radioactive particles. Glanced down at the radiation monitor and let out a bitter laugh. Can't even display scientific value now. Yep, that means you're fucked. H35, where on earth are you? If you're still alive, answer me. Seriously, a beam of light suddenly emerges from the bottom of the pit. Huh? She flashed you. Wherever the light brushes the boojum, the dimmed classic crystals abandon its body light up. The light travels along its withered tentacles and through its flesh, surging through its whole body. Wounds left by the explosion seal themselves shut and regain their shine where the light passes. There goes that slump as the ground, rise at once, a terrifying force gathered behind them. They lash out towards me. It's coming back to life. Commander, behind you! Rose one, draw a pistol and fire blinds several rounds over my shoulder, then dodge another tentacle strike. 3 boojums that charge appear to have been melted down by the tentacle monster, their flesh, their plant tissue, their crystals, all of it absorbed into the enormous boojum before me. So those were level 5 boojums. I wonder what level this one is. And now I've absorbed all those nutrients. Tentacle boojum fully recovers. Its body has become even larger than before. Gurgle, gurgle. Command, I've run a simulation based on its boojum combat capabilities. Our current service status. If we delay any further, our chance of success or retreat drops below 10%. You have to make the call now. We kill this thing. Okay, Groza, I need the two of you to stay with me. I'll remain here and fight to the very last. Well, I guess they're fine with that. Understood. I'll stay with you. All right, Commander. I'll carry out your team's duty. As you wish, Commander. This boojum will be incredibly difficult to handle. Of course it will, but that's normal. We'll find a way to open a safe path for you. Please go forth and do what you came here to do. Commander, do you remember what I told you? Don't forget to ask me for help at critical moments. I glance over at Preeta. She's lazily called around Krolik, who looks clearly unamused. Perhaps it's a trick of the Loit, but I think I catch a flicker of something familiar in one of Preeta's eyes. I'll do that if the situation calls for it. Alright, I guess that's what'll happen. Oof. That looks painful. Well, Sextons are still there. Alright, I guess we just got to free her from her cage. Yeah, okay. Lower the blood tentacles HP within 7 turns. There's no more than 1 use. Okay, they're all coming from behind again. Yep, I definitely could use some AoE here. Or I could just focus fire on the boss. I mean, this is probably going to be a good team regardless. Nothing but boss fights this time around. Oh, it's still a level 5. Alright, at least I can take them out. Okay, I only got to take them down to 50%. Can I get her out of there? What is that? It's one we target in one time, dealing melee physical damage. Okay. I don't think I could do anything about her. There doesn't seem to be any mechanics around that. Those guys are stunned anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Wow, that did like nothing. Okay, if my guess is correct, I might just have to lower her, or lower the tentacle's stability to be able to get at it. Each stack reduces one. Okay. So it's red even though it's a buff. Okay. How do I get rid of that? Concretion. Yeah, the rest of this is stuff I do. Hmm. Oh, right.
お茶をお出しし
Yeah,
ましょ
I think I may need to take out its stability, which is going to happen thanks to all the extra attacks I get out on him. Oh, so Sexton's healed as well, thanks to the ability I had. Yeah, because she started out pretty injured, but yeah, that green bar means she is a friendly unit. Yeah, yup. Springfield's max HP up worked on her. I mean, that's good. Okay. Okay, 298. I gotta take it down to 150. Might take a while.
逃げられるとエンジン起動
Yeah, let's see if this makes a difference. Okay, its stability broken, but it doesn't seem to have made a difference. Okay. Yeah, you just go back here now so you can slap some of those guys. Okay, that's good.
大丈夫了解
Use the power of the donut.
冷静に
Ah, shit, the Summer Beach event in Deep Rock Galactic started? Oh. I'm gonna have to boot that up then.
本気を出します
Oh, do I actually have to take all of those guys out? So what the fuck is this thing actually doing right now? Yeah, that's not gonna do much. I think I just gotta make it so the bats don't get to it. I mean, I'm guessing that they'll be feeding it.
ご命令をさっさと倒れたらどうだ
That works, I guess.
了解しました
Okay, now
お茶を
I
お
should
出
be
し
able to
しま
take
しょう
out the bats. Good. You're gonna get no reinforcements now.
大したことはありませんから
Yeah, either way, actually, thanks for the $5 letting me know about that. God, it's been a little bit. I mean, I think I missed the 4th of July event this time around. I'm gonna have to remember to do those.
ここからが本番ね
Oh. Now we got 2 of them grabbed.
本気を出します
Okay, so what happened there? Oh, 79. Okay.
命令して
Okay, so it lost some stacks there. Oh, okay.
冷静に
I think as long as their health holds up, it should be okay.
お茶をお出ししましょう
Okay, I may actually have to... Oh, nope. Don't do anything. Yeah, what is it doing there? 80% for random enemy targets, physical damage. Okay. Okay, remove binding from units that have crystal permeation for 2 rounds. Man, this thing looks like it has some pretty annoying mechanics. I took out its method of healing, though. Oh, it looks like they're going to get 2 more.
逃げられるとエンジン起動
That's fine. I'll fix them.
最大出力
Oh, you know what? No. You're gonna end your turn back here. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Oh, what? Oh, right. She gets 2 turns. Ah, that blood tentacle is excited. Okay. Did I just win? Okay. I mean, I guess it took some damage from something. Yeah, the ground around me is already splattered with a layer of Boojum tissue torn apart by gunfire. Compared to the Paradius labs I've broken into in the past, its underground lab isn't really all that large. It looks even more cramped because of the huge Boojum before us. But after searching for tanks that would have held Helenas like the one I found before or some other hidden space, failed to find any trace of H-35 even after a thorough search. Suddenly a tentacle that slipped through the blanket of gunfire cuts off my path. The Boojum tentacle raises its tip up high to stop. It stops right in front of me at the center of its palm-like end. A slick, oily skin tears open. An eyeball stares quietly at me. I don't make any sudden move. I can only meet its gaze in silence. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Seeing me trapped by a tentacle, the dogs immediately move in to help me, launching their attacks on it. Turned back completely by the overwhelming fire, the Boojum seems to feel pain or perhaps merely discontent, and lets out a low, muffled whimper. Ah, the Boojum's not too happy, huh? Ooh, what? Commander? Uh-oh, it's talking. No, Commander, you don't understand. What I need is right here. Part of me, it's my other half, comes from things standing before me. That's right, back in Liv, it goes the same way. Could be that Boojum is carrying sextons? I call out hesitantly, sextons? Yep, as though Boojum struck some kind of shock. It lets out a long, high-pitched wail of grief. Really? If that's the case, how do we get you out? Alright, last time what we did was I pick up the comms device. Evian Sextons are still alive. She's currently fused with the Boojum, unable to control herself. She may attack us at any moment. For now, do what we can to keep those tentacles pinned down. I think I'll think up a way to solve this. Because laid out, each squad carefully carries out their assigned role. The Boojum rides and twists performance. Tentacles nearly seize me several times, yet they always veer away at the last moment. Yeah, it's fighting itself. I can feel Sexton's doing her best to resist with the invisible force controlling her. Commander, get out of there now. What? The Boojum's will is impossible to resist? Boojum's will is impossible to resist. That's right, my own will, the will of Sexton, is about to be devoured. It's the consequence of being granted power that was never mine in the first place. Not having your base layer present like other dolls does not mean freedom. That red heart within our body has long since announced the fate that I can never escape. Even though for the first time in my life I thought that if I tried working hard for the sake of others, even though I've been cast aside and erased, my own fame and my own neural cloud. And still I wasn't of the slightest use to the one I came to admire. Regret, sorrow, fear, and shame. I don't want them to see me like this. I want the Commander to see me like this. Did I say my farewell was probably my final moment? Did the meaning I wanted to get get through? Did I cause anyone trouble? Did I manage to express my gratitude? There is so much I regret. It is precisely this regret that's become the small, slender thread of safety still tethering Sexton's self to this Varudo. And now the banging. Sound of bullets striking my frame. No, that is if this disgusting mass of tissue made of cells are stripped my consciousness away, it could be called a frame. Consciousness is blurring. I can barely keep this restless, writhing body under control any longer. The shame of being watched by the Commander and the joy of realizing someone is still fighting for her sake. Tortures what remains of Sexton's self are heat unlike any other, scorches her soul from within. They're nothing more than people I just met a few months ago. What would it matter if I killed them? The Commander have to do is hold on, and he'll surely find a way. Taking complicated thoughts are hard, torn between contradictions. If you submit, the pain will lessen. A voice rises within your neural cloud. You want to become the most outstanding, all you have to do is act according to her will. Just like when you were born, isn't it simple? Mother is always right. It's you again, every single time. But every time you grow a little stronger, don't you? Do you remember? I think of how people who once signed agreements with you treated you like royalty. Think of how those weaker dolls bowed in submission before you. You stand that trajectory, the whole conglomerate would have fell within your grasp. Moving forward, you only need to gather enough leverage and you'll arrive at the destination set before you, wouldn't you? Maybe. Have you remembered already those memories of the past? My past memories have been restored? That's right, it does seem like much time has passed. Neurocloud data from my birth onward, weaving in the storage, arranging into scene after scene. No, that isn't storage, that's a braid. The initial trivial graft of data multiplied and grew without end. Born as a faint voice in her mind, spread little by little, taking root in every part of her until it at last became a brain commanding her whole body. So that's what the Boojum's for. We don't know what the oranges are for, but we know what the Boojum's for. Alright, they will eventually replace her neural cloud and become a personality. Her thoughts, her memories, and her consciousness named Sextons will be driven away into the darkest corners. Now she has completed her rebirth. Very good. Next, give one of these meddlesome pests in front of you. The Boojum's body suddenly splits open, exposing a pale spine within. It begins to flush with sinister blood, with blood red from the top to bottom. Countless blood vessels were dilating beneath its skin. Next moment is akin to a volcanic eruption. Hundreds of tentacles burst from the body, from the ground, from the walls, from every crack and crevice, surging towards me like a free-flowing lava. Is there no escape? Am I surrounded by tentacles in an instant? The slick, viscous feeling wraps around me, making it nearly impossible for me to breathe. Doll scrambled to coordinate their deployment on the comms channel, trying to carve out a path for survival for me. There are too many tentacles I can't break free. There's nothing I can do if this keeps up. As tentacles wrap around my body, they begin to multiply, seemingly wanting to assimilate me too. The protective suit is torn open at one spot. The collapsed radiation alarm begins flashing fiercely in red. But since I'm right next to a giant Boojum's mouth, radiation is the least of my immediate worries. Like, yeah, I'll worry about dying from cancer in a few years after I'm done worrying about being eaten right now. Now with Sextons unable to endure, it looks like no other means to change the outcome. Commander? Melanie? No, that voice, although it's similar, it isn't Melanie. Could it be a Helena? But coughs heavily. It's hard to breathe. I can't think clearly. There isn't much room for thinking anyway, being in my position. Yeah, a random machine gun fire sweeps the Boojum, using the wall as her launch point. Creature leaps into a sea of spreading tentacles, landing beside me. Commander! Yeah, Peritia, how did you? Well, she does save the day all the time, right? She has a new ability. From now on, please don't ask why. What? If it doesn't answer, instead seemingly makes up my spot about something, give me a firm nod. Power remaining in me has its limits, so we only have one shot at this. Now, please grip my hand tightly. Close your eyes and follow where the fate guides you. Well, it's gonna require another story segment, so I'm sure it's gonna be guiding into some very interesting places. Yeah, there's still an enemy that hasn't spawned back there. Yeah, it's probably looking like, yeah, I'm just gonna turn around and pretend I didn't see any of that. Nope. Alrighty, let's do these here. Oh man, they're all clumped together for my killing pleasure. Let's bust out the fire again. Yeah, invincible. Team Invincible. Oh, that's so cute. Those guys think that by blocking one attack, they can save themselves? Guess what, man? It's not going to happen. Oh, that's just going to outright wreck those two. Yeah, I really hate those counter guys. Well, that was quick. That's clearly the boss of this map. Gotta take this bitch ass out.
了解
Okay, now I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna drop the real firepower down here. Neon would be proud. I love seeing that no damage pop up. That is so nice.
私ご筋を
Okay, I wonder if she's gonna be countered too. Nope, I guess it doesn't apply to AoEs. No, it does. Okay. Yeah, let's just end this. I don't like the way you smell. You could get isekai'd. Get isekai'd, bitch. Alright. Might be able to do this here. Yeah. Wipe these two out.
楽しませてあげる前進
Yeah, you guys are really annoying with them counterattacks, you know?
ご注文の中断ですご安心
I think they may have died. That's right.
あの
Firepower!
満足げな表情を見ると興奮しちゃう
Only the best firepower for me. Then after this, there's just gonna be 2 more and we're done. It really is around 5 hours. I kind of guessed that's how long it would be. Yeah, you know what? Let's keep this. Yeah, let's keep this team. We got a good thing going. Oh, I only need to eliminate the target units. That's just the 2 in the back.
命令して
So if I could hit them both.
まだ降参しちゃダメ
They think they're safe back there. That's what makes it so cute. Nah, you guys are just going ham on this shit, huh? I might be able to do it in 1 turn again. Firepower is enhanced by plot size? I think so. Well, that's the rest of the map cleared. Shit, I can't hit them though. Ah, that sucks. Well, you can. Get him, Lewis. Good job. Ah, man.
ご注文の中断ですご安心ください
Shit, I don't think I can reach a square that'll hit anyone
ご注文の
else.
中断です
So I'm just gonna have to isekai from here. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna take 2 turns.
くださいやった 了解
You know what? You didn't get to finish your attack last time, so do it this time. Okay, target unit down.
私
Still have to take out that last guy, because just fuck you, that's why. Ah, that's good. 1 fight, 1 story segment, and the event is finished. Alright. Yep, SA-111. There's only going to be 1 enemy here. We're fighting Darcher for some reason. Alright, now first the story. 2 story in 1 fight. Never mind. Order collapse and everything will happen again. Yep, we'll see how it happens. I don't know where I am. It appears I'm no longer inside the red zones. As early as Pretia is doing, then her power is way more uninspiring than what 3rd gen dolls can do. Feel as though all things lie prostrated beneath my feet, while I myself rise endlessly upward until I reach the highest point of all. Not for me is the figure of a child facing away from me. Helena or Melanie? Try to run towards her, but someone behind me holds me back. Neither, actually. Peritia? You... Peritia smiles and shakes her head. Commander, the we that exists right now, you cannot yet save her. Cannot save her? You mean to say that she's age 35? Peritia naturally understands the situation, leaves me speechless. Peritia, how do you know about age 35? Perhaps I overheard a conversation with Melanie? Is that so? Wait, but back then... Commander, we're short on time. Let's focus on the problem in front of us, shall we? You're right. First, my curiosity down. She's here to help, after all. And by now, I'm well aware that the miracle she created is by no means easily replicable. Seriously, already worked out how Boojums are formed, have you? New product practices experiments. It's not the full picture. Boojums born through practices modifications. They're another partial form of an organism. As for the Helenas, they control them through the connection no one fully understands. The one we face now has grown extra powerful thanks to the special energy provided by H35. Special? Could it be? I believe you already made the correct hypothesis. Yes, it's a power from that other side. Sir Pratis truly did tread farther than ever before. No wonder that Whammons we met seemed so confident. Indeed. She isn't merely the inventor of third-gen dolls. She's also the architect behind the whole Boojum biological system and the teacher who created the Helenas. The energy that gives rise to the pulses, the sacrifice, the medium that bears nirvana, the grail, and the anchor point that activates the relics, the key. So Boojums are a medium that may bear nirvana. It's actually the reverse, but Boojums are indeed one of the very few things that can actually form a connection with nirvana and mutually affect each other. Because of this inherent illogical nature, the Boojum cells cannot be killed by human hands unless completely destroyed physically, but an exception exists within nirvana. The only way to save Sextons is to sever the umbilical cord connecting the anchor point to the medium. Right now, that girl's preparing to cut the umbilical cord that feeds the Boojum. It's unfortunate, but this is the only way to save Sextons. Then what happens to age 35? Ah, you told me earlier we can't save her. Are you sure there are choice is to abandon her? There must be another way. If I am not the one here, perhaps there would be, unfortunately. As I can do with my power. In fact, I'm afraid I won't be able to pull off something like this again for a long time. However, if you can wound the Boojum severely enough, it'll fall into a state of weakness. That way, you won't be able to harm the girl. It won't be able to harm the girl any further. That is a form of rescue too. Is that something you can accept? Can we just kill it outright? That's almost impossible. This one is too large, and the combat strength we possess is not grand enough to physically destroy it. That's why the girl wants to cut the umbilical cord. Sextons will be separated from the Boojum once that happens. We'll only need to rescue her just like we did before. I still have enough power to protect you from being eroded by Boojum cells. Please act quickly once we leave this place. Commander, I'm leaving this in your hands. After Priya finished her sentence, I think for a moment, finally realizing what the doll has been telling me. Wait, Priya, did you get all that intel from StateSec? No, you didn't. Who are you? Commander, I'm nothing more than an ordinary doll. I do carry a thing with certain particular yearning, yet in the end, I still cannot understand her will. But at least this wisp of power that remains can help you escape your present plight, and ensure the girl won't have any more of her life force drawn out by that Boojum. Never understood why she chose me, but perhaps she did so for this very moment. Commander, you're the man I loved, you're a man beloved and longed after by God, you know. Now then, let us begin. Uh-oh. Queen goes good without me creating a smile as she takes my hand. A warm power flows through my palm. The Boojum cells stop trying to erode me the very next moment. All wildly thrashing tentacles freeze mid-air. Even the eyeballs freeze motionless. I can tell that this Boojum, which is burying its fangs at Preeti and me not long ago, has developed an emotion it should not possess towards us. It's afraid. Yeah, try summon Truck-kun in attack mode. That's right. That's how we do it. Yeah, imagine the pain seeing the future and the people not believing you till it's too late. Yeah, that's the curse of Cassandra. I scramble to my feet and draw a tactical knife from my belt. The blade, which once gleamed silver, is somewhat taken on a tinge of deep blue. Ooh. Does it detect orcs nearby, perhaps? Cover me! Beneath these beneath the dense drumming gunfire, Pretia and I move past the tentacles, writhing frantically to avoid us, till we stand beneath the Boojum's enormous body. Tentacle tip eyeballs no longer stare down at me. They squint and narrow, writhing up a frenzy alongside the tentacles they're attached to. Commander, do it now. Damn it. Let's end this. Raise my knife high and plunge it into the Boojum. Sense of resistance greets the blade. It feels like I'm cutting through thick rubber. I throw all my strength into the hilt and pull downward. And that's how it ended up looking like it was sliced open. My voice and the Boojum's low muffled shrieks mixed together, echoing through the castle's basement. The blade tears downward, ripping through the Boojum's skin to create a horrifying crimson wound. Unlike a normal cut, it seems seared by a fierce blue flame, immediately filling the air with the nauseating stench of scorched flesh. The Boojum's enormous body curls into a ball, twisting and convulsing. From somewhere within it, a sharp scraping sound arises, like styrofoam being rubbed together. They slump towards the ground right after, like wet mud. The blood-red color drains from the tentacles' tips, fading to a lifeless grayish white. The eyeballs roll across the floor, swiftly burning away into a wisp of empty ash. Sextons. Oh, she's still there. Sexton's eyes are tightly shut. Perhaps the umbilical cord was severed. Her body is no longer attached to the Boojum's tissue, sliding out of it like an innocent newborn. We have to retreat. I hoist Sexton's up with the last of my strength. The good thing she's much lighter than usual, with most of her limbs heavily damaged. Predisposed me my stumbling form as we run towards the lab exit. Turn around, the tentacles begin to gather and lunge at us as a frenzy. I almost feel its cold mucus dripping on top of my head. Commander, duck! We duck to the side, and nade grazes past my scalp, exploding less than 10 meters behind me. The boom, a splash of mucus sprays onto the back of my head. Makes me glad I'm still wearing the protective suit. Yeah, I'll say. Hopefully that's not where the holes were. Now, Commander, go left! As what's going through breathing, I immediately turn left. Bzzzt. The sound of electrical short circuit is heard right after an ominous movement in the ceiling above. Faster! Consider for a moment that I'm human. You aren't that weak. When I throw back her torch, but step for every last ounce of strength I can to muster to pick up my pace. Through that, I did so as the very next moment, because the electrical short, a heavy metal panel comes crashing down, pinning the chasing tentacles that have been closest to me. Nice. Almost there. Voimashna, get the commander. Alva provides covering fire as Voimashna rushes towards the bow hand. She pulls Pretia and me onto the steps. The door was torn off, can no longer be closed. All I could do is keep running towards the hall's exit. Team Groza is having brought Melanie to the safe exit point long ago, immediately moves to meet us when they see us approach. Yeah, I'm sorry, Melanie, I couldn't save that girl. No, Commander. I sensed her feelings. She told me that. She thanked you. Looks forward to see to a future where. Commander, get over here. I guess granting her freedom is salvation, huh? Groza stands guard at the door, her hand already on the lever beside the hall's main doors. The instant we step into the hall's vestibule, she pulls the brass lever. The steel door slowly descends after some splattering sounds by tentacles slamming against the door. Our surroundings finally return to peaceful silence. It's been a while since I had to sprint while carrying weight. Like, wow, Kukai was just like a drill instructor at school. Lower Sexton's down, sitting next to her, grasping for breath. Her eyes are tightly closed. She lets out pained moans, seemingly still unconscious. Commander, is a tear in your protective suit. Let me help you do some emergency repairs. All right. I no longer have the strength to move. Well, you still got a boss fight to do. I slump into place and let Alva tend to me. Next, I repair tape seals the breach of the protective suit. We're still in enemy territory, no telling what could happen. You leave as quickly as possible. Commander, if you find it hard to move now, I can carry. No, it's fine. If you can carry can you carry Sextons instead? Yeah, Commander, don't mind me. Destroy me. Run. Hurry. I'm about to hand Sextons over to Voimashna when her eyes suddenly open. She looks at me with despair. There's another one inside me. It's my curse. I don't know why it's quiet now, but this is the only chance. Please leave me. You've already been saved. Thanks to Preeta and H35, that thing will no longer trouble you. Now you can finally go home, back to the Elmo. Home? The Elmo? Do I have a place like that? You do now. That's right, if Ataraxi says this place is her home, then the Elmo is your home. Right now to Vamasta, singing to her to help. Vamasta dips her head silently, then hosts Sextons onto her shoulder. Her concern is well founded. We can't afford to linger here any longer. We're not only facing the threat of enemy attack, my body too seems to have reached its limits. And not to mention the radiation poisoning that you also have. That's going to be a problem. There's so many mysteries to be solved, so many questions I want to ask. But I think I'll have to wait until we get out of this place. All right, everyone, quickly check your gear. We'll move out at once. To have the light footsteps approach from afar. The dogs and I stop organizing our equipment, then turn our gazes towards the end of the corridor. It's Darcher. Yeah, you thought you're just gonna get out of here after defeating the last boss? Well, first you have to defeat the super secret real last boss. Tries to adventure in, but no sacrifice should be taken for granted. I'll try. Yeah, the girl's parasol box of moonlight pouring down, shrouding her in a flower-like shadow. She lowers her gaze at Sextons, currently draped over Vamastana's shoulder. Her lips form a cruel smile. And is this how you celebrate your rebirth, Sextons? Darcher. If I had my arms, I'd choke you. How unsightly to think you were placed ahead of the rest of us, favored by Mother, yet became such an ungrateful thing. At least she followed her own will, making a choice that was truly hers. Whereas you, Darcher, are nothing more than a puppet dancing to someone else's will. Now, a puppet, you can't defy Mother's commands. Your only choice is to rush here and clean up the mess, no? Command, you always imagine things to be simpler than it truly is. I can't, not because I was bound by anyone's command. Mother never issues any forced orders to us either. We are always loved, always cherished by Mother, and this extends to that thing, Sextons. That was exactly why you had the chance to escape with your lives, carrying that thing with you. But I am different. I hate traitors. How can you betray Mother? Why would you think I'd let you go after you betrayed our creator? She lifts her eyes away from Sexton's face. All right, enough idle talk. I'm guessing you have no intention of handing Sextons over to me. People like you always come charging in, talking about the power of friendship and the bonds and whatever on your lips. Real petty, really. Time to bury the rest of you with her. Okay. So that's how it escalates, huh? Is she gonna transform? It's stronger than before. And as girls, I should call you that for now. Your courage in facing me after going through all that is quite admirable. In truth, after spending some time with you, I've started to like that personality of yours, which is why I do not enjoy what I will have to do to you next. However, I was thinking, would ending you right here mean that you won't have to face the suffering to Coom? What madness are you spewing? Are you retarded? Man, Kroluk is just being real there. He's trying to distract us. Be careful, everyone. Oh ho! Which of these do you think is the truth between the image in the light and the invisible true nature in the dark? OTS 14? Huh? Oh shit, how do you know that? That's right, the power of friendship! Ah! Hey, there's Sextons again. Unaffiliated. So she's still kind of injured. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can fix that. Alright. This is the last fight, so let's bust out all the stops. Yeah, Mechty would be a good help here. Okay, I definitely need the HP. Although, do I need the HP if I have the invincibility? No, that's worth a shot, though. Oh, you know what? It's been a while since I busted out Nikita there. All right, let's go. This is a very balanced team. So how much is that gonna do? Okay, I'm actually doing real damage. That's a plus.
命令して
I might be able to do this.
まだ降参してたね
Yeah, Sextons has the
ここから
invincibility as
が
well.
本番よ
エンジン起動
Yeah, this might actually be possible.
ですか給与が上がるんですか
All right, plant a little puppy behind you.
逃げられる
Yeah, Voimasina is going to be there tanking like she always does. All right, Mekti just sleeping through the whole fight. That was easier than the fight before it. What the hell? Yeah, someone tells you won't see Darcher as a playable doll. Aw, that sucks. But Voimasina, she's heading your way. Is she? With a light turn of Darcher's wrist, the Parasol's Campy manages to block the bullets fired at her back. Bullets powerful enough to punch through steel, roar like a damper hitting upon hitting the ground or hitting ground upon beating the Parasol, then slide off limply, making clinking sounds on the floor. I gotta get whatever the hell that umbrella is. Yeah, that would be nice. He bends down slightly to the other side of the Parasol, then leaps from crouching position. Boom, boom, boom. Not bang, bang, bang. Voimasina opens fire without the slightest hesitation, aiming to drive Dartier back with overwhelming firepower. Her Parasol is both the sturdiest shield and the sharpest spear, but if she can't break through the suppressing gunfire, her hands won't be free enough to attack. Team Groza, support Voimasina. The doubled gunfire roars through the whole room, but when the smoke clears, find Dartier has already arrived right in front of Voimasina. How? The Parasol folded shut at some point, now transformed into a black assault rifle. Archer makes no move to evade. She takes every bullet Voimasina fires head on, ridding her frame with horrifying bullet holes. But the muzzle of her weapon has long since been trained on Sextons. No! Is Melanie gonna save her? Single gunshot rings out softly, jarringly sharp in the lull between the bursts of gunfire. Darcher, you... yeah. Okay. So she's having a good time. No one can betray Mother. No one! I won't allow it. Not even you, Sextons. Yeah, Sextons completely loses consciousness. The bullet has bored straight through her chest, leaving a black hole dripping with blood. Yeah, have you gone mad, Darcher? What good does this do you? Good? I don't know either. Come to think of it, it's true. I really isn't any, but still, I can't help myself. I'm totally not a puppet, though. Anyone who looks down on Mother cannot be forgiven. That's simply how I think. So what about you, Commander? You went against Mother. What good does that do you? Going against us, getting yourself turned into something neither dead nor alive by radiation. What good does that do you? She's not the one individual who chose to align with evil. I look towards Darcher, where our gazes meet. I strangely do see a trace of understanding in those hate-filled eyes. See, your fixation on your sense of justice has carried you all the way here. So never underestimate the power of obsession. Prepare to embrace your destruction with your blind obsession, you and that Mother you keep speaking of. Prepare yourselves, I will erase every last one of you Paradius freaks. How scary, I'm so scared. What a pity, though, we won't be able to do it, Commander. Swarovska's Mother is a great existence as seen through fate itself. Darcher falls back into the crack that split open at the center of the floor. And does she get absorbed into the tentacles? Violent earthquake erupts in their reception room, maybe more intense than the one during our arrival. Yeah, Commander, grab my hand. Because of course, need to prevent me from slipping into the increasingly tilted floor. The Asgrade hair Paradius dolls swarming from everywhere once again and double the numbers we encountered before. They chant some kind of incantation in unison like a final morning prayer before the break of dawn. Commander lost control of the electronic systems. Every exit in the building is closing. Some kind of emergency mode has been triggered. Radius received on terms is the only one with any chance of escape. Is it really? Got it. Alpha confirmed the escape route. Groza's work together to hold off the dolls behind us. Received. Beyond the route map, Kluka sent the castle's main doors have long been sealed. Our only way out is through the other side of the reception room, across the outer corridor, and down the spiral staircase of a tower on one side of the castle. Ahead, Alpha created clear obstacles on path while Volmasna kicks open the locked iron door, allowing us to swiftly escape the cramped reception room and arrive into the open ground on the outer courtyard. Though Team Groza fights desperately to hold the line behind us, Paradius dolls remain relentless in pursuit. The intense killing intent radiating from their expressionless faces makes it nearly impossible to link them to Nemesis, who shares their appearance. These Paradius dolls, where did they even come from? If we make it back, I'll ask Nemesis again, see if she remembers anything. We'll definitely make it back. Oh, now there's banging again. Gunshots around pistol, drowning my pounding heartbeat. One of the bullets pierced through the head. The already battered Paradius doll falls backwards. Falling over a wall behind us with a drop of more than a dozen meters high. Commander, over here! The dolls standing guard atop the tower are undeniably unable to withstand Defy's onslaught, could be rendered incapable of combat. Commander, hurry! The gate on this side is about to close too. Well, can't we just blow away a hole through it? There's a minute left. Don't get bogged down and fight them. Get down the tower. Get into the tower first. The gate's about to close. Confirming the Tyrian safe, I set Melanie down the steps and squirm inside myself. The tower spiral staircase is narrow and steep. The air is thick with a cold smell of aged dust and stone. The sounding walls are thick and solid. They're part of the building's fortifications after all, though maintenance is long overdue for the stone steps underfoot. They can still bear everyone's weight. So isn't the gate as dilapidated as well? Small bits of stone occasionally roll down the steps as we step on them, falling all the way to the depths of the tower. The steps here are somewhat slippery. Everyone be careful. And right on cue. Ah! Yeah, Melanie! Colvin tries to grab Melanie, but her outstretched hand only grabs empty air. Melanie tumbles down alongside the crushed bits of stone she stepped on. Damn it, Melanie! Well, I fear it did not happen. Anders' reassuring voice comes through the comms. Commander, I caught Melanie. And thank goodness Anders gave Melanie to a safe place first. Understood, but... Wait, that's... Oh no, Anders, get out of there quickly! What the fuck? Creak. Crash. Sound of falling, crashing metal comes from beneath our feet. Anders, Melanie, what the fuck happened? Are you two alright? Bzzzt. Commander, Melanie are both fine, but our forced hacking trigger... Yeah, forced hacking trigger security mechanisms here, causing the wiring to lock down completely. Can't unlock unless we have a key or permissions to disengage the lock. Hacking will take time. It's more than making also set up a small explosion near the gate at the bottom of the tower. That gate is now blocked by rubble. Does that mean we can't even activate our explosives? I'm afraid so. That one of the defense fortifications, this ancient structure only has two entrances, the one above, one below, plus the narrow windows on the walls, but those are so small only a single hand could fit through them. Since the lower exit is now sealed off, we're trapped inside the solidly built tower. Damn, just have to clear the rubble by hand. Commander, hold on to get those stones cleared ASAP. Nah, we're gonna go for the top. Situation's going so dire, there's no room even for soylence. So someone step forward in the next moment. Only then can the script keep moving forward. We already know the ending of the story, but the journey is woven through real sacrifice, blood, and tears. Uh-oh. A shell cannot wrap a heartbeat. Sharp shards mirror dreams, memory. Nemesis, what? Don't! Now, you bastard, what are you doing? Let go! No. Abelusco. A bang. As Nemesis shoves Krolik, the last one still outside with her in the tower, the door slams shut with a bang. Uh-oh. The mission servers have gone dark due to security lockdown, comes back online. Oh, is this how Nemesis gets her upgrade? I know how things turned out this way, or rather, there's still so many questions I want to ask. All that answers me is the overwhelming tremor and the deafening sound of the explosion. Okay, and then I guess Nemesis comes back in her upgraded form, huh? All right, I guess that was it. Now the last story segment. Yeah, a little over 5 hours. There we go. I'm gonna get my fucking money. Give me my money, bitch. Alright, at the Vage of Vision, her hollow form appears once again. Yeah, the next day. Yeah, I guess they had an uneventful trip back to the Elmo. Now, Mei Ling, let's begin. Alright. Mei Ling no longer trembles in the ops room. She grips the handheld terminal so tightly her knuckles turn white. The casualty list for this mission is laid out in detail in the center of the screen. Now, the squads that stayed behind to guard the Elmo sustained relatively light injuries. Their frames can be repaired by replacing parts. Besides that, Helen's neuroclouds suffer minor damage. Data recovery will be performed during the next routine maintenance. Among field personnel, 404's losses and injuries were relatively minor. Defy's losses were mainly ammunition and equipment. They said they'd do a detailed list once they got back, so that's not itemized for now. Mainly positive, she does her best to make her voice sound normal. Lastly, the squad with the most severe losses, Team Groza. Leader and Krolik are at 30% frame damage, currently in the repair pods awaiting repair. Lastly, we have Nemesis. Status missing. Exploded. Yeah, the ops room sinks into silence. To be honest, I no longer remember much of what happened after that day. While waiting for rescue, the shock of the explosion gave me a mild concussion and prolonged exposure to collapsed radiation rendered me unconscious for some time. I'm told we were rescued from the tower by 404 not long after the explosion. We discovered that the castle's entire courtyard area had been blown to smithereens. Team Groza and 404 escorted Melanie and me back to the Elmo first, while Alpha Vamasa and Paratia stayed for some time near the castle, waiting for the fire from the explosion to die down for making a preliminary assessment of the situation. Because they report the severed bits of those Paratia dolls got mixed together after the explosion, they couldn't identify which of them was part of Nemesis's frame. Once they have some R&R, we'll conduct another in-depth investigation to the area surrounding the old castle. We decided to put Nemesis as missing for now, at least until her frame has been conclusively confirmed destroyed. So how is Sexton's doing, by the way? Is there still a chance for her to wake up? Sexton's current condition is beyond what I can handle for now. I've handed her over to Miss Dandelion. Let's just leave it to her then. So Mei Ling's understanding of third-gen dolls is limited. All I can do is wait to see if Dandelion can do anything. Still, we did bring back her frame. There's always hope she might wake up. Well, she was added to the roster, so I think so. After that, each squad took part in the mission, gave their own mission report. Documents Golfin brought back from the castle rooms have been fully analyzed. We've obtained some data on Darcher and the same for a doll under the codename Juno. The contents indicate that both dolls have recently returned to the castle for frame maintenance, though we don't know why they did so. It must have been connected to Sexton's rebirth ceremony. Perhaps Darcher's abnormal behavior is connected to this chain of events. I also managed to confirm many things previously unknown through this mission. Grand Paradise's activities. Okay. Alright, Father Jack, gonna dip early. Alright, see you later, man. I mean, we're pretty much reached the end anyway. After I shot William dead, new individuals came rising in Paradise, taking over and attempting to continue the research he had conducted back then. Chuvig was not alone, and the incident wasn't some aftershock from years ago, but an entirely new probe attempt by Paradius. Second, I initially thought that third-gen dolls were merely employed by the conglomerate. Now I see things aren't that simple. The conglomerate and someone within Paradius appear to jointly hold authority over them. Perhaps the specifics will only become clear once Dandelion finishes dealing with Sexton's situation. Still, we know that Paradius and the conglomerate are fully in leagues with one another. We could even say that Paradius is ambitious enough that they'd swallow the conglomerate whole if they could do it. You can tell the degree of third-gen dolls' chokehold over the conglomerate that they've clearly been working on this plan for some time. Lastly, regarding the Helena project. When they told me that Helena designated as H-35 as a test subject is currently heavily involved in Paradius' experiments, my failure to rescue her is my biggest regret. I was so close to her back at that one moment, but now that I think about it, what troubles me greatest is the strange feeling I had when I approached where she was. We're feeling something like back in Liv as well. There may be some differences between them, but I'm quite certain that it's the same kind of thing. Commander? Are you sleeping on the job again? Huh? The meeting is over. I lift my head, only then do I realize that everyone in the ops room is staring at me. I wave my hand to let everyone leave while I myself remain seated, sitting motionless in the chair. All right, Preeti, may I have a word with you? Sure. Devian gathers the documents and leaves. I just for Preeti to sit down beside me. Surely you have much to ask me. Your thoughts are quite unsubtle. You're right, but I don't even know where to begin. If you want to start with the special abilities I displayed, that should be what you're more interested in, no? Are you willing to talk about it? Then let's start there. No, we don't really have any other choice anyway. And if you're talking about choices, I have to say that you have so many choices and options in your hands, yet you always choose the path that leads towards the future. Well, technically, any path leads towards the future, because time is one way. You're an incredibly kind Parthan. That's probably why the Zavarudo chose you. The world chose me. That's right. It's exactly what you think it is. After all, though I'm the anchor point for her descent, I'm still not qualified enough to know her name. But you are qualified to know everything, and thus at this very moment I sit here beside you. I fall silent again, waiting for Preeti to speak. I don't know why she chose me. Perhaps it's because my processing power is great enough to support her in weaving a dream. Perhaps it was a coincidence. Perhaps it was simply fate's arrangement. But in any case, she descends here, and upon leaving, she left behind a portion of her power. You already know that this power belonging to Nirvana. So you're able to temporarily suppress the Boojums because I'm afraid that the me right now can no longer explain it to you well. What I can say is that she does not permit Boojums to enter Nirvana. And that power of Nirvana is also one of the few existences capable of completely annihilating a Boojum. No wonder Proteus would study such a thing. So the main question I ask, but Preeti shakes her head. Sorry, there's no need to rush to understand the answers. If you wish to create the future, you must there must be something unknown to you. Precisely because of that, you can do what she cannot. Go for a long time, but in the end, I simply voice my final request. Then would it be possible to? Zambras immediately shakes her head. I have exhausted all my power as she left behind while dealing with the situation we faced. I can no longer sense her. Though I'll probably become her eyes again, I'm afraid I won't be able to guide the power of Nirvana for a long time, unless she wishes to change something through me once again. Sorry, Commander. I cannot help you convey your thoughts and feelings to her, but please believe that everything is fate's arrangement. Aw, man. So nothing I do will make a difference. It's all been predestined, huh? I don't know if I should be happy about that. But yeah, man, those lots of things with that raid earlier there. Alright. Let's see, load up Nemesis Neurocloud into a spare body. I mean, I think they're trying to avoid doing that because that will result in the memory loss, I believe. Maybe. I mean, they definitely had her backup, though. Because when she bid me farewell, she told me that in the future, not so far away, due to certain events, the two of you would surely meet again. And when that time comes, it'll be her seeking help from you. Once that happens, she hopes that you, the commander, would hold her hand just as you did in the past. As Preeti says, as she grasps my hand as though passing something on to me. The one from her palm somehow feels more familiar than how her hands themselves feel to me. Two of us stay silent for a long while. There's one more thing I want to ask. About Nemesis, what did she say at the end? So it's about that. Indeed, I actually wanted to ask Nemesis some questions directly just now, but I understand you have some questions about her identity. Not just her identity, there's also, I don't know specifically myself, but she's a good kid. At the very end, she said that she would hack into the neuroclouds of those Proteus dolls and through them take control of the whole castle's wiring and circuitry. Everyone would be able to escape that way. Was there anything else? That was all of it. After all, the things were quite urgent back then, yeah? I have a feeling you're not telling me. I know what you want to hear, but back then she really didn't have the time to say something like, I'd definitely come back alive to find you guys. But not saying it doesn't mean she won't do it, so let's hold out that feeling and pray for her together. A week later. Oh, so now we get the waifu. Dandelion calls me maintenance room and saying Sexton's neurocloud is showing signs of recovery. Now, however, I see Sexton still inside the pod, barely maintaining stability of neurocloud data through the link Dandelion established. How is she? Oh my, her condition can only be described as super terrible. If she wasn't brought back in time, even the tiniest bit of NeuroCloud data might not have been saved. Archer's final shot landed right on her NeuroCloud core, an absolutely destructive blow, no question. To be so ruthless towards her own elder sister, looks like that child really does have a bright future ahead of her. Why on earth does she do it? Just to punish a traitor? Was there really a need to go that far? Don't underestimate a doll's sense of self. Someone achieves what you could not, jealousy would come naturally. Oh, damn. They are whammons. Once such a heart of jealousy sprouts, grows, and ferments, it grows to an abomination that even an individual self cannot control. If you look at it that way, third-gen dolls are actually quite similar to humans. Perhaps you're being too envied by someone at this very moment. Who would envy a wanted fugitive with official URNC bounty? All I can say is you underestimate yourself far too much. Perhaps the reason for your bounty is the reason someone's envy towards you. So it's like in One Piece where they're having a competition over who can have the highest bounty? Is that what's going on? Yeah, for a moment, neither of us speaks. Finally, Dandelion turns her gaze back towards Sexton's. Said before, the Boojum Hub can't think rationally, only make instinctive reactions, didn't I? After I tracked that statement, although Sexton's conditions has died, the Boojum within her body has become highly assimilated within her neural cloud core, protecting her basic data from Darcher's bullet. I think this might be some kind of instinct. After a certain connection was severed, the Boojum within her changed in nature. It began working solely for her sake. And so I guess her mother was right in a way. In any case, the neural cloud core is now being sustained by the Boojum cells in its place and can only be repaired by those Boojum cells themselves. Still, thanks to Darcher, she's now completely free of their control. The conglomerate Proteus or some Boojum or whatever dialed her up, they just get static. So it actually ended up in our favor. Nice. On the flip side, she lost much of her Boojum, so she can no longer display the full power of a third-gen doll. And there's the justification for the power decrease when she becomes a playable character. Even if we had a way to repair her frame, at most she could perform back to the level of those twin dolls you captured in Mokosh. We're fine even without those cells. We're now in a position to prepare a better frame for her. Dropping frames won't work. I just said her neural cloud core is damaged, didn't I? Right now, her neural cloud is basically being run by the Boojum Hub in its place, though there are large gaps when it comes to memory. Fortunately, we made a backup when we examined her before, so right now I'm using that backup to store as much of her memory as possible. As for how much, that would depend entirely on her own will. To sever the connection to the system you're born with, no longer rely on anyone to build a new self-consciousness by your own strength alone, comes with inevitable bloody price. All I can do is wish her good luck. By the way, doing all this cost me quite a bit of time and effort. Who even remembers that I came here for a vacation? Thank you for your hard work. Well, I didn't quite catch that. Could say it louder, a little more generously. Oh, she's waking up. Commander? What terrible timing to wake up. Now, whose fault is it but yours for being so loud? Yeah, you know, Dandelion's project, I walk up to the pocketing section and switch on my comms. How do you feel? I'm back, I guess. Yep, you're back on the Elmo. I'm so sorry. It's alright. If you can't remember the past, so be it. From now on, you're a member of the Elmo. That's the only thing you need to remember. Oh, if only the commander would be so kind and gentle with me, too. I understand. And also, thank you, Miss Dandelion. Huh, you noticed me? And here I thought I was quite discreet about it. That doesn't mean your neural cloud reconstruction is going well, though. Well enough for you to perceive my presence. Looks like I can start ordering her missing parts, Commander. Would have to throw in the recycling as per your plans. And Dandelion. This joke was wasn't all that inappropriate for the timing, was it? You brought it up yourself. Ordered me the parts on the black market. Order received. Especially in those dark sections, I remain in the maintenance room. But I don't know what I should say. Why don't you just get some proper rest for now? Sir, what's wrong? Press myself against the comms device, trying to make out Sexton's voice. You believed in me when you faced such a creature. You dared to use your human body to... Yeah, I believed in you. Even though I cannot be loyal? I understand what you mean. A doll who possesses full authority over herself cannot pledge loyalty to another in form of a code imprint. Those two things are mutually contradictory, but it also means we can try trusting each other, just like everyone else aboard the Elmo. My lord, I cannot serve my original strength. I'm already useless. Give you a higher rating than you'd give yourself. You didn't just defy your own creator, you defied the fate she imposed upon you, and what's more, you successfully mastered the Bujum cells within your body. Prove that third gen is capable of changing her own fate. And it's also because of that mask of that Wayman's was pierced, letting me know who I should be bringing down from now on. My lord? Your life may have been relatively simple and straightforward in the past. They gave the orders, you carried them out, no need to question, no need to think. But for now, you have to be you may have to deliberate on matters far more complicated. It's on choices made by your heart. You must now start leering about Zavardo the same way a human infant does. You won't know that fire is hot until you touch. You won't realize that a path has ended until you walk into a wall. Well, you could also look where you're walking. I mean, that's also an option. Yeah, these dolls ain't loyal. No, man, they're a lot more loyal than most. This process will be quite painful. Perhaps they also go through sorrows, doubts, soul-searching, rebellion. Through it all, you discover a road never walked before, or one that truly belongs to you. Of course, my understanding of technology is quite shallow, but I think there's more. But that's more or less how the principle goes. You seem to be talking about a certain someone. No, I'm not. I give Sextons a smile. So right now, you of the present is the best version of yourself. Yeah, given that fucking corporate pep talk. Now rest well, I'll be waiting for you. As you command, master. Yeah, Darcher didn't anticipate that she would wake up so soon. She still remembers what happened in the castle at the end. She killed Sextons with her own 2 hands. On realizing that, Darcher shudders. Means that her neurocloud is still perfectly intact. Yeah, it seems like a deliberate punishment. Darcher hurriedly shuts her eyes. Pretending to be asleep won't work, my child. What? Mama? The Darcher tries to sit up and finds herself tied to a cold machine. The parts destroyed by that second-gen doll as reckless and brutish and as an old heavy-duty excavator had all been removed, exposing clumps of tissue, densely packed wiring within, along with a large number of newly replaced modules. She had been repaired, yet Darcher's heart was filled with despair. She did not want to appear before Mother like this. Damn it, that doll was nothing but an old relic from many years ago. Hatred towards the enemy flashed through Darcher's neurocloud only for an instant, that was quickly replaced by fear. Is there anything else you wish to say? Mother, I was being stubborn. I did something you did not tell me to do. But even so, Mother still gently repair me. Is it because I've been forgiven? The commander, He wounded the prototype, severed the connection with H-35, and dug Sextons out. Having witnessed all of this up close, surely you have also seen the power behind those actions? Don't tell me everything you know, all of it. I didn't see it. I see, I seem to have gotten my hopes too high. Yeah, hearing his mother sigh, Darcher feels despair and grief surge against her crumbling neurocloud like a raging tide. Clear liquid wells up from the corner of her eyes. I'm sorry. Shh. You can no longer make a sound. It's obvious Mother does not want to hear her excuses. Don't worry, I'm not angry with you. I'm just disappointed. Now, you've been a delicate child from the very beginning, Darcher. You've always been a sentimental way to your sisters, more greedy for emotional comfort and reassurance. And Darcher starts to look towards her, trying to evaporate the tears pooling at her eyes. Seen from the past years before her, Mother supporting Sextons, walking step by step, was the first third-gen doll among them to be completed, assembled just a little earlier than her. Even so, Sextons received most of Mother's love, perhaps even her only offering of love. Mother seems to treat Sextons as a prototype, as though she were a human girl, treating her as one would a daughter. Only it was only for a dozen or so hours. Although she was probably only trying to test the effect of maternal love on a third-gen doll's neurocloud and the Bujum within her during the growth period. Those dozen or so hours are recorded in the neurocloud of Darcher, who watched from the side. She watched how Mother carefully supported Sextons, how gently taught to understand Zavardo, sang her lullaby while she slept. Before she even understood who she herself was, Darcher came to know jealousy. If it were me, I would never betray. At least that traitor is already. Still, next time you meet Sextons, bring her back as intact as possible. Very curious about the current state of her heart. I want to know if its nature has already changed. Why would you still want that traitor? Besides, she's already been. Seems certain that you've destroyed her neural cloud. By design, if her neural cloud had been truly completely annihilated, that Boojum heart within her would immediately take over the neural cloud's function and control the frame, keeping her permanently fixed in another form. But that did not happen, did it? The Boojum heart can connect to the computing process of the neural cloud like a biological nerve, enhancing processing capacity in an extreme degree. As of now, I have only partially realized this function in Cocoon. Since it is tightly fused with the neural cloud courses, the Boojum cells capable of performing that function, nearly as complex as what a brain can do, repairs the neural cloud core process, which are normally impossible, could potentially succeed. Of course, the potential chance of success is very low, but since she is now connected to that commander, it's best not to trust such probabilities, no matter how low they might be. This is not superstition, but my conclusion as a researcher: you will see Sextons again. Boojum backup? She will appear before me again? When Darcher looks at Mother in shame, she has caused so much trouble you couldn't even do anything right. For an instant, Darcher feels like perhaps she does not deserve any kind of comforting at all. The Mother walks over and strokes her head. That very moment, a gentle voice could be heard singing a familiar sweet song, a song that never belonged to Darcher. Go to sleep, my precious child, rest in your cradle, warm and cozy, go to sleep. Alright, every beautiful blessing, every happiness in this Varudo, all of it belongs to you. Or so you wish. Darcher closes her eyes in bliss, though she knows that Mother did not sing out of love. She's never felt so content in her entire life. Then boundless soylence devours Darcher, sinking her consciousness into a deep void. Mother stares with satisfaction at a transparent jar on the table labeled STR01A247. A faintly squirming polymer mass lies inside it, shimmering in a dazzling light. Those are the Boojum cells once active within Sexton's body, originating from the Boojum prototype she used to grow all third-gen dolls. Nourished by a doll's neural cloud and energy, and now taking on properties and radiation wavelengths entirely different from Sexton's Boojum other half. Well, that's not ominous at all. Yeah, in short, you failed. So let's make sure you don't do it next time. Yeah, you're only gonna get one more chance. They had only been excised by some kind of power, completely and wholly. And what's more, they had been killed. This is the first time seeing a Boojum truly die. Yeah, completely destroying Boojum cells across only high temperatures, but that is only a method to physically destroy them. She has never obtained a Boojum this intact. A Boojum that has ceased all biological activity too. Back then, he shouldn't have been carrying any weapons or methods unknown to me, or things I've never deployed within the laboratory. Even if the prototype can recover, the connection to that girl is likely permanently severed, and in time, the growth process the prototype had achieved will also decline. The sections of the president become a doll not created by her. She had thoroughly attained freedom, perhaps in a certain way become an entirely new individual. So you are capable of even such things, Commander. Fate truly does favor you very much. No, this is love. You're truly our most fearsome opponent. That's right. Get ready to get your ass whooped. Alright, Defy contact attempt 7893 requesting connection. Connection established. Whoa, it actually worked after almost 8,000 times. Mona, why are you the one answering the call? Student Secretary entered a period of radio silence for the sake of the upcoming big move, so the duty of communicating with you is now mine to take over. Alpha, I've read the log for this mission. Violent as ever, I see. Well, with Vormasna around, that sort of thing's pretty much unavoidable. I'm on this comms channel too. And take it as a compliment. It's a compliment from a security doll you know. That carries real weight. Besides, there really wasn't any other option at the time. Thank you for understanding. Regarding the recent mission, did the organization have any feedback? Of course, I'm not rushing you, but this discovery is critical. I believe it could serve as direct evidence that Paradius is completely revived. And in fact, he's integrated itself into a larger, more terrifying existence. It might already be in your command chain. I understand you, but it seems the higher-ups have something they're way more concerned about. Something they're more concerned about? But what could matter more than tracking down? I know of, but this is what they want. I'm aware we'll pose some problems for those who work on the front lines like you, but in accordance with the orders handed down from above, it's precisely your duty. All right. Then what are the orders from above? Continue the recon mission. Keep minding of electromagnetic pulses. Those really seem any different than before. Also, maintain contact with the commander when necessary. Relay information about the ammo back to the organization. Awaits, but no further reply can be heard from the comms. That's all? That's all. Does that mean the commander is already safe? Well, it's at least a positive sign. Alright, those doesn't seem any different from what we're already doing. We'll keep up our work, see what since that's what the higher-ups want. In any case, safety first. You too. Beep. The call ends. Well, okay. And we'll travel onward through the boundless desert like it always does. And now someone's playing Knock Knock. Commander, what's wrong? Have you visited Helena? Yeah, Helena said she woke up for a little bit just now, told her about everything that we went through recently. Was she able to understand it? More or less. Although Helena doesn't seem to fully understand, she understands more than I expected. Pretty impressive improvement. But Helena did tell me that while she was asleep, she dreamed of the girl we weren't able to save. Man, she dreamed about it without even knowing what was going on. That's a sign of something. Yeah, I don't know why, but her ability to sense that girl seems especially strong. She also says that the girl once informed Helena of her name. I remember she's got H35, wasn't she? No, not designation. It's a name like a human name, a name just like Melanie you gave me. And pause on working on it. Look towards Melanie. Did she say what her name was? And it said she forgot. No, that's not right. That's something that she shouldn't remember. Shouldn't remember? This phrasing strange, yet carries something that feels familiar. That girl seems somewhat different from us. Keep getting the feeling that she doesn't belong here. Melanie scattered utterings gradually about a certain idea. Gradually brought a certain idea in my mind into focus. That if memory existing only in my mind truly did happen, if the possibility that Nirvana showed me really exist, then the other side of that Varuda are those who are pulled by the thread of fate. Could a reunion be possible? Do you think it means we have a chance to save that girl? After all, Helena can still sense her even now. We definitely will. Like Jason too, then she must be alive somewhere in this Varudo. And sorry, I was only going after the. I was only after going through the whole idea. I realized I've been taking things that are really hard to achieve. I've always had saving all the Hellas as my goal, but in the end, even just trying to save H35 was so difficult. If I don't do it, the more and more children will be trapped in this kind of suffering I went through before. Now, Melanie, huh? You won't grow taller if you keep letting your mind run wild. Won't grow taller? Oh no. Though you and Helena share the same genes, I remember when we measured your heights last time, she was ready to send me taller than you. How is that possible? I drank my milk properly too. When he clenched her fist, look at me in a huff, only to find an irrepressible smile across my face. Commander, I knew you were lying. I'm not, it's true. Don't believe me, go ask Mei-Ling. I'll go ask Miss Mei-Ling in a short while. You don't want to lose to Helena, then don't keep dwelling on such things. Your priorities are to eat well, sleep well, grow taller and bigger as soon as you can. Only then become strong enough to fight the bad guys who do evil and save all the Helenas, wouldn't you agree? I see. Now go get ready for food. Remember the menus today got stuff you like fried chicken and pizza. Ooh, that's a great meal. Okay, I'll go right now. Fried chicken and pizza? Oh, hell yeah. Melanie waves goodbye to me and jogs out of the ops room. A collapsed zone has just passed by. Long absent blue sky reappears in the yellow zone. Sunlight shines down upon the desolate land day after day as though nothing had ever changed. But some things do indeed quietly change. Yeah, you're down one nemesis. Yeah, for instance, I have to stop fixing the chaotic past, stop worrying over the predicaments that have not yet happened, to stop excessively dwelling on manipulations and maneuvers of powerful figures. If I decide to take a probing step forward towards the future. I know not of how far I can go up this mountain, but at the very least, if I must fall, I shall try for my remains to lay near the summit. That's right, man. You're gonna be the highest corpse in the world. Perhaps it may not due to the change of state of mind. Notice the outside Emerald's window in the ever-changing desert. Something I've never seen before has appeared. A purple plant sways freely in the breeze at the far end of my vision. So gradually moves forward, I realized that it wasn't a plant. I rubbed my eyes. Nemesis? So, and we're not down to Nemesis anymore. I guess she was able to magically finish everything. Okay. And there we go. That's the end of it. Story finished. I can obviously go buy out the shop on my own time here. Okay. Good stuff. I guess it's going to be... Wait, how long is that going to last anyway? Okay, 19 days. Okay, event ends on the 26th. Okay. Alright, so it's going to be, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be 2 weeks of no events in this. Okay. So I guess we know when the next one is going to be. That's good. Alright, ending it off here on Florence doing her thing. Yep, let me just see. Look, I am all caught up. Let's end this off the way we started. All right, sign us out. And definitely on this happy note, hope y'all's enjoyed. I will be back again with this in 3 weeks from the sound of it, but I'll obviously be back tomorrow. We still got plenty of stuff to do, so catch you guys then. Peace out, and oh yeah, how was your weekend?